相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doom. We shut them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. It's go time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grandest stage in Mobile Legends in Latin America. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, the grand finals of MPL LATAM 2025. And the two titans are about to clash. Influence Rage, the relentless force of dominance, going up against Corinthians, the pride of Brazil, fueled by legacy and passion. The arena is set, the fans are roaring, and destiny awaits. Only one can rise as kings of MPL LATAM.
That's right. It is a battle where leg must be risked, and immortality is the reward. Influence, Rage, and fought their way to the top, and now only one will etch their name into MPL LATAM. So everybody, welcome on the English desk.
Exactly. I feel like it's electric. The atmosphere is absolutely roaring. I know the fans of the X-Dome Arena as well must be absolutely exhilarated as we are bringing the Inkcast on the global stream. My name is Kronos, joining me, the one and only Vay, to bring you the action for this one, indeed.
Okay, we are very excited to see and also welcome all of our global viewers from wherever you are right now. It is a very exciting day for MPL LATAM Season 3 to have an offline grand finals. And if you tune in to the Brazil stream in the LATAM stream, I bet it's quite interesting to see how the arena is just filled with people getting ready and excited to watch on what happened on the stage right away.
Hey man, I'm telling you, this is definitely gonna be one of those moments that's gonna be written and writing and etching in history, as you said, Vay, for MPL LATAM indeed, because it's important for them to get to that point, especially given the fact that these are the teams that are going to the MSC and representing the LATAM region, right?
Of course, one direct slot to the EWC MLBB scene there in Riyadh, and a one slot to Wild. So it might be an interesting way to get two slots, not directly, but still a very great chance and a very good sign that LATAM region is definitely growing to deserve two slots in the mid-season cup later on. So, Kronos, today, Corinthians versus Influence Rage. Ooh, I bet it's hot. Which one are you rooting for?
I'm telling you, I'm definitely rooting for both these teams because I have friends on both teams right now, and I feel like I definitely want to make sure they either puts on the best display. That's what I want to see, right? Today, I want to see absolute peak Mobile Legends coming into play because hey, I'm ready to rip my throat out. You for a fact we saw off the stream as well at the same time, and I think you said the same as well, that we are ready to go up and run, and we weren't able to sleep. We woke up jumpy. They actually woke up jumpy at the same time, so it just feels like that's gonna be important, and I think now it's gonna be an important factor for this one, given the fact both these teams are trying to get to that point, to get to the top stage of MPL LATAM history, especially in 2025. Man, I'm telling you, this is a fight to be a king, all right, to get immortality, that immortal cup.
Especially the new updated cup, we're going to see a very great design of it, and we're going to see we'll lift it for today, and even we're going to a little bit of highlights later on. But for now, though, it's a very road. We have 2 weeks of playoffs, and up to today, I feel it's finally time to chapter after the best of 7 series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super important. It's going to be super crucial indeed for both these teams. And I feel like at the moment, I feel like we might want to see a slight bit of a highlight that took place last week before we get into our sponsors. Of course, it should be coming into your screen soon enough. That highlight showing us the road of how it took us, how it brought us from the playoffs to the grand finals, right, Vay? Especially given the fact that, yes, last week or like 2 weeks ago was the final top 4 decided, and then we get our top 2. Hello, everyone. My name is Kronos, and I'm here to bring you a recap of what took place in the playoff weekend of MPL LATAM Season 3. So let's get to it. It was action-packed, and you do not want to miss what happened. First up, DreamMax and 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant got their hands on the Yi Sun Shin, and that was the biggest mistake that DreamMax could make this entire season, because Hide on Bush was absolutely lethal. Entity 7 versus Infinity. This was a battle of the Peruvian Giants to stay alive in the competition, and Infinity was just slightly overwhelming for Entity 7 to overcome. 9Z Globant versus Infinity. This was a match that went on as 9Z Globant, the Argentinian Giants, stayed alive and moved on in the lower bracket. Up next, of course, the upper bracket finals. Influence Raids versus Corinthians. Influence Raids surprised everyone by outdrafting Corinthians and making it to the grand finals. And then we had the lower bracket finals, Corinthians versus 9Z Globant, and oh my goodness, in a best of 7, Corinthians, Chimo just pulled up in a dominating fashion, not giving a single chance for 9Z Globant off the back of Upatizi's Maniac on the Granger. And of course, you want to stay in store for the grand finals on the 7th of June of MPL LATAM Season 3 to see who's next to take it to the MSC.
Lovely highlight of MPL LATAM Season 3.
Playoff weekend, man. That was it. And then again, let's see who is gonna go straight to the MSC, and also that other slot for the wild card. That's gonna be important. That's gonna be crucial. I know you're excited about the MSC, and so am I.
Because we're going to see who will actually get a throne and one more ticket, but it's not directly there yet. So another harder fight, but either way, we gotta get through this hurdle first. Regionals first, then international. So looking at these two teams, are coming in strong. Some transfers here and there, some new highlights on how they fall, how they rise up, and today a lot of these new colors getting incorporated into to see how will they perform, because I'm actually quite exciting to see with a lot of metas coming here and there from other regions too. What will these two teams today?
Yeah, I feel like these teams definitely have for us, given the fact that they have a lot of strategies on the board. But I feel like before we want to get into that, of course, but hey, wait, before we get into that, let's not forget, we got to thank everyone that's involved to bring in and make MPL LATAM Season 3 as successful as possible. So first things first, you got to go and get your diamonds. And how do you get your diamonds? By going into Bonoxus.com. It's super fast, super safe, secure indeed. And it is available with a code as well, BNX MPL3 for that 5% discount. Why do you ask BNX for Bonoxus MPL? Because of course you're watching the MPL, guys. And see the S3 for, or 5% for the 5. Wait, hold on. 3 is for the Season 3 of MPL. I was like, wait, is it a 5% discount? but why is it a 3? All of a sudden I got confused. That's the reason why. So don't get confused like I did. BNX MPL available at 5% discount on bonoxes.com. Go get it right now.
Okay, lovely 5% discounts, getting your diamond in an instant, and definitely very trusted, very safe, and a lot of people use it these days. And everybody in the LATAM region have exclusivity for that bonus code because it's only special on this season. And let's also not forget, if you get cool skins, you get cool diamonds, definitely you gotta show off your cool skills only at communitygaming.io, because right now in the website, all of you guys can check it out directly. The path to a professional starts in community gaming.
Yeah, and not just that, right? While you get on the path to being a professional, you want to make sure you're really good, right? Because look at me, look at Vay, we're looking prim, we're looking nice, we're looking first class. Of course, how do you get to look like that? By getting the Technocam on 40 series. You get to look MVP in your photos as well as MVP in your game with the new snapshot feature that freezes the motion action in place. And hey, like our friend Steph Weezy, who was here earlier as well during the entire season of MPL LATAM, he said that hey, if it just gets you slow enough to see Kakashi saying hi and hello while he's using the Yogi Shadow Kill, and that is because of the new snapshot feature indeed. So you want to make sure to get that because you want to be MVP in the game and in your photos, right?
Definitely, we'd like to thank all of us for supporting us for the whole season leading up to today's grand finals. Thank you very much. And of course, you guys, we definitely couldn't run as smoothly as ever. And through all of these amazing sponsors supporting us, all of our viewers is also supporting us. Kurdo, so I'm very happy to see English this. I really there's a lot of people watching, but I'm quite excited though. Anyone who can watch it offline, oof, that will be a different feel there on the Exo Marina.
You're making me cry, man. You're making me cry. Of course you want to be at the Exo Marina. Of course you want to watch it at the Exo Marina. Of course we'll bring you a couple of clips, couple of action that's actually taking place at the Exo Marina as we're going through the global broadcast. But let me tell you something, folks. It is absolutely insane that both these teams, fans are roaring. There's a lot of cosplays going on as well at the same time. And you can check that out by following MLBB Brazil eSports at the same time, ES eSports. But before that, while we're talking about how these teams are getting to that point, and of course, one of the teams to get to that finals, Influence Rage, a dominant force. We were trying to call them an underdog. We wanted to call them a dog. They're definitely an up-and-comer, but between the two, they're definitely a dominant one, right?
Of course, and they're of course getting ready. They're offline, and a lot of the times I see a little bit of sneak peek. They want to try to follow this before grand finals, so a little peek from Influence Rage.
Oyente, sou Sean de Midlane de Influence Rage. Ao comienzo do time, a gente juntou players de Uruguai, Argentina, Chile para formar un time para campeonar os próximos torneos. A fase suíça ficou bom pra gente porque a gente pudo melhorar muito depois do início. A gente fazia muita coisa errada, então a gente enfocou mais em melhorar. Então acho que as derrotas foram importantes. Na pausa para fase suíça, eu acho que ficou muito bom pra gente porque melhoramos muitas coisas que errávamos antes e também a gente adquiriu muita experiência de fora. A gente pudo jogar com times da Indonésia, da Filipinas e mais coisas, então a gente pudo melhorar muito graças a isso. Nos playoffs, a gente acho que foi muito melhor time. A gente tem melhor comunicação, tem melhor sinergia com todos os players, com o coach, com em geral quase todo. Melhorou muito o que a gente fazia ontem. Na final, eu acho que o time vai vai bem preparado para campeonar e para terminar rápido. Eu mando um abraço para todo o staff do Influence Rage, para a família do time e também pedir toda a torcida do Influence Rage apoiar a gente, para a gente vai campeonar.
Amazing to see the journey that they felt, Kronos. It's a very long road.
Man, I'm telling you, they thought it was over when they were going against Infinity. It felt emotional to see, thinking. It felt emotional what they were throughout the entire journey, and to hear it from one of the players as well. And he said it all to all the entire state of Influence Rage, to all the fans out there. You know, they thanked them for all the support, and of course now they need it more than ever, especially if you're in Brazil, if you're in Sao Paulo, if you know anyone that's in Sao Paulo, just call them, hit them up. We're like, hey, bro, you gotta go to X-Dome Arena. That's where all the action's taking place, because we got Influence Rage, we got Corinthians, and I do not think there's a better grand finals for MPL LATAM as ever had so far.
And plus, it's in a mall, so if ever you guys finish it a little bit early, you can walk around here and there. But hey, I don't think that the breaks are that long, and it's because filled with action-packed. MLBB there, and I don't think that you want to give up your seats, because I see in the story that everybody's just aligning up, trying to get a seat. And if ever you don't, you have to stand up, man, because wow, that room is definitely filled.
Yeah, I feel like it's that room is gonna be loud as ever, if you ask me. It's gonna be super loud if you are gonna be in there, and we know the fans are gonna be absolutely raging if you are for Influence Rage, of course. And the Chimo, hey, by Corinthians is what they're gonna be screaming. So Vey, I know we're gonna see the predictions later. I know we're gonna get later on into that, but before we get into that, are you a rager? Or are you going to say by Corinthians?
For this one, I'm a rager, Kronos. And I predicted 4-2 for today.
Wow. A rager through and through. And a big shout out to Hotun as well for, you know, he has been telling us, I think he's been telling you as well, WLB as well, how much the effort that they're putting in behind the scenes. And of course, same with some of the coaches. Coach Blackjacks has been saying they've been practicing quite a lot and preparing for all sorts of scenarios. We'll get into that later on, of course, but just Influence Rage might just be the only team. Actually, they are the only team that have pulled off a sort of an upset against the Corinthians in the upper bracket finals. They were absolutely steamrolling the opposition, right? And that one time, I think, did that influence your decision, Vey?
I mean, to be honest, at that day, I kind of called it as if like it's a rematch of somewhat of a glimpse of grand finals. During that day, I actually voted for Corinthians, and goodness gracious, Influence Rage, they exceeded my expectations. So this is why I'm looking forward on how they want to play it out today.
Hey, I'm telling you, you're looking forward to how they're playing out today. You were impressed by Influence Rage, but I say by Corinthians indeed, because they definitely, the Chimo know how to take it, right? Yes, they've made mistakes, but did you see the bounce back against 9Z Global? My God, that was a 4-0 stomp the way they went through, right? Absolutely steamrolling their opposition. 4-0 or 4-1, I don't even remember, because the way that they dominated, actually 4-1, now that I think about it, the way that they dominated just showcased that, hey, they are ready to be immortal. And you want to find out how they got to this position to try and be an immortal? Here's a clip showing their run throughout the MPL LATAM Season 3.
Oi gente, Frocha aqui, eu vou falar um pouco sobre a caminhada, a trajetória do Corinthians Esportes dentro desses meses, como foi o desenvolvimento para essa MPL. Bom, nós se reunimos na GH em fevereiro, com a formação eu, Luiz, o Pacaste e o Buzizio, já treinando muito, bolando estratégias do que a gente poderia fazer ou não dentro do jogo. E a gente estava com uma expectativa muito alta, porque são jogadores renomados, né? com um grande nome no cenário, então a gente estava bem animado para começar. Dito e feito, a gente começou bem a MPL, terminamos 3-1 a primeira fase, perdendo um jogo só e 2 jogos com essa formação, né? E já o terceiro jogo a gente trouxe Resu, que é um jogador filipino, que agregou muito pro time em questão de experiência. Ele conseguiu passar algumas coisas e crescemos juntos também em caos, em rotação, que seja. Então a gente conseguiu desenvolver muito bem em relação a isso. Conseguimos, né, passar para os playoffs. A gente estava muito contente, né, com o resultado já com esse time. Nos playoffs a gente trouxe o Flick, né, que é outro filipino também, que ele estreou nos playoffs, na verdade, né? Estreou nos playoffs contra a DreamHack e pegamos logo depois a Entity 7 e passamos para a final da Upper. E a gente estava com uma expectativa bem forte, na verdade, para esse jogo, né, que foi contra a Influence Rage, mas infelizmente nós perdemos e fomos para a Lauer, que caímos para a final da Lauer, na verdade, que pegamos a Linezinha, né? Ganhamos da Linezinha, conseguimos ir para essa final, muito felizes, né, porque querendo ou não dar uma vaga para o PwC e todos aqui almejam essa vaga, querem essa vaga, então a gente ficou muito contente também e a gente está muito animado, sabe, para jogar essa final. Creio que a gente tem muita coisa para mostrar e vamos dar o nosso melhor, né, como sempre, para levar essa para casa e trazer orgulho para os brasileiros. E é isso, gente, eu acho que no mais é isso. Eu espero que vocês vejam a final, seja presencialmente, seja no ao vivo mesmo em casa. Espero que vocês torçam pra gente. E eu tô muito feliz, muito contente. E é isso, gente. Beijão do Frost.
You have my support, Frost. You have my support. Bye, Corinthians. That's what the grand finals are going to say tonight. Tell you, we're going to show the Ragers. Now, I'm kidding, guys. I love Influence Rage all at the same time. Absolute love coming from my side for Influence Rage. I love the coach, man. I said it again. I've known him for a while. I've seen his work for a while, more than knowing him, in fact, and then had the reach out to him and he piped back, and we're hitting it along to a certain way. And Hotun as well, absolute amazing human, but at the same time, Frost, the way he explained the journey, the introduction of the Filipinos, did it change your mind a little bit? They changed your mind a little bit?
Definitely changing here and there, but of course we are getting ready on the stage here. Oh, there's Coach Blackjack. Hey, long life for him. We're definitely seeing a little bit of the keys to victory by Bonoxes for Influence Rage, because it is important to know how they are going to play it out for these grand finals, because it's a best of 7 series. You don't want it to miss out. In the keep the picks and bans worked in the previous games, be careful with the opponent's aggressive early game, and keep playing by looking for fights in the mid game and forcing opponents' mispositioning. On the other hand, though, for Corinthians, all of their lineups and keys to victory by Bonox is all there on the screen. And very, very focused there with Coach Darkness, eyeing out for a good draft. As you said, Kronos, behind the scenes, whoever they're going to win this, it is a great mastermind playing it out at the end of the day.
I agree, man. It's definitely the mastermind that's coming through. And we've seen that coming out from Influence Rage, right? That mastermind. And who is the ones to lead both these teams from those shot calls through the brain, through the mastery that's going to come from the draft? Of course, Luis and Paquito, head to head, both these roamers, man. If anyone's to set the pace for these teams, it's these guys, right?
Definitely quite interesting to see, because hey, main pillar, main initiator, but it goes to show that how they played out and how they wrapped up the game so well from the regular season leading up to the playoffs. It's just a long journey, as we've seen the video on how they play, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit shifting here and there. because some fighter junglers will be brought into the land of Dawn. So probably some of the rollers could actually flex into some damage or high burst, or even hiders too. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think we have to see how it goes, of course. But I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be by Corinthians. You can't believe it will be one of indeed. But of course, I think you did speak about the keys to victory for Corinthians, right? But for Influence Rage, though, did you say the keys to victory? 'Cause I know you love to do these. If you didn't, I'm gonna put it straight right now. I'm gonna say it anyway. But they gotta look to force mistake in the game, and not only that, don't focus on only banning the opponent's jungler, because that's what everyone does when they go against Chef Flick, right? Chef Kronos approved. Chef Flick is the one that they always ban out, right, Vay? If I'm not wrong, he has a wide pair of he has a wide pool of heroes, right? He has a wide pool of heroes to prepare for him. Ban what disrupts your composition. That's what Corinthians that's what Influence Rage have to do for themselves, and bring flex pick in the draft to confuse the opponents, especially when not having that first pick. Take the advantage of having those two picks on the red side, and then again, it all up to who's gonna get first blue, who's gonna get red. That's gonna be a big factor to play. So knowing, I feel like Coach Blackjacks definitely knows what to do. Of course, Coach Darkness knows what to do as well. It's just who's gonna fall for whose trap first, or who's gonna be the first one to set that trap out.
So it's also a part of doing mind games, but since what happens in chaos, you don't want to repeat that. So so far, by data wise, we see that people from, or even teams from the red side, they try to follow whatever the teams that try to pick on the blue side. So make sure to not whatever on the blue side dictate you want to try to adjust, because you don't want to fully adjust, right? Sure, there's some adjustment that needs to be made, but hey, you still got to play with your own style. You still got to be comfortable in your own pace. So I feel like that's one of the important keys for both sides of the teams today.
Man, the more you mention about these teams, the more excited I get. And look at that. Speaking of excitement, it's definitely the one that we want to see. It's both the teams ready to take stage. You can see both are looking to get into the draft soon enough, and those are, of course, our Brazilian casters, ladies and gentlemen, Bane, Enrique, as well as Nyx. And hey, Vay, you got a slight bit of talk to tell about them. If you do, they're funny guys. They're absolutely entertaining as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of jealous of Tom stream being offline, but hey, it's their perks of being there. We on the global desk, you gotta sit out wait here, but still, same excitement, still the same of availability there for everybody else. And I feel like they're really enjoying their time there. Like,
I agree, man. But I was gonna ask if production can show us, a little bit of casters. Once again, I wanted to point out if later on, maybe if we're not gonna get it. Hey, I got my wish. It came true.
hey,
Vay is jealous of Enrique's hair. I'm telling you, if off the stream, Enrique was turning around. He had some really long, luscious hair. Hey, if MPL LATAM, if the Brazilian, anyone from the LATAM region, hey, we could use some shampoo sponsors, like Enrique. He can definitely do it for you guys. But at the same time, it's not a bad way. Like sponsors, why not?
Yeah, not that. Hey, calling out, wishing for more.
Yeah, men's dandruff and women's dandruff is what I heard off late. A couple of other streams, but hey, we're always open to it. Why not? And I think Enrique definitely has the long, luscious hair for Vay to be jealous. And to be honest, a little bit. They look handsome. They're in, and they definitely are bringing in the action to everyone in the arena. And I really wish we got a slight bit of a peek earlier on into how the teams got there. But Vay, I think about how many of the people that we know kind of cosplayed Nabi's. I only remember Nabi, if I'm not wrong, right? Did you see any other one? I don't remember anyone apart from
Hanabi, Layla. I saw Layla
Oh.
also. Yeah, she's very pretty. The hair is very long. And I know a few of my cosplayer friends, they mentioned that long wig hairs are sometimes hard to manage. So really give applause and also appreciation for that. And I feel like everybody's quite fun. The cosplayers are greeting everybody coming in. So it's an exciting day to be there.
Yeah, man, it's an exciting day to be a part of MPL LATAM overall. Even if you're not there, don't worry. We got you. We're bringing the action globally. And I know, I'm excited. Vase as well. And I'll be honest, the two of us are containing our excitement. We're putting it under containment. We're trying to keep locked in so that we explode at the right time. And we want to explode with y'all. Because, again, the players are looking like they're ready to go. Look at Jesus. Right, he definitely knows what it takes to be one of the top players coming in from the Philippines, flying all the way. I think that's going to be a slight bit of a difference maker as well. That's super important, especially with the fact that they're going against Influence Rage as Influence Rage from different countries of their own.
Because I've actually felt before here in Indonesia how the teams, it's just way different on the, how do you say, the atmosphere is just different when you step onto the stage. And I can really see that on how Jesus' eyes are all up on his team. It's just a different shift of very strong players coming in also. But hey, talking about Corinthians, they have very good oppositions too. Player stats right now for Influence Rage, still the same lineup though. Chino, Hotun, Chan, Paquito, and also Fury. A few of the heroes that we've seen featured in, they are quite hefty also, quite in the meta, but at the same time shifting here and there, and they are quite versatile on playing it. And I hope, hey, probably a Hanzo would pop up for Hotun. We'll see.
I'm telling you, man, I'm not really sure how this will go down. The Hanzo is something that definitely they don't need to give in the hands of Hotun. It's a staple. It's a staple. In one of the social media posts, you know what I did, Vay? I asked him, like, hey, are we going to see the Hanzo? And he said, maybe Layla Jungle. That's what he said.
So it kind of brought up my joke of Layla Rome. But of course, Influence Rage, they are facing greater heights also against Corinthians. Same lineup from the playoffs. It's Hesu, Flick, Frostland, Nave, Luis, and Upatizi.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like, at this point, Upatizi, all eyes on him to kind of carry out the late game. But it's the two Filipino duo, right? The Filipino duo, Jesus and Flake, those are the ones that brought a slight bit of a change, that adjustment that Corinthians really need. And looking at the fans, they're excited. It looks like a jam-packed arena at this point. I know there's definitely a line outside waiting to get the players. And look at Paquito. He also needs the support, of course, from the Ragers. And I think right now, Influence Rage are looking to try to take any sort of advantage they can get, knowing that momentum is on the side of Corinthians at this point.
Quite interesting to see because, hey, they are discussing some strats, they are discussing, and of course, finding the most comfortable way of playing their offline. And you know what, right now, it's just, I'm just really happy to see that everybody's just playing here and there. And hey, Otun, he's out a little bit there because camera shy or camera proud?
Did you see the new cut he had though? Like a nice clean beard that he got rocking at the side. It seems like he went to the barber, just went and got a nice fresh cut. It's just like that quote say, I like your cut, G. But in this, hopefully that brings some extra luck to them. And I think they were really locked in when it came to going to the scrims, right? Because they were scrimming until the very last second, until the very last day. And I actually wanted to have a chat with a couple of them earlier on, but then they said that they're scrimming nonstop. Same thing coming Flick at the same time. And these are certain important things to consider because they have their eye on the prize. And we know that both these teams are going to go to the MSC, right? We're going to go to the MSC, and that's going to be super important. But how do we get to the MSC? Do we get there by being the champions, or do we get there by being the runner-up and get in the wildcard stage? Because you and I both know, Vey, that being a champion, getting into that main stage, gives it a reassurance that you're one of the top dogs indeed, right?
Yeah, you get there by playing Chronos.
Whatever, bro. You know what? Speaking of playing, I want some. Vey, where's my Starlight? Where's my Naruto skin, bro? Where are my skins? You ain't give me nothing. You said you're gonna give me something if we get to the finals.
Don't know, but of course we both are going to give something to our viewers in the English test. And a lovely code going to pop up for all of you guys. Don't forget to redeem it because it's here. It's 4F1PUZRJJ. 4F1PUZRJJ. That's some code. Redeem your skin now. Redeem it faster before Chronos does, as usual. So everybody, I
nothing usual about that.
And comment down below, of course, or even tag us on the Instagram for MLBB BR Esports and MLBB ES Esports to, hey, show off your new skins because it is a great way of redeeming it today.
Somebody invited me. Somebody invited me for a game. Yeah, I'm about to say, why you're inviting me? You gotta know I'm actually casting the MPL LATAM finals. I texted him, then bro, I can't. I'm actually casting the MPL LATAM grand finals right now. And he's like, oh my god, it's happening right now. It's like, yes, join. And then he's like, English stream? I'm like, yeah, I don't speak Portuguese, man. Like, my Portuguese ain't the most fluent one. So he's actually joining the stream right now. So hey, the good way to get everyone to join. So ladies and gentlemen, just go share the stream with everyone. We have rewards to be given out as we get to take a look at that trophy, right? That's the MPL trophy that's coming through as well at the same time.
One glorious trophy and one lift away from MSC, and I feel like everybody is just really waiting on it. And I see a few of the audience holding on to that light stick. Chronos, I want a light stick now.
Yeah, and I feel like this trophy, man, this MPL LATAM trophy, absolutely glorious in the way it looks. I feel like, yes, it's close to immortality, as close can get, but at this point, that's clean, right? That's absolutely clean.
And I don't know, because like some of the teams that I know, they kind of don't want to have like bad juju, because sometimes you don't want to touch the trophy before you won. Don't want to jinx things. Hey, it'll probably work there. It'll probably be different in LATAM, but I'm pretty sure everybody is just stoked and everybody's just ready for the draft, because I feel like they're discussing like, hey, what do you want to play today? Hey, which one is better? Should we try this during the scrim? Should we try it now? Oh, there's a lot of things going on.
You know, one thing that about trying, yes, they could try whatever. One thing, you're also right about the fact that nobody actually tries to touch the trophy. It is bad juju. If you touch the trophy before the game starts and the game ends, that's a big no-no. I believe in that as well. Yes, it's a lot of what do you call those things, Vey? We're not preconceived notions. It's when you believe in something, but what do you call that? Faith? No. I'm kind of.
Oh, okay. It's our time to look at the brain dictionary.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's where like you believe in something, but it's like it's something like fiction. I forgot. How do you know? Oh my God, Vey, I'm thrown for a loop here. Basically, the reason why people don't touch the trophy, right? They believe in that fact that it's not gonna get them the victory. It turns out to be bad luck, right? And
bad juju.
That's something
let's just leave it at
that. Bad. It's not. So
yeah, now because of that, I'm kind of thinking of the word too. Like it's at the
Superstition.
tip of my tongue.
Superstition.
Yeah,
Superstition. That's the word.
superstition, yes.
Superstition.
Yes.
Man, we got so excited. I got coffee in my veins right now. I'm super pumped. My ears are all red hot from thinking all about all of that. A lot of MLBB in my brain, and all of a sudden, superstition's not fitting in. Oof. Need to hydrate, folks. Need to hydrate for sure. But I think that superstition definitely going to be important for the fact that none of these teams want to touch the trophy before they get to the final spots, before they start playing it out. And I feel like that's going to be super important. Influence Rage Corinthians. Again, both these teams, they have not much history. Corinthians have a bigger history, right? In different areas, of course. But I think, I feel like Corinthians have a bigger fan base than Influence Rage. But Influence Rage, I don't think they're bothered by it.
Hey, again, we've seen their journeys. Both, none of them are easy. But of course, a little documentary series is going on for today. Let's take a little sneak peek from Corinthians, what they do have in store.
Ooh.
E aí, rapaziada, estamos aqui com outra brincadeira e essa brincadeira vai ser complete a fala do herói. O Frost aqui, ele vai ler a frase e a gente acerte qual herói que fala isso. Então vamos ver se a gente consegue acertar. Eu já vou dizer antes que eu não vou conseguir acertar muito porque o meu jogo é em inglês, ele vai ler em português, então vai ser meio difícil.
Gostaria de tomar um.
Gostaria de tomar um mesmo? Eudora? Você não sabia não.
O destino me forçou a virar uma.
Acertava suave. E o Éter? É o Uranus. Tá bem ali, não tinha que saber se é o Éter. E é isso, rapaziada. Valeu.
Man, Upatizi looks like a badass. I'm telling you, he definitely looks like a badass in that one. And what kind of a badass is the one that Boxia rocks, right? The badass roller skin feels like Upatizi with all those tattoos, man. That I want to see that pose hit today in the MVP screen, man.
Of course, we're waiting for awesome photos coming in, but let's not forget, how do you want to take those good photos, Kronos? How do you want to do this?
Techno Cam on 40 series. Techno Cam on 40 series. MVP in the game and in your photos. You want to look like Upatizi? Get that Tech 40 series.
An awesome pose right there. And hey, probably some of our audience from there, they can want to try to pose it out because you don't want that normal default pro player pose. It's just like arms crossed on the side. Hey.
Upatizi
So
next
a little
level,
bit,
bro.
yeah, Upatizi next level. It's different than the others, so that's why it's quite interesting to see also. So hey, damn cool.
Yeah, and speaking of Upatizi, right? We know he loves to play that 1-1. We know he loves to play that 1-1. And speaking of 1-1, slowly creeping back into the meta off late, Vey, if I'm not wrong. Especially with the tank junglers that are going around. The Boxia has been popped up a lot of places. Alpha is barely seen these days. Martis is non-existent. The Fredrin's slowly starting to come back. So with the Alpha, with the Fredrins, with the Boxias, and even the Lucas at a certain point, with these heroes being present, the 1-1 just slowly creeping back. Do you feel like the 1-1 we might be seeing the 1-1 today?
I really do feel that that is a possibility of happening today. Because if you've seen these two players, from Upatizi and also Fury, both of them have quite similar hero pools, and both of them, they kind of really love the Harriet, they really love the Granger, but depending on the priorities later on, if they're banned out, hey, it opens up a new possibility of the 1-1 coming in, the carry coming in, and if ever a Bruno will come in. Let's see, because if the teams want to try to play out the tanky fighter jungler route, they would have to have a very powerful marksman. So it kind of leads on to that composition later on.
Yeah, definitely comes out of the composition. Again, head-to-head, we did see earlier Luis and Paquito, the initiators for both these teams. And it's something that they use to kind of lead their own teams. They both like to play pickoff stock composition. They are good at the support. We've not seen a lot of AoE coming out from them. But then again, Luis for Corinthians is the one that will be leading the charge. We saw Opatizi, but now here's a video of Influence Rage as well with some with what they have to say.
Caminando el héroe con mímica y sonido con Fury y Paquito. Ahí está. Mira, arranca así. Y cuando se ahí, hace. Pará, ¿qué? El popón, boludo. El popón. Es lo más parecido a un perro de este pibe que viene.
Te hago otra serie, mirá.
Hacer una mímica. A ver.
Este es el héroe y va haciendo así cada vez que va avanzando la partida. Y hace.
Imagínate, Nacho. El tipo,
Y cuando se va es así.
Mira,
imagínate, guacho.
Pío.
Amigo, es clavadito.
Laila, guacho.
Hace. Y cuando es así, va y hace. Y después va.
Amigo, no sé, boludo, no sé. Aurora, no sé. No sé.
Alice, guacho,
Alice, pero.
Alice.
Pará, ¿en qué momento Alice va?
It's so entertaining to see them. hey, I gotta hand it to Hotun. I gotta hand it to him. He gets 2 out of 3, and it's so funny to see how they try to reenact the heroes that. It's not even listening to the sound, but it's like a game of charade. I think that just shows their brotherly bond of like, hey, you're just that close to know that those funny moments there. It's just like, hey, I know this answer just because you're my bro. I didn't get the Alice, to be honest. Why is there suddenly whoosh? It's really fun. It's really entertaining. Kick it off. Because right now they are getting ready, of course, on the stage right now. And hey, everybody's there just waiting, also looking for the screen. Hey, because I feel like right now in the arena, this kind of feels like a cinema. Like you're going to watch a movie. Like, hey, absolute cinema. Probably is. Will there be a play like that today, Kronos?
I think we definitely want to see that out tonight.
And right now on the stage, though, today they are. I feel like it's just trying to shake off the things that they're trying to feel right now. Because even right now, even though I'm excited for it, I kind of have like a little bit of the jitters, Chronos, on like how the pressure on the stage, because they're playing offline finally, not online like all this time. In their own gaming house, and I'm sure, hey, they do have international experience. They already experienced offline stages also, so I feel like they can adapt. But I don't know why I'm the one who's getting the jitters.
Yeah, you're getting the jitters because, hey, Vay, I think it's MPL debut for you and me as well, right? Because we definitely bring in a lot of the action here for MPL LATAM Season 3. And of course, we're grateful to the team that kind of give us the opportunity to do so. But at the same time, we want to make sure we deliver, and we have thus far, knowing that now we're at that ultimate stage. This is the final. Wait, to think this is going to be the final stream of MPL LATAM Season 3. I'm heartbroken a little bit.
We're closing. We're closing it off. Not yet! We still have a best of 7 series. I'm kind of sad though, Chrono, since you bring it up. But hey, it's a beautiful season, a very memorable one, of course. And while waiting, though, I kind of want to be a little bit nostalgic, Chronos. Like what we've experienced from the regular season, leading up to relegation. In relegation week, I'm actually already kind of sad because we've seen a few teams that they have to go home. They couldn't make it to playoffs. But hey, it's a competition. It's all up for the best. And after relegation, they went in for playoffs. Playoffs, though, it wasn't up and down for me. So my heart is kind of racing. And leading up for today till grand finals, wow, I couldn't believe it, Chronos. It's already 3 months here until today.
3 months, man. 3 months, and 3 months of a lot that went on in MPL LATAM. And you know what? Since there's a lot that's going on in Brazil, and we're trying, before we get the matches started, we were all excited. You know what? Let's give some action for Thiago as well, right in the background. But I know, Thiago, you're just like, what are you cooking, Crows? What are you thinking of? And all of a sudden, he's going to be screaming in our ears. But before we do that, I feel like we want to bless our viewers with something that we can get, right? How about a skin code for the viewers so that they can actually kind of, get their treats, make sure they're here, call your friends. A skin code could pop up. We'd really like it. But you never know if it is going to. However, if you do want to get those skins, we're going to get some skin codes coming your way soon enough.
Of course, let the English broadcast be blessed by Lord Tiago's skin codes.
Exactly.
We're going to wait on that, of course. Hey,
it popped up. It popped up.
You guys gotta be thankful for Lord Tiago right there. Blessed by a new skin code.
About to say.
Same as before, and if ever you guys missed it out, it's there, Chronos. It's there.
Yeah, there's like 200 skins that you can get out of that. You know that, right, guys? 200 skins, like 200 to 250 skins. You know what? Call it 500 skins. The amount of skins that's there, of course, is endless. But that means there are 2 more codes that we'll be giving out later on. So you want to make sure you get your hands on that. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You got to make sure you get these skin codes. And not just that, is just the fact that we have, of course, a way for you to get a lot of discounts when you're trying to go and recharge your diamonds by going to bonoxis.com. You get that BNX MPL 3. That's the code. Fast, safe, secure. A lot of players trust Bonoxis. I don't know why you shouldn't. So head to that area. Get to that website to get your diamonds with BNX MPL 3. And you know what, babe? I know in the background, Thiago just like, what are you doing, man? We're not supposed to be saying this right now. He's probably... I'll just have some fun.
Hey, it is a fun show. Everybody must be enjoying it. And if we're giving away so many promo codes and even some skin codes, Chronos, I'm pretty sure all of our viewers are very, very happy. And hey, even for Bonoxis.com, since today is the last day of the season, so after this, after today or after the live stream, it'll be the last chance for you guys to get that code. Redeem it right now. Don't forget it because it's a good discount for whoever lives in Latin America region right now.
Yeah, and I feel like that's definitely going to be super exciting if you're from the Latin American region. Of course, this is the finals of MPL LATAM Season 3. 2025, and the winners, of course, get us direct slot in the MSC, the eSports World Cup, and the second one goes into the wildcard stage. But before you get that, you want to make sure you are Hokage in your ranked games with the new Naruto MLBB skins. MLBB X Naruto, of course, you can scan that QR code right there, and Vei promised me one of the Naruto skins. She still hasn't sent it.
But of course, you promise your viewers for giveaways.
I actually did give away a couple of skins as well to my viewers. And hey, if you want to make sure you get those as well, you can follow us on our socials, G_Chronos for me, if that ever pops up on the screen now. And for Vei, it's at oh, look at that. It's there on time. It's Vei here for Vei as well. And I think tonight we're just being spoiled, Vei. We're getting whatever we ask for. It's just popping up on the screen, right?
Love from the studio. Love from the studio.
Love. It is indeed, it is. And I think, of course, you show us some love while you're at it. G_Chronos for me at It's Vei here for Vei. And it's super important. It helps out. It helps us out if you're following us, of course, at the same time. And you know what, Vei, that video from Corinthians talking about their journey, and then at the same time Takashi trying to find out which hero it is, the assassin, is Uranus. You know what, I don't know if you want to watch it again, but I definitely kind of want to watch the Influence Rage one. But I think this should be built up to that, right? For those of you who missed what the journey was for these teams, I think let's take a look back at the journey of the team. What do you want to see first, Vei? Corinthians, or you want to see Influence Rage?
Ooh, okay, right now, I think I kind of want to see Corinthians Road.
Let's take a look at Corinthians recap to their season.
Oi gente, Frocha aqui. Eu vou falar um pouco sobre a caminhada, a trajetória do Corinthians Esportes dentro desses meses, como foi o desenvolvimento para essa MPL. Bom, nós se reunimos na GH em fevereiro com a formação eu, Luiz, o Pacaste e o Buzizio, já treinando muito, bolando estratégias do que a gente poderia fazer ou não dentro do jogo. E a gente estava com uma expectativa muito alta, porque são jogadores renomados, né, com um grande nome no cenário, então a gente estava bem animado para começar. Dito e feito, a gente começou bem a MPL, terminamos 3-1 a primeira fase, perdendo um jogo só, e 2 jogos com essa formação, né. E já o terceiro jogo, a gente trouxe Ressu, que é um jogador filipino, que agregou muito pro time em questão de experiência. Ele conseguiu passar algumas coisas e crescemos juntos também em caos, em rotação, que seja. Então a gente conseguiu desenvolver muito bem em relação a isso. Conseguimos, né, passar para os playoffs. A gente estava muito contente, né, com o resultado já com esse time. Nos playoffs a gente trouxe o Flick, né, que é outro filipino também. Que ele estreou nos playoffs, na verdade, né? Estreou nos playoffs contra a DreamHack e pegamos logo depois a Entity 7 e passamos para a final da Upper. E a gente estava com uma expectativa bem forte, na verdade, para esse jogo, né? Que foi contra a Influence Rage, mas infelizmente nós perdemos e fomos para a Lauer, que caímos para a final da Lauer, na verdade, que pegamos a Linezinha, né? Ganhamos da NZ, conseguimos ir para essa final, muito felizes, né? Porque querendo ou não dar uma vaga para o PWC e todos aqui almejam essa vaga, querem essa vaga, então a gente ficou muito contente também. E a gente está muito animado, sabe, para jogar essa final. Creio que a gente tem muita coisa para mostrar e vamos dar o nosso melhor, né? Como sempre, para levar essa para casa e trazer orgulho para os brasileiros. E é isso, gente. Eu acho que no mais é isso. Eu espero que vocês vejam a final, seja presencialmente, seja no ao vivo mesmo em casa. Espero que vocês torçam pra gente. E eu tô muito feliz e muito contente. E é isso, gente. Beijão do Frost.
Hey man, Frost, he gives us a big kiss indeed, and we will definitely like to see how Corinthians get there. So hey, Vay, I don't know if you wanna take a quick look at the Corinthians as well. Corinthians journey, really quick look. What do you think?
Oh, of course. Let's
Actually,
take
not
a
really,
look a
influence
little
rage.
bit, and then we try to and then we try to compare later on for their story. Let's see, Influence Reach. What do you guys have in store for us?
A gente social de mid lane de Influence Rage. Ao comienzo do time, a gente juntou players de Uruguai, Argentina, Chile para formar o time para campeonar os próximos torneos. A fase suíça ficou bom pra gente porque a gente pudo melhorar muito depois do início. A gente fazia muita coisa errada, então a gente enfocou mais em melhorar. Então acho que as derrotas foram importantes. Na passa para a fase suíça, eu acho que ficou muito bom pra gente porque melhoramos muitas coisas que errávamos antes e também a gente adquiriu muita experiência de fora. A gente pudo jogar com times da Indonésia, da Filipinas e mais coisas, então a gente pudo melhorar muito graças a isso. Nos playoffs, a gente acha que foi muito melhor time. A gente tem melhor comunicação, tem melhor sinergia com todos os players, com o coach, com em geral quase todo. Melhorou muito o que a gente fazia ontem. Na final, eu acho que o time vai bem preparado para campeonar e para terminar rápido. Eu mando um abraço para todo o staff do Influence Rage, para a família do time e também pedir toda a torcida da Influence Rage apoiar a gente vai campeonar.
Well, Vay, the only message that both these teams gave was just support them, right? Just support them. Heartfelt indeed. Oh.
And of course, we are supporting them live here for the drafting phase of both sides. A best of 7 series. Finally, our grand finals is in commence.
It is in commence indeed. This is the draft for the first game starting off. You can see they take Corinthians on the blue side as Influence Rage get the red. Lu Yi banned out, Hayabusa taken off the table as well. Fanny alongside the chip banned out on the other side.
Quite interesting to see, because if they want to ban out the assassins, usually from the regular season and also the playoffs recently also, they want to focus on some other assassin picks. For example, like the Joy that we know both sides of the team can play really well. But hey, if ever one of these teams want to play out with the jungle assassin, it could be paired up quite well going up against them. It's probably the Fredrin or even the Baksha. A strong front to back lineup would look pretty good right now for the first game.
Yeah, at this point, the Baksha, the first pick for Corinthians, I wouldn't be surprised if that came through. But looking at the fact that the Hayabusa's banned out, a Joy is just so good here for Corinthians. Give it in the hands of Flick. Joy is just looking absolutely tasty for Flick right now for Corinthians at the same time. But the Kimmy being left open, they just cannot let that go.
Okay, first pick. I feel like this Kimmy works well with Frostland Nave. Sure, we do have some debates on will this Kimmy go well in the mid lane or is it better in the gold lane? But hey, so far for Corinthians, the Kimmy works well in the mid lane. And for Influence Rage, since they know they are facing the typical high damage heroes or the typical run and gun gameplay from Corinthians, it would probably nice to see if ever they want to bring out their Fredrin Baksha, it can be a good composition for now. A Harith getting picked up by Fury, knowing that no Granger yet, but lane matchup wise would be pretty. But hey, that Cho popped up. I feel like that's for Paquito and a good sign for if ever they want to try to play pickoff this time.
The Cho, the Herod, the pickoff's already present, but then there's not much to follow. I feel like the jungler is going to be a big difference maker. Yes, the Cho is going to be good with the Way of the Dragon, but again, on the Herod, who needs a little bit of items to scale, a single target hero is going to be a little difficult. Here, you're trying to force a tank jungler coming out from Corinthians, so put Flick in a difficult position. You're trying to make sure if they go for the Joy, you're really taking a big risk, because against the Cho, Joy's not going to have the greatest of times. If you ask me, though, take the Joy, take the Baxia, and then let's see what's going to happen. Oh, they go for the Granger double. Marksman locked down so early.
Ooh, okay. So 3 main damage dealers all revealed right now, and that Lucas and Cho composition. They want to play out that strong front to back, as I've said before, but going up against high burst and high damage heroes, how will this lineup going to be? Will history repeat itself? Or will Corinthians finally succeed with this lineup against Influence Rage? Because we're coming in on the second draft banning phase right now. I feel like closing off some tanky heroes right here would be good. If ever a Baksha would work out, if ever Influence Rage don't want to pick it up, or probably a high loss Badang Gatot Kacha would also be good here.
Yeah, I think Badang is a great shout, but I feel like Influence Rage could have also picked it up for themselves. And the Gatot Kacha Hylos, I don't expect them to make it out of the draft phase, because it feels like these are strong heroes indeed that need to be respected. That's definitely going to be taken out. And you know what? Another thing, Vey, another thing is here. If you look at it, you called it before, right? We've been saying this for the entire season. It is going to be the run and gun game style, right? The run and gun game style that the Corinthians like to play. So this is the style that we like to see come out quite often from Corinthians. And instantly after going for that Joy and the Granger being picked up, Influence Rage respond back with a Lucas, right? And that Lucas kind of slows down the tempo for Corinthians. So this is what Influence Rage did in the upper bracket finals, and now they're trying to replicate that here in the grand finals as well. It's game number 1. So I feel like definitely, again, Influence Rage are cooking something at this point.
Because you know what? I feel like, why fix something that's not broken? But at the same sense, I feel like on this time, Influence Rage, even though they are on the red side, it's not just simply responding. Because Corinthians basically already give off their test answers of like, hey, I want to go aggressive, I want to go high burst damage. So I feel like the response from Influence Rage is quite smart. Picking up that Cho, that Lucas, as you mentioned before, slowing down the tempo is the key for now. But question is, can you hold it off that long? Because these heroes from Corinthians, they are the scaling type of heroes. Because you don't want that for your late game. So what's your solution for an early suppress for Influence Rage? Those are type of the heroes that I'm actually trying to think of right now.
An early suppress, what could it be? A glue. Glue is good ban, just so that the Joy doesn't get dove upon too much. And I feel like here, the Gatot Kacha, a great ban. You're right, Vey. They need to find some sort of a suppress to hold down the Joy, apart from the Cho being present. Again, same with the Lucas at the same time. They need to find some way to kind of slow down the momentum for both these teams. And it's going to be super important, going to be super crucial. Here, however, I feel like Influence Rage, if they lock in a Hylos, man, like, that's absolutely nasty, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. If they go for the Hylos here.
How about a Matilda? How about a Matilda? Oh, wait. They still have to lock in for a mage here. Choose it. Okay, so far, great creating space, but not forgetting also that knowing that Corinthians bringing out the Kimmy and also the Granger kind of minimize on that space. Still can reach it, but you still need some items to help up. But On the other hand, though, Influence Rage, if they want to play tanky, sure, you can tank off much damage from Corinthians, but the question is up until when? Because your only main damage dealer that can scale up right now is just on the Harith. And I don't think that it's very, how do you say it, very nice to just like leave it all for Fury on the Harith. So you really gotta rethink. Baxia is just taken away from them. If ever Influence Rage, they want to go head to head with a jungler. Assassin?
They've done this before.
Would they want?
They've done this before, man. Vey, look at it carefully. It's the Valentina EXP lane. Jesu, Valentina EXP. What he did before. And I feel like this is going to be a good counter for that Lucas in the jungle or in the EXP lane. But now on the other side, what is it going to be? If they get the Hilda. And again, just a lot of ways to mitigate the transition period for the Corinthians.
And so far, at least somebody blocking off or trying to keep up with the Baxia rolling around. And again, run and gun style indeed for Corinthians, and for Influence Rage, though safe front to back. But I feel mid power spike is their best scenario if ever they want to take over Corinthians, because if they miss out on the early, they hit the mid, both can fight well, but hey, late game though, it will going to be quite hard for Influence Rage to just stand up against Corinthians.
Hey, that's true, ladies and gentlemen, because it all begins here. Game 1 of the Grand Finals. No more second chances, no more warm-ups. Every decision, every rotation matters now. Influence Rage enters the Titans. Everyone wants to dethrone. But Corinthians, they're not just here to complete. They're here to conquer. Buckle up, Latam. The road to immortality starts with game number 1.
Of course, from Influence Rage versus Corinthians here on the stage right now. Whoever who's tuning in on the English desk, of course, still with me, Faye, and also Kronos on the desk. Okay, so far seeing in Corinthians, they want to go aggressive, but I see a little bit from Influence Rage. They want to try to bait out those resources whenever you can, because no flicker right now for Upatizi. A little bit rushed though, but a good early jump scare from Influence Rage.
Oh, he gets the retribution to make sure he gets the creep as well. And I feel like that's the invade that Paquito has this time on Frick. And you can see they're popping in those emotes, right? Way from earlier, the TNC emotes that they did in the upper bracket finals. They're just showing that, hey, we've done this before. We can do it again.
But let's not get carried away yet to still game number 1. But again, quite exciting to see these two teams right now to just like show off their skills. And of course right now Influence Rage, they are rotating on the same pace as Corinthians, so I feel like they still have that steady onset point for Influence Rage to go up against Corinthians right now, because Hotun tries to steal that EXP crab away, but so far it's still given on the hands of Flay.
Yeah, right now the turtle getting started, and the turtle is up 2 minutes into the game. Who's going to be the first one to take it? Corinthians trying to set up to that position, but you can see Rage already get their hands and get the area conquered. Get that conquered a little bit on the Influence Rage part. So right now, but hey, Corinthians started to pull that away. No team want to contest. They want to get to that power spike. They want to get slightly a bit ahead. Flick comes through. The traction pole almost being used, but he goes for the shield. He looks to the Crimson Beacon, but at the same time, Lander flares. Here comes Unleash the Beast. He goes for it, and that is first blood being drawn as a trade Hotun 4-1. Make that 2 as Flick gets his hands on the turtle as well. This is the opening. This is the moment the Corinthians were looking for.
Okay, 2-for-1 trade in the early game quite well.
Paquito, he looking like
almost getting taken down right here.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to get the invade. As you can see, that they're getting too loud at this point. But now Hotun goes in, unleashing the beast. Flick, low in HP, trying to make it out and still able to do so.
Okay. Okay, even right now from Influence Rage, they are trying to settle in. They kind of want to go and try a little bit more aggressive on Corinthians because that was basically the first solution that got in their first slot in the season for the grand finals. And so far, they're trying to go head to head with that. But Corinthians, though, they managed to balance out on the rotation, even though they are the early aggressors. Because even right now, though, Corinthians want to try to execute on that play down at the bottom lane. So far, no hopes up yet. A chance.
No way! He goes for the Crimson Beacon, actually aggressive, baiting out the flicker from Frost. And now you can see Chan. Oh, the taunts have begun, babe. This is exactly the kind of grand finals we signed up for, right?
Okay, quite good right now. Okay. Okay, for even right now, with the Paquito, they're trying to pull it in. For even Influence Rage, it's just trying to find an opening on how they want to try to play it out today. Because Corinthians, they're just sniffing out a good position. Because from Influence Rage, right now they are opening up on the turtle because from Corinthians, Luis is just rolling in Influence Rage, trying to find a great opening here, but a little bit of a problem. Hold on! Still gets that turtle. Quite good, quite okay, but only that objectives and no kill trades.
Yeah, and I think right now you can see they get their hands on the turtle. Indeed, Hotun's able to pick it up for himself, and Influence Rage get one on the board. So one apiece at the moment. And this is the moment that our Influence Rage are looking for. They're trying to transition into the mid game with a slight bit of an advantage.
Good advantage being built up by Influence Rage here, even though they aren't any same kill scores, but it still equalizes them in a way. Because if we're talking about gold lead, there aren't any big gaps. It's just a difference of 100k. It's not that one-sided type of gameplays that you're usually seen at. But building on some few basic core items for them to start, which is also good. But for right now, I don't think there aren't any standings here.
No.
But with that Starlium Shite, it's enough to take the Granger down.
Yeah, it was a solo kill on the top side, and here they're trying to get some damage on towards the turret. Not able to do so. Tortoise points on to already bait it out and feel like this might be the opening that Influence Rage we're looking for, right? They slowed down the pace of Corinthians. Babe, we've said it before. Corinthians like to run and gun. They like to play the aggression. They like to be the aggressors. And with Influence Rage slowing them down so much, they're just not playing their game. Now they're playing at the pace of Influence Rage. And on the bot side, you can see Flick goes through. Yes, unleashing the pace as well, and he gets taken down. No wonder he went between both these junglers. He tried to go, and he bought the wave, and he escaped the shockwave blast that came from Hesu, and that is a big confidence boost for Influence Rage indeed.
Goodness gracious, because on the right time on that going back onto the base, it's just popping in for the turtle. A good objective take that Influence Rage can definitely get. But the question is though, Corinthians, sure they want to play aggressive, but I don't think that it's the time for them to just want to try to take this advantage out of Influence Rage of the turtle. Because even if they want to start the fight, they can definitely do it now. Ooh, not yet.
They're looking to start. Yeah, they're looking to fight that, right? They were looking to get for that opening. And I think this is what they've done. They've slowed down Flick so much. The momentum is not on their side. Yes, he's level 10. But look at Hotun. He's got to get that level 11. And Paquito, man, he's trying to get in their heads. The recalls are already coming out. You can see now they go for the concealed play. Looking for an opening. Not able to find one yet.
Not yet. Because even though they do want to go aggressive, and Influence Rage is just able to just suppress down and drag the tempo down a little bit slower, going up against Corinthians. But I don't think that they want to try to go head to head even right now. Paquito?
Oh wait, now at the moment unleashing and getting the electrifying beats down just to run out. And I feel like Flick at this point will have to concede quite a lot of map control. Corinthians are conceding map control to Influence Rage. It's not looking good for their side. And if you ask me, Influence Rage are making the clock tick with about a 2k goal lead in their favor.
Quite good to see a little bit zoned out. Not savage gameplay yet though, but Influence Rage is definitely gaining a lot of space in order for Fury to just tank down and just take down that turret down below.
Yeah, I feel like definitely looking to take. They got that tier 1 on the bot side. Now they're looking to turn that into a slight bit more of an advantage. They got the tier 1 on the top lane as well. Look at Influence Rage turret structures, though they're standing tall. And now they're slowly forcing the equation onto Corinthians. The tier 1 on the mid lane is the only one left standing at this point. And with the traction pole being used, oh, they get the CC onto Chan. He uses the beacon to get out of harm's way, but look at Luis, already taken out half HP. Paquito's there. Go for the way of the dragon at any point. Choosing not to do so yet with the Lord coming up in about 5 seconds. Corinthians are not looking like they're in a good position, but Jesus gets caught out with the way of the dragon. Cheetah goes through as well. He has to dash out, but still, he didn't use the flicker.
Okay, still some resources being there, being taken care of, which is good. And from Influence Rage, it is a good time if ever they want to try to start on that Lord, because even though Corinthians, they want to try to set up this pace, but I don't think that they it's kind of hard, or actually they can go head to head with each other in this Lord Pit fight.
No, Conceal comes
play
through. They're trying to find a target. Louis is going to be the one, and they go for the shield unity, but at the same time, nice flicker play as they get the Zaman Force drop down. They get 1 kill. Louis is the first one to fall, and here comes the rest of the cavalry. He goes into the back line, Hotun, unleashing the beast, but gets caught out in the midst of 3. Meanwhile, Hesu creating space for his other teams, and now they go. Chino getting pulled back by the traction pole. Seems like he'll be going down indeed, but Hesu being traded by Fury. He is unleashing his own. Corinthians, they find something, but again, 2 steps forward, but 1 step back.
Quite interesting again and again to see. Even though Corinthians want to go aggressive, it is time for them to just want to get those jungler items here and there. Because if you're somewhat starved so much, and even I feel this is the time where Paquito really is just very active on searching some targets and trying to hindrance Flick from getting a lot of jungles here and there. So Influence Rage, they really have a live camera walking everywhere against Corinthians.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like speaking of Paquito, you spoke about how he's looking to find the right targets, and not just that, they're prioritizing the targets, right? And they know he's the engine. He's the one that starts the team fights for Influence Rage. We spoke about this before the draft even started. We saw the head-to-heads. So far, Luis is just not able to provide the kills to his teams, whereas Paquito, he's just able to kick them back. And now going for the concealed play. He's looking to find a target, but the threat just being present constantly is too much. Traction pulse, trying not to put anyone back. Crimson Beacon comes out as well. They're looking for the Lord. Hotone is going to get there with the flash tap flash combo. Zaman Forces drop down. Luis has the Revitalize to help him survive, but here you can see everyone has to run away, grouped up together. The damage is not coming through, and Paquito just being a complete distraction. As Influence Rage, yes, they get their hands on the Lord, but at what cost? Will they lose out a lot? No, they didn't. Corinthians don't punish.
Okay, so still have a lot of disciplined play that they want to try to just get head-to-head with this, because so far, even though Influence Rage gets the upper hand, but Chan though, in the middle lane, 2v1, getting suppressed by Hesu was just a great deal right now. Looking at the in-game equipment, some of the power spike items are getting belt out right here, but hey, goodness gracious.
Oh, oh my god. They find it. Zaman Force drop down. Trio 1 in the mid lane, not yet down, but you can see electrifying beats. Flick is able to find 1, make that 2. Double kill in the hands of Fury as well at the same time, but the rest will have to run away. No minions being present mean they cannot try and clear that mid lane tier 1 turret, and they have to focus their attention on the Lord again.
And even though it is a 2 kill trade, but I feel like it's still a good investment though for Influence Rage, because they're able to take that tier 2 turret down and kind of leave Corinthians on a spring cleaning duty down at the bottom lane also. So far, even though they are down 2 kills and it is an important figure in the team like Hotun, and also Chino was taken down at that point, still pretty good and still pretty healthy if ever they still want to continue all of these moments. Because in-game equipment items so far, you see Flick getting on the Starlium Shine and also the Holy Crystal, which is a good power spike. But since you're going to up tanky heroes from Influence Rage, I don't think that that's enough damage to just burst anybody down, except if ever you found Shannon caught in the middle of everything.
Oh, yes, he might get caught out in the middle of everything, but it just Crimson Beacon with the flicker, just absolutely buying enough time, able to create the space that's needed to run away, to kite out as well. And then now again, Flick just not given any space, any breathing room. He always has the Hilda or the Cho breathing down his neck, right? Paquito or Chino at this point have just completely conquered and dominated this river. And look at the map. It's so red that Corinthians will have to slowly find their way, slowly find their targets. But then again, they don't have any form to engage. They need to wait for Influence Rage to pull the trigger first, and only then can they bounce back.
And so far, quite good to see that Influence Rage still has the control in this game, because Upatizi slowly but surely getting up to that pistol right there. Quite good for the Malefic Roar. Down at the bottom lane though, Flick.
Oh no.
Oh, getting targeted by Tree.
Yeah, you can see Zaman Force drop down, Flicker baited out as well, but here comes Luis with a shield unit trying to buy enough time. He goes for the electrifying beast, able to get Chan as he does. He picks up one, and now Chino taking down half HP. Flick has the rhythm, and Fury being separated from the team fight as well. Flick finds a double Frost on Nave, able to dish out the damage. Here comes Upatizi, finally finds the shutdown on Fury, and that's the kill that was so very needed. But Hotun, meanwhile, just going at the Lord.
I want to say a good buying time, but if ever Paquito is taken down right here, it will be too much collateral damage for Influence Rage to gain back in order for that. But since they managed to take down 3 people down at the bottom lane, it is somewhat of a straight push for Corinthians. Influence Rage, what can they do?
You know, this was surprising. I thought they were trying to end it, but they got the mid lane inhibitor. And I feel like that's going to be super important, because now the pressure that could come in from the mid lane waves is not going to be as much. But meanwhile, Hesu goes for the way of the dragon of his own, using the IMU. Buys enough time, but the Lord is still marching on the top side. It's being held at the top side by the minions not being pushed in by Corinthians. So that means a fast Lord push will require a fast Lord wave clear.
And if ever everybody is focused on the mid lane, there's no minions yet, but it is the time to fight if ever Influence Rage want to try to pick this one off from the top lane. But since everybody from Corinthians is just busy on that Lord, it is a good trade if ever Influence Rage want to try to push from the mid.
If they want to try and push from the mid, indeed. Just got the tier 1, right, for Influence Rage on the mid lane. Concentrated energy being bought by Fury, and I think so far they've bought enough time. They have 2 marksmen again. The 2 marksmen is going to be absolutely lethal when it comes to dishing out the damage if Luis is able to tank quite a lot. And speaking of tanking quite a lot, the Radiant armor brought the Dreadnought armor, gets himself the immortality at the same time, and that Molten Essence just to help clear out the waves.
I mean, it is a solid pickup there, but for right now, Influence Rage, they can't really drag this too much to the late game. As I've said before, their main power spike is just on that mid game. Because if ever they want to try it into the late game, Corinthians have the upper hand, because you have the Joy, you have the Kimmy, you have the Granger also. So Influence Rage, the only question is that till how long can you tank all of these damage from Corinthians? Because if ever they don't turn things around or try to suppress more out of Corinthians, there might be a chance that Corinthians gets to take the first game away from Influence Rage.
Wait, Paquito. They need to take the game away. The momentum is going to be super important when it comes to these kind of games, especially in a best of 7, in a grand finals, and Vey being there present with the crowd at your backs. That's going to be super important as he unleashes the beast. Hesu go on top of Hotun, forcing out the equation. But here Paquito misses out the flicker G Kundo. Chan comes in with a backup with the Crimson Beacon. Hesu trying to create some space of his own. as now a lot of ultimates being baited out, a lot of spells at the same time. And I feel like the target is definitely going to be Paquito. He won't be able to initiate. The element of surprise has gone away with the flicker not being present for a Cho.
But so far, right now, though, Influence Rage is still on hold for some defensive flickers. Still pretty good, but Corinthians, though, is just hungry for action. And even trying to copy off that piece.
Oh, Immortality already popped. Way of the Dragon being used, and Lord has evolved, but at the same time, you can see Chino go into the back line, flick, and got the damage to take him down. Meanwhile, the rest of the cavalry coming onto Hesu, unleashing the beast. He tries to go in, but he gets caught out by the Shield Unity, and now popping the Immortality at the same time. Hotun will have to run away. Doesn't have a lot of energy left, but here comes Flick. Electrifying beats can be unlocked at any given point, and they run away. They do not want to concede any kills. They focus their attention on what's the most important thing, and that is the Lord.
Okay, Paquito eyeing out for the opening, but no initiations yet because it's kind of dangerous if you ever want to go in because there's no backup from Influence Rage. Because right now, if ever you cannot try to take away that neutral objective, you want to try to put on a good defense. And since you have that Harriet on your side of the lineup, I feel like they can still defend this right now, but if ever they cannot flip the script against Corinthians, they do not have the potential to just push away furthermore.
Oh,
Hesu
goes Hotun. Oh my god, he's forced to use the Unleash the Beast. They're just forcing him so much at this point. It was going so well for Influence Rage throughout the mid game, and I think just one fight just turned the script around completely. But look at Paquito's positioning; he could go to the backline at any point.
Okay, eyeing out for a good chance, but Chan flickering out. Let her play Paquito.
Conceal. Oh, they find the targets. Flick with the Way of the Dragons. The Mark Forces drop down. Winter Crown is used as well, but you can see the damage being done. Paquito gets melted down by Upatizi, but at the same time, there's a lot of damage coming through. With the Zaman Force drop down, he gets 2 kills. Hesu as well as Louise, but now here comes Flix, goes in with the electrifying beats as they catch one. And now look at Hotun with the flash to flash combo, unleashes the beast. Upatizi is forced to flicker out, able to survive as the traction pulse pulls them back. Zaman Force to try and clear out the waves, but they got themselves 2 inhibitors. Make that a 3rd on the bot side.
Okay, a lot of things that you really need to clean up, but Corinthians, they still put the pressure on. Flick!
Oh no, he's getting melted down. He has the Immortality. Will he be able to get out of harm's way? With the rhythm, he's able to get up, but the Zaman Force is there. Fury unleashed on Corinthians as he is on a killing spree. Takes down Flick, who was a little too aggressive.
Okay, no further pushes from Corinthians, even though the minion waves are on their side. You don't want to force this fight. You don't want to go aggressive against Influence Reach in this position right now. At this point, even equipment, we can see head-to-head from jungle. Sure, Flick has more power and more gold because he is on that Joy, but already full item build. But on the other hand, though, Influence Rage, they have the Harris. Fury gets more and more gold, and even a 711 KDA, it's still a pretty good fight if ever they want to try to go head to head with this. Right now, main objective, you want to try to take away that Lord from Corinthians. There might be a slight chance for you to actually bring back that breath, bring back that tempo, but if ever this is getting stolen away by Corinthians, it is basically their first point for them.
Hey, Vey, I'm telling you, this first point for them is going to be quite expensive, quite costly, because both these teams definitely want to get the win. And in a first game, in a best of 7, 21 minutes in already, Vey, and I'm parched already. My throat... I'm parched for a lot of thirst. I need some water coming through, but at the moment, Influence Rage. Looking to force the equation. Paquito gets a conceal, looking for the right target. He finds Louise. He's not going to be the one. Hesu's there on the front line. Goes unleashes the beast using the IMU. Pulls back Chino, and now the traction pull being used. Fury tries to zone them out with the Zaman Force, but you can see Upatizi and Frostlan are going to be the ones that are going to be the target. Hotun's Immortality's on pop, but he's still able to survive. Flick gets taken down by Fury as the damage is being dealt. Upatizi as well. 2 traded. Hotun surviving thanks to the quick item switch from that Rose Gold Meteor. And now that was the opening Influence Rage needed. They found it. They used Hotun as a bait, and they made it work.
And even though they have to go back and defend all this gameplay right now, all the minion waves are coming in, but Influence Rage is definitely still eyeing on that price of that Lord. But Paquito, I don't think that he can tank as much as anymore. But Fury.
Fury, he's unleashing his fury in the land of Dawn. He's just dashing around the Zaman Forest. It's just doing way too much damage. As you see the silhouette of a hero that's been killed out, but hey, they get themselves the Lord. But the pressure that's there on the base of Influence Rage might just be a slight bit of an opening that Corinthians might need.
And even right now, Influence Rage, they still have a lot of things that they need to do. Popping up a good time and even looking at the possibilities of the minions that they need to manage right now. Even so, Corinthians still have to handle more. They still have the area more, but Influence Rage is definitely bringing in that pressure with that Lord presence up there.
Oh, you can look at Flick. Look at the top side, right? He's just waiting to see if everyone's visible on the map and then can get the clear on the Lord. It's an evolved Lord. It's a luminous Lord. It's going to be quite tanky. You cannot take it down alone, but at least a lot of damage can be done before it reaches your base crystal. And the slow push from Influence Rage is just a bit of a tease as Flick right now reveals himself, unleashes and unlocks the rhythm, electrifying beats. He's trying to buy some time, garnering the attention of the rest of Influence Rage, and that's what he's doing really well. Meanwhile, the rest of Corinthians are grouping up because they don't see where Paquito is, because he could go for a pick-off play.
But so far, all eyes are on Flick. So if ever Paquito wants to play with the Way of the Dragon, you gotta eye out on Upatizi or even Frostlnave. Either one.
Winter Crown's out. Here comes the rhythm, changed into the immortality, and I think he's going to be going down. Shockwave blast, but meanwhile in the mid lane, the fight breaks out. Zaman Force is already used. The 1v1. Hotun takes the cake, and now you can see Louise with the Tortoise's Poissons trying to slow them down. Oh, nice traction pulse coming through, and it forces out a flicker from Chino. And at this point, feels like Corinthians, after losing Flick, it's a long cooldown with the Lord still looking healthy, 20,000 HP. Paquito goes back to the base crystal, but the Lord has already crashed through. Zaman Force just to get the clear on the mid lane inhibitor. Meanwhile, Chan using the lantern to zone out the rest of Corinthians as they're looking to take the base crystal slowly and surely, but the damage coming through from two marksmen. They have the high ground, they have the range as they're looking for more. And now they get a kill onto Chino, and that's the first one to fall, but the bot side inhibitor already taken by Hotun.
Okay, Influence Rage can put on the pressure, but they cannot force up this fight because right now Luis is just eyeing on Hotun.
Hotun is taking out so low, man. There's so much damage coming through from Corinthians. This is the power of the double marksman in the ultra late game, right? 25 minutes and we're approaching 26 minutes, 13 kills on each side. And goal lead at this point doesn't even matter.
It's all about one moment that goes down for all. But Influence Rage, they do have that early game for the Lord advantage. But since you're missing out Chino, it's basically one frontliner down. Influence Rage, can they try to contest this right now?
Oh no, Louise, immortality's already popped. Look at Paquito's trying to go to the back line with a concealed play. Louise will have to get out with a unity. Hesu's gonna be the target. Zaman Force drop down. Crimson Beacon comes through as they get the kill. Flick's gonna be the next target as Paquito finds him with the Way of the Dragon. And now the rest of Corinthians will have to run away. They use the immortality, they use the Winter Crown. Chan's gonna be taken down low, but still no way to kill him as Fury is completely unstoppable. The Fury is unleashed, of course, but at the same time, the 1v1 between the Cho as well as the Granger, they're swapping items, they're doing it fast, but the recalls are coming in. Influence Rage are making sure that the path and the rage is felt by them onto Corinthians as Chino comes down. He takes down Upatizi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only game number 1. I only can imagine what the 7th game might have in store for us.
Frostlnave keep in the cool for the last push, but Infiltration just marching in.
Oh my god, this is game number 1 and you can see Influence Rage, they're raging alright, they have their fans, they're screaming at the opposition. Corinthians need to find a way to bounce back, and this is how we want to get our grand finals started. This is the grand finals that we signed up for, Way.
Definitely, right now, Influence Rage have the edge for game number one. A good momentum boost, welcomed energy in the arena right now, an X-Dome arena, and everybody's just hyped on looking whatever has happened and already witnessed on the stage. Over 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, for this game. Even looking at the highlights, it was such an amazing play. Corinthians, they didn't have the best early so far yet, but still somehow, some way, Influence Rage is just able to put on the same tempo, try to go on the same aggressive way. Sure, in some ways that Influence Rage, they kind of want to fall off from that momentum, but somehow, again, they managed to rise above Corinthians for the first game with this lineup. I am very impressed with them.
Hey, Vey, you're impressed. I can tell you for a fact they had a game plan, and I'm definitely impressed indeed. And you can see, my God, man. You know what? Let me give you a little bit of a story, right? For those of you who are watching the English stream, but you can see Fury on this Herod. Yes, I've been calling it. He's unleashing his fury on Corinthians. But you know what Hotun calls him, Vey? Do you know what Hotun calls Fury? He calls him La Cabra. And you know what Cabra means in Spanish? It means the goat.
What's that?
That's what he calls him. He calls him the goat. And the way he's playing, oh my goodness. Hey, it's up for debate, to be honest. You can't really call him the GOAT on the global stage when there's a lot of marksmen like Kelras, you know, the Ohebs of the Land of Dawn, and of course the Aaron Shiki as well at the same time. But in Latam, to give him the title of La Cabra against Upatizi, hey man, he's showing up, all right. He is showing up.
And of course, definitely amazing highlights we see from today's game. And wow, I'm very impressed. And even our Latam stream, they are definitely tuning in right now. Even from the first game, it was just as amazing as we've seen. Corinthians definitely adapted on whatever and however they play out during the first game, instead of what we've seen and what happened during playoffs day number 4. They definitely excelled, and they definitely found a solution, but not taken Influence Rage over yet. So they still gotta try to work that out in the best of 7 series.
You know what, Vey? My game plan this whole time, I've been thinking like, okay, you know what? It's a best of 7, right? Let's take it slow from the get-go. And then when we hit that peak, we got to blow up. That's what we both were discussing off stream. So, man, if game 1 is like this, I'm telling you, we don't get paid enough, do we? But hey, I mean, looking at the stats coming through, seems like Influence Rage with the victory definitely have a lot more gold compared to Corinthians, of course. But at a certain point, it didn't really matter, did it? They got themselves lesser orange buff. They got themselves equal amount of purple buffs as Corinthians. They got the Lords. That's what Influence Rage had. They've slowed down the pace of the game to the point where Corinthians just didn't find their tempo. And not finding their tempo just means that Influence Rage, that is what exactly they want. That's the exact same thing they did in the upper bracket finals. Just cut off the momentum, cut off the tempo from Corinthians. They cannot play their usual run and guns game style. And hey, Influence Rage just able to pick up the victory there.
Quite amazing to see how this drafting lineup can actually go head-to-head with the aggressive jungle assassin that is being brought up by Corinthians. And at first, I really think of the matters of how do you want to try to play it out with this type of compositions. Because if ever you try to miss out on or giving the full authority of the damage dealer on Fury, it's going to be a little bit hard though. But somehow, again, it just works pretty well, but it was on thin ice. Sure, they found the solution right now, like this, but hey, they are pro players. They can adapt at any time at all. So I feel like second game, if ever they still want to bring up the same strategy, they have to probably change a little bit. If ever you want to go aggressive, you can pick up the Baxia, you can take up the Fredrin for influence reach. But on Corinthians though, sure, you work well on the jungle assassins, but I feel like you gotta go a little bit more aggressive. Don't let your head saying that, hey, influence rate can suppress me. You really want to go through that a little bit more faster, because right now the MVP, I really thought that it was Paquito playing out that amazing Cho science, but it is Fury, the MVP of the game, 5 Ronuxes right now with a 914 KDA. It is a really good sight to see on how this Harith played out, how he tries to be the main damage dealer on the assassin, and also the main clearer on the high ground defensive plays that they need to play out.
The way that they've been doing, man, the Fury, and I think you're right, they need to find a way to kind of get it done a little more quicker. But then again, if you're being denied that speed, if you're being denied that tempo, if you're being denied all of that straight up in the early game with Paquito, my goodness, his control of the river has been so clean, has been so crisp, it's been so good for influence rates that Corinthians just cannot find an answer. And now I see why you voted for influence rates as well, babe.
But hey, still the first game though, a long way to go, and it is quite interesting to see and quite exciting to see how it goes for the first game. Can you imagine this, Kronos, the first game? It's like this. I can't wait to see if ever this unlocks all to 7th game. And of course, playing offline, man, their stamina though, their endurance is really being tested, and limits are definitely being pushed today.
You know what, babe? I wanna see if this will work out with the way everything was going about in the game, right? Yes, we have Corinthians that have been doing quite a lot there. They haven't been pushed to limits yet, and you're right. When they get pushed to that point, they definitely will sparkle. They'll shine. And influence rage, however, they just move at the tempo of the jungler, right? Hotun's the one that kind of sets the pace. He's the one that kind of wants the challenge. He's the one who wants to take on that 1v1, right? And I feel like he feels like a mafia boss compared to, you know, for the entirety of influence rates. The way he looks, the way he sits, the way he talks about it, and it feels like he's the one controlling the entire team the entire time. So I feel like he's the one that calls the shots at most of these critical situations. But then again, that slightly might be a difference maker as well. So I'm not sure if that will boost the morale of influence rate after he went 1v1 against Flick and came out on top not once but like 2 times.
Yeah, that was amazing to see. And again, how they want to try to adapt, how they want to try to make these calls needs to be determined in that split second, because you are definitely getting ready for the second game in any moment right now. And so far, we've got a lot of viewers tuning in, and even a 9K PCU plus the offline amazing people from Sao Paulo coming in to X-Dome Arena. And even though from all of our viewers tuning in on the English desk, once again, thank you very much. And also our amazing restreamers from the Indonesia and also the Philippine regions. I know it is a very ungodly hour for right now, even for me, all the way from Indonesia. It's 5:37 right now, but since this is the grand finals, I'm really excited to see. I'm really ecstatic to wait on the good results for today. And of course, shout out for our lovely restreamers from wherever you are watching right now. Keep on watching, because this is a best of 7 series.
Hey, if I'm not wrong, I think for the restreamers, I did see a picture of Donkey about Teen as well. Hey, Teen, if you're watching, big shout out indeed.
Shout out.
She was there. She was our host for the first few weeks of MPL LATAM Season 3. And at this point, I just feel like with the Game 1 going for such a long time, it could be a difficult one for for us casters. It's gonna be a long night. Again, like Vay mentioned, for a restream, it's gonna be a super long time.
And of course, if you want to restream, you want to look good on in front of the camera. Shout out for Tintin, Donkey, and also Kent from Indonesia and also Philippines. You got to have that amazing phone. You got to have that clean shot, because the only way to get it is by Techno Camon 40 series, because it is the only way to look at the MVP of the game. And even right now, power beyond limits, the POVA 7 5G Techno phone, fast charging, good long last battery life, and even with a 144 hertz display. This is the only way to gain Atmos, because you're going to get those best sound qualities, because it is really supported by Dolby Atmos.
Hey, that's actually absolutely a new release going through in Brazil and the LATAM region at the moment. The POVA 7 5G power beyond limits, like Vay mentioned. And you know what, Vay, when you mentioned 144 hertz smooth display, I was like, hey, that's the display of my laptop, to be honest. That on a phone? Sheesh, man, that's going to be some crisp, clean looks that's coming through. And I feel like you can I think it's, as the picture depicts, it feels like Hayabusa is actually coming outside the phone as well, right? It's so smooth, such nice display. It's actually coming outside the phone. So
it was a pretty fun thing to see. And plus, if it's a new release, though, I feel like the people there on site have a chance to actually like touch the phone, try on the phone. It'll be an interesting sight to see, though. And if ever you guys get the first hand of experience there, have yourself a good go, because it is an amazing phone, really supported fully by Techno. But hey, you got the phone, you got the good pictures, but of course, you got to showcase your skills. You got to go in tournaments like this one. Where do you usually go through that, Kronos?
Hey, if you want to get there, you got to go to communitygaming.io, indeed, because it's the path to being a professional gamer. And how do you get there? Why do you get there? Because they have all automated solutions provided in one website. So I don't know what you're waiting for. You want to be a professional, you got to go to communitygaming.io right now.
Don't forget to check it out, because it's definitely right there on the website. And even if you don't want to join in tournaments, you want to host them, you can definitely go there, because they fully support you on that too.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, game number 1 was such an intense match, right? It was such a nice game. It went, what, 27 minutes, Faye? 27 minutes for game number 1. I mean, I know it went on all the way, and I know you definitely have a lot to talk about in terms of analysis. So please, Faye, lay it down. I know. I'm not gonna talk anymore. It's all you now.
We're sharing the same desk here, Kronos. Don't forget that, of course. But again, right now, we were actually like trying to think out of like what will these teams bring up, and apparently Corinthians stick to what they know best, what their players are comfortable at. So looking at them bringing out the Joy Assassins here and there, their strongest hero power right now, though, somehow, sure, they can put up a good fight, but can they sustain on this type of gameplay as far? Because we know that Flick can really adapt in a lot of heroes, but the question is, does he really want to go head-to-head with Hotun on that one? Or does he really just want to stick on that run-and-gun gameplay? Because it's kind of proven on what happened in playoff stage number 4, it didn't really work. And even on the first game right today, it didn't work wonders yet. It did show off, it did pop off, but just until to a certain limit. So I'm just kind of curious on what is Corinthians cooking next. Because if they want to try the like brute force on that one, I feel like it's going to be a good game for Influence Rage going up against Corinthians like that.
Yeah, I agree with what you said for most of the part, but the only one thing I don't agree is, hey, I don't think Corinthians really need to adapt. they just can go the running gun game style again. But this time, they have to be a little more aggressive, right? I feel like that's going to be the most important factor.
Okay. And even right now, I feel like since Influence Rage, they already have a solution of you want to try to go head-to-head with that tanky type of compositions. So they can really try to play on that, sure, because it's a good solution right now. So if ever they still want to stick onto that, there is still a lot of styles that they can play. The Baksha was taken away from them. Probably you can play that too. If ever you want to put up a good combination of a Fredrin Matilda, it's also good for Influence Rage. But for Corinthians though, again, what do you think about this, Kronos? Because I'm just really having a hard time of thinking the good compatible solution for Corinthians this time.
I'm not sure, man. I'm really trying to think of a way that they can make it come back. Because if it's gonna be the same style that they're going for, like you mentioned earlier, I know I was joking by saying that, hey, they can go with the same style again, try to force the equation. Yes, that's one of the answers. But if you take a little more serious look about how they can make a comeback, it's gonna be really difficult unless they're not at least getting a slight bit of an advantage in the draft. At least make it even, because every time Influence Rage have faced Corinthians, Influence Rage always get the better draft.
And for right now, since they are the first pick here, they would want to try to dictate on that. But as we mentioned before, and we discussed also, mind the notes of you don't want to try to just adapt. You don't want to just accommodate on that first team phase. You don't want to try to just like, it's okay, we can go your way, because again, even by data, it is 60% on the drafts. So you don't want to give it away that easily. And since we're coming into the second game, you want to respect that. And then turns out Influence Rage, they want to try to something new. And since because of that, they close off the Harith Kronos.
I'm not sure. It feels like they're trying something new indeed, because the Harith is a pick that I would definitely put in the hands of Fury once again, with the fact that he had an absolutely fantastic game number one. But here, with the Harith being banned out, the Jushin's left open, the Kalea's left open, the Kalea getting banned out now. That leaves open the first pick Jushin, the Matilda is going to be present. And then again, you have the Hylos, the Gatokacha, the Granger. Quite a lot have left open, but here the chip is what I'm looking at. That's an absolute monster of a pick that could just make cross-map plays at this point.
And if ever you want to pick up that chip, you gotta respect that Loi, because some of the mid laners that I'm looking to highlight today, though, I'm expecting for the Jusin, the Selena, and also the Loi. So if they want to try to go head to head with teleportation, they can try to match that up. And right now, Corinthians, they still want to try to prioritize that Kimmy for Frost and Nave, or if ever it is getting flexed. But it is a very good pickup, though, for Corinthians, slotting that Baksha in the early game, because you don't want to go up against the Chip and a Baksha combination. That is just you chasing them around. It's just going to buy out a lot of time that you don't want to waste. So right now, the Influence Rage, will they pick up a Selena or even a Loi in the situation, or they want to stick to the Jusin?
The Louis is already banned out though, right? From the side of Corinthians for the first ban. So okay. I think that then I feel like I mean, you're right. If the Louis was there, it would have been a much better pick. I understand that the Kimmy has been working out for Corinthians so far in the entire season, but now the Kimmy is kind of being understood by a lot of teams everywhere around the world. They have enough time to adapt, and now they need to find a way to get the picks. And oh my god, no, this is 3 comfort picks in the hands of Influence Rage. Hotun gets his hand on the Hanzo, Fury, the Granger, and of course Paquito likes to play aggressive roamers. You give him the chip, cross map plays. I don't know how they're gonna make it happen, but again, Flick goes for the Joy. The Joy is really great. You need him to get that space. He needs that early tempo. It's the same 3 picks that we saw in the game number 1 first half of the draft. They really need to find a way to transition this, convert this into objectives and an early snowball. Only then will Corinthians have a slight bit of an advantage. Otherwise, we've seen how Hotun plays this Hanzo, man. He likes to go for the split, dive straight for the back line, and then Fury just gonna poke everyone out.
Because I mean, I feel like in this position though right now for Corinthians, especially, sure they can really want to try to go aggressive on that, but head to head with Hotun on the Hanzo, oh, this will be a little bit of a homework they need to do, because with the combination of the chip, it's just going on kind of guessing and relying on that game sense of like whichever area that they're on. And since you want to play with that element of surprise, you want to throw off the Badang, you want to throw off the Gatot Kacha, and you just want to close off that possibility or even a stopper for Influence Reach. So, which kind of goes back to their keys to victory of like, okay, this is pretty good, let's just throw away the things that could stop us. So, the matter of priority already shifted into that. So a new color and a new key for them to win in this game is already basically unlocked and being do so right now. And since then, you already have the range going up head to head with the Granger and also Hanzo. You don't want another one handling that AoE. You want to close off that far shot.
That's a lot of siege potential that's being taken away. That's what I'm looking at this point. Feels like Corinthians understand the assignments. They need someone who cannot stop them when they're trying to dive in, because they have a dive composition so far. Yes, you have a slight bit of a backline with this Kimmy, but then again, you're looking to kite. You're not really looking to play a front to back at this point, especially for Corinthians. Same thing with the Rage, right? They're looking to have a slight bit of a dive composition. Yes, they have the Granger. That's again to kite back. So if they really go for 2 tanky frontliners, then we can say that they're definitely executing that front to back composition. But here at this point, they, correct me if I'm wrong, it just feels like this Kimmy in the mid lane might be a little bit of an overkill with magic damage. Now they're looking to get a lot more physical on the other side. They have to lock in a Hilda here, so they have some form of physical damage in the EXP lane.
I really do agree if ever they want to bring that up. So at least you can go toe-to-toe with the Baksha and you can try to like run and gun against the chip. But the question is, if ever you pick up that Hilda, who can be the stopper against the chip? Because looking at the patterns like this, Hesu can easily bring up the Benedetta if he wants. But if he brings up that Benedetta, yeah, you gotta pair it up with that Gatot Kacha. Because if you don't, it's going to be hard. But for right now, though, they want to settle in for that Cho. Just take away from what happened or whatever the potential, if ever a pickoff wanted to be initiation. Because Chino can also play that hero, even though Paquito is on the chip.
Yes, I agree. And yes, you're right, but I'm just a little perplexed about what Corinthians have put out the show here for. You're trying to catch someone, you're trying to pick someone off, but who are you really going to pick off at this point? The chip is going to be someone that's going to be a target. Oh my god, the Lilia being picked up just to make sure the Cho's not going to have a great time. You have the Black Shoes as well. This is a pick that's coming out always in the hands of Chan, and the Hylos being a frontline presence. Again, he's going to have the Revitalize. They're going to be longer in these team fights. And this, oh, goal lane. They get finally Upatizi in one of his comfort heroes, and that is the 1-1. So I feel like, yes, this is complete 2 distinct styles of gameplay, right? This is not something where they're looking to counter the opposition. These are 2 complete distinct styles. They're playing to their own comfort to see who's going to be the first one to get the advantage and look for a snowball from there on out.
And which is pretty good for these 2 teams. So at least now we know that they are playing in their own comfort. They are playing in their own style. So if ever they want to try to hold off a good defense, it's good for Influence Rage. And if ever they want to go early aggressive for Corinthians, they can definitely do that. But the question is, though, can they lead on that early, unlike the first game? So it is really definitely on the edge of a line, because if ever Influence Rage gets this another point, it will be a 2-0 for them.
Yeah, it's true, but game 1 is in the past indeed, but the impacts of it being as long as 27 minutes definitely lingers. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2, where pressure builds and momentum either solidifies or shatters each one of these teams.
Okay, you don't want it to get out, but goodness gracious, that first blood by Upatizi that fast, teleporting that early. I don't think that it's as good, because the 1-1 can definitely sniff that fox out.
Man, that was so fast. They kind of predicted him to go to the top side as well with the Y walk, and instantly punishing Paquito, making sure they get some sort of advantage to Upatizi, and that's going to be really crucial early on. But here Flick comes through, has something to dish out the damage, but Paquito able to get a stun on him.
Pretty good, because I feel like because of that Cho denial against Paquito, and plus, you know what, he already picks up that chip first in the early game, because I feel like the stopper and the playing style that he wants to play with that Cho for the first game, it is kind of different for this time, so it wouldn't work as wonders, because as a chip, you don't tank as much. And plus, the potential of that mini stun is not there. Hi everybody from the LATAM region right there, Enrique Bain. And also Nyx is just ready on the arena. But right now though, Kronos, what do you think about these lineups?
Hey man, looking at these lineups, I said it again, these are completely two different distinct styles of play, right? And the good part for Corinthians is they got an early first blood, and in the hands of Upatizi nonetheless. It's not just a random kill, it's first blood that gives an extra bit of gold, so you already have 1-1 with a head start, less than 30 seconds in the game, and that's absolutely insane. And we know Upatizi, he loves the 1-1, it's one of his signature heroes as well. And now with the fact that he's got a kill, looking for the early power spike, if Influence Rage are looking to shut down anyone from the side of Corinthians, it's got to be Upatizi. And if Corinthians are looking to support anyone, it's got to be Upatizi again. So he's going to be targeted down so hard, especially going against the Granger, where you have the Death Sonata. Once you get the level 4, poke him out, and then just maybe with the right dive, with the right timing, if they get that kill, you're putting Corinthians on the back foot. But then again, in the midst of all this, Flick needs to find his momentum, needs to find his tempo to try and have an impact. Because so far, Chef Flick, hey, he hasn't been cooking.
Not yet. He's just warming up the pan and the pot. And putting out oil to grease it out there. So it's got to be slick movements. So, hey, if ever it really needs time, probably they just need a warm-up, just like Flick's walk. And in order to cook something, you gotta let it sit sometimes.
Hey man, it's gotta soak in those flavors. I feel like at this point, maybe Chef Flick is just marinating the meats, right? Just marinating Influence Rage, giving them that extra bit of, you know, extra bit of hope that they can live, that they can go and get another game in their favor. But then again, if he leaves it for too long, it might just not be the dish that he wants to get or he wants to serve up. Because Influence Rage, even though they're getting marinated, they could be the ones that have a bigger picture. They could be the ones that are actually trying to get the heat turned up, the grill turned on in the summer heat, get the Brazilian barbecue cooking, man. Got me hungry, bro.
Of course, definitely grilling a lot. And grilling here and there. I'm kind of hungry now, Kronos. Talking all of those. You too.
Trust me, I feel hungry after all of that, man.
And definitely cooking something, because they are discussing it is a little bit of a technical pause, plus it is an offline venue, so all the best for our players right now. It is getting sorted. And looking at what happened in game number 1, to be honest, really, it was a very good game. It was an exciting game to see, but if ever that keeps on happening, will we close off the day with a 4-0, Kronos? A repeat of history? Or for 4-1?
I don't know, man. I mean, are we really gonna see a 4-0 with this point of rage? I really hope not. I want to see the best of the best action. I definitely want to go all the way. I predicted at least 4-3 to Corinthians. And with the way it's going out, it definitely can be as well. But this is where the player's mental fortitude is very much required, right? They're at the X-Dome Arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And they definitely need to have that mental factor. They definitely need to have a lot of mental strength when it comes to this game. Yes, there are a lot of problems that might occur here and there, but then again, you got to be prepared for it. And you could see Influence Rage after game number 1. They just went completely berserk. You see Fury just getting up and absolutely just saying like, hey, I got this game. You guys can't do anything. You know, it's the trash talk that comes through. And it feels like that might be something maybe a little too much for Corinthians to handle, maybe not. But then if you see Corinthians get the first victory here, it could just completely turn around. They could be the ones that are going to go with the big shouts, you know?
So, of course, let's see who will get the shout a little bit louder, a little bit longer in this grand finals, because we are jumping in back to the game between Influence Rage and Corinthians for the second game of the day. And so far, again, since Luis is on that show, I feel like you do unlock that potential on how Paquito tries to play around. So at least there's no one picking off a flick right now. But since then, Influence Rage, Hotuna, he's playing on that Hanzo. I feel like they can really go a little bit more aggressive, but in a different route and different style, unlike on the first game.
Whoa. It's something different indeed. It's a different style that they're looking to play for both these teams. And I feel like both are trying to dictate their own pace. But here, Frost Lava will have to get out of harm's way. But you can see Hotun, level 4, actually level 5 with a Pinnacle Ninja. Try to go in, try to bait something out. Realize it wasn't the right opening. But look at Flick. He already dished out the damage. The rhythm not fully unlocked. Trying to bait out the Law and Order from Chino so he can go ham at the turtle. But hey, both teams being a very slow, calculated plays.
Calculated indeed, because Chino is just trying to start in a good zone from Chan, but Corinthians, they're just finding an opening on how they want to try to go in.
Oh, finally, Luis gets level 4. You can see they get the way of the dragon onto Chino as well at the same time. Forced to flicker out, but here comes the shortcut. Glorious pathway being used. Traction pulse trying to pull them back, but at the same time, look at Flick. Goes into the back line, trying to find Chino as he has the electrifying beats, able to find the 1 kill. And now with the help of the Pinnacle Ninja, he has to run out. Paquito's going to be next on the chop and block as he goes through. Doesn't have the final beat, doesn't have the final rhythm to make sure he gets that kill. So yes, they concede the turtle, but look what they got in return. 2 kills on the board for Corinthians.
It's pretty good that Corinthians have to equalize and even gain a little bit more since you got that first blood up in your hands. But right now, though, for Influence Rage, I feel like their gain on that neutral objective is better because it is a gain for Influence Rage, the whole team. Because even right now, Corinthians, they are just trying to just stay afloat in the early game. As I've said before, if ever they want to make it work, they have to be more aggressive than they did in the first game. Because I feel like they did go aggressive, but it's just a misstep of the minute. So you want to get that timing right. You want to try to adjust that too. Because if not, there's going to be a chip here and there.
This is what it needs. It gets the way of the dragon with the crossbow of Tang unlock, and now the Law and Order try to dish out something as finally they stop Upatizi, but he still got the second kill because the attraction pulse pulled him back. But at the same time, Black Shoes to make sure he gets out of harm's way, but the damage coming in from Frost and Alba is way too much. The power of the double marksman is definitely showing up for Corinthians here, along with the fact that they had to revitalize from the Baksha to help extra sustain, help them last a little longer in these fights. Corinthians might have just found an answer.
Because even right now, I might say, if first, when you see that Paquito and also Upatizi trade, it is good for Influence Rage. But if ever they got another kill, Corinthians still stay on top. But because of that, a little bit of equalization for Influence Rage, because even by item-wise, it's not as much as you think. Right now, But for Corinthians, though, because of those little moments that they got to gain, it's slowly, by surely, taking over that map and recoloring it by red.
Hey man, that's what they want to do. They want to make sure they color the map a slightly bit red. But you can see Luis has the Jeet Kundo combo. Doesn't want to get Chino this time. Flick comes into the picture, gets the turtle, actually hands it to Frostonave as well. They don't mind sharing the gold at this point. They understand they want both these marksmans to scale up as fast as possible. And now Chan baited out of his own black shoes. And that's what Corinthians want to do. You can see they're brimming with a lot more confidence compared to game number 1.
So far it is just working pretty good for Corinthians, and even Fury starting to want to rank up that gold and also those stacks, because it is quite important. I mean, like, it is not the Harith that you see that it is untouchable. So for Corinthians right now, picking off Fury is the main target here, because if ever you want to try to kick off Chad, you still have that black shoes getting triggered here and there. So it's somewhat like an auto purify, but you gotta make it work. You gotta find good timings for that. Because looking at the in-game equipments right now, Starlium Shite on the hands, Flick, it is already pretty good. Corrosion and also Windtalker for the 1-1, it's still not enough. That's because fast. Influence Rage is building up to that Hunter Strike and also Sky Piercer. Question is though, will it be a good investment if ever this Granger don't get a lot of kills? It will be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good point to say as well. If he doesn't get the kills, definitely the Sky Piercer is not going to work out. And you're kind of negating the Granger as much as possible. But then again, if I take a look at the goal lead, Fury actually has a lot more compared to Upatizi, as he's able to double lane the entire time. But now Paquito gets Y-walked, and now he's looking to go into the back line. But Corinthians spot him out immediately, right? That's going to be super crucial for them. As instantly spotting him out, they make sure that they get him out. And you can see the recall taunts, man. I love you is what they're saying, but I don't think Influence Rays really mean that, do they?
A subtle message. A subtle message of a little heart there from the Fox. But hey, since you have a little bit subtle message here and there, you want to try to go head-to-head and contest this turtle again, because before it's going to turn on into a Lord Influence Rage, let's see where their priorities are at. Because some are going up top against, but if ever Paquito is already melted down that easily, it's going to be hard if ever they want to try to pull in that teleportation.
At this point, they really need that shortcut to work out, but you can see Paquito is being scouted out by Hesu on this Boxia, and I feel like this Boxia is definitely putting in the work, right? Hesu has been scouting out these bushes the entire time, and it's going to be super important for them to do so, because if they don't do that, Paquito could just completely flip the script with one shortcut. And on Upatizi, that's not going to be the right target. And you can see again with a concealed play, he's going to be the one that they're looking to take down. Indeed, they get the shortcut down with the Glorious Pathway being used. Upatizi's cutting out in and out. And using the Inspire as well, trying to buy some time. Meanwhile, goes for the Soul Snatch as they get the kill onto Hesu with the help of Fury. And that is one stack on the Sky Piercer.
Okay, that is a good lead for now. And even getting that Malefic Roar in the 8th minute, again, this Granger is doing wonders. And for right now, I feel that Paquito is not much of a hindrance as if that he is on that show, but still all eyes on the chip again and again. It's just really a big problem if ever Corinthians, they cannot try to like outrun this little box.
That box, man, that it's not looking good for Corinthians. No, this is what I was talking about. This is the cross map play. This is the 1v5, and now you can see Influence Rage are making their game work. And now Hesugar can't really do anything against Hotun just because of the fact that he has a lot of damage. And now Luis again, 1v2 in a wrong position, wrong place at the wrong time. And this is the moment that you see Corinthians starting to get broken down by Influence Rage.
The path, though, that they want to try to create, the sustainability and the buying time that they want to try to go head-to-head with this early game, for some reason, it's not as aggressive as we've seen before. Because even Paquito right now, unlocking the shortcut.
They go for the crossbow. But at the same time, after shortcut was being used, Glorious Pathway came down and they get the lore in order on Upatizi. The chain CC is a little too much for them to handle, but here Frost and Lava has the damage being dished out. Hesto with the Tortoises, Poisson's trying to go through as well. Fury trying to kite away, but the electrifying beats able to get the shutdown as he goes through with the rhythm, looking for a bit more. Paquito is going to be the target after the Way of the Dragon. They get that kill. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they sacrifice the tower, and this is what Hotun does so well, taking away neutral objectives, taking away towers from the side of Corinthians every single time he's not present in a team fight.
The construction side of one man painted it down and also tearing it down solely, because after all of that effort, you gotta go head to head stealing on this Lord. Okay, Chino is already there, but shortcut opening up.
Oh wait, Glorious Pathway is being used as well. Paquito gets taken down first, and that's Frost and Lava getting the kill as they trade Luis, Roamer for Roamer, but now Fury, oh my god, he gets the double, but look at that again! Flick finally able to get online, he gets the one kill, now makes it a double. Hotun and Flick are putting an absolute masterclass. He gets into the back line, gets Frost and Lava that's been dishing out the damage the entire time, and same thing Flick did as well. Level 15 in less than 12 minutes coming through from both these junglers.
Quite good, quite early, quite well. And even so, right now they do have that trade-off of a 3-on-3 kill score, and even trying to equalize on that scoreboard and even gold right now. But I feel that Corinthians still have that edge over Influence Rage on this game, because they have that Lord up on top and even try to push it down at the bottom lane. I feel like this, they can still try to defend this quite well, and even Chan rushing on that Divine Glaive, it's a good meltdown and also penetration up against Corinthians. So right now they just gotta find a good way to maneuver over for a good fight.
Yeah, I think the maneuvering is going to be super important, because now, especially if you're Influence Rage, you do not have the black shoes. This is the opening that Corinthians kind of need. And it all comes down to if Luis is able to make that play, right? If he's able to go for the Flicker Way of the Dragon or Flicker Jeet Kundo combo, that's going to be the big map. That's going to be the big play that they need. But meanwhile, Paquito, man, he has the Waiwa. He can just go to any point of the map out of the 4 spots there is, and that he could just do his thing.
Definitely. Why walk? Literally. Floating around like the mischievous fox that he is right now. I feel like both of these teams, they just need that one momentum. If ever they would just want to try to flip it up. Because this time though, I feel like they actually fight in quite equal footing. Because seeing that 1-1 right over there, having that already a trio, already power item spikes for him, quite good. But let's also not forget that Skypiercer has a 7-stack, turned down once though, but still going strong so far. Sure, you bring out Frost and Lava on those heavy holy crystal, even with the glowing one, and also the divine wings. Because I don't think that's enough. Goodness.
He didn't even see it coming. He got taken down instantaneously, and now with a shortcut, here comes Fury, and at the same time, Hotun tries to go for the Pinnacle Ninja. He's able to make it out alive. Flick is the only casualty. Upatizi's forced to use his Inspire as well just to make it out of harm's way. With the Lord being present now in about 5 seconds, this is the play. This is the opening that Influence Rage needed.
Okay, good opening so far, and even a nice teleportation up to the top lane to actually just clear out and play on that wave. Because since no Flick is there, no Retribution power, because Influence Rage is just getting on that third Lord.
Oh, he gets the Way of the Dragon connected onto Fury, but nobody's there to follow up. But at the same time, you can see they go to the backline of their own. As they lose one, Upatizi will have to run away. They concede the Lord. Hotun picks it up for himself, and now Influence Rage are slowly starting to turn the map blue. Slowly taking the advantage. Yes, they're even in terms of goal lead, but now with this Lord in their favor, it could turn the ties around completely.
Okay, pretty good to see right now for Influence Rage. A good sight and a good go. And so far, it's just a green flag for them. It's a green light, actually, to just go head to head, because the chip has found its way down at that purple buff. And not yet, though. And even though a little jump scare by the little fox, some resources were just thrown out.
Yeah, man. I mean, at least on the bright side, they still have about 30 seconds on the flicker for Luis. So that's some good news. No Revitalize being used yet. So it's just a matter of time at this point if they're able to find the right opportunity. Oh, they bait out the black shoes. So that's a big resource taken away from the table for Influence Rage. And that gives a little more opening for Corinthians to try and make a play. As the Lord is still marching on the top side. There's a Traction Pulse. Once again, a flicker down and out for Chan. So he's going to be really susceptible. He's definitely going to be the target. He's already softened up for the blow. Meanwhile, Hotun with the Pinnacle Ninja tried to zone them out. They take away the tier 2 in the mid lane. All 3 waves crashing in at the same time. And Vey, this might look like all she wrote, because here comes the rest of Influence Rage trying to go through Glorious Pathway, forcing a dive. Flick has the electrifying beats, but look at the damage coming out from Fury. They take away Luis, and now next on the chopper block is Hesu, as he should be taken down. No, he doesn't. He's surviving with the use of the Revitalize. And finally, the rest of Corinthians force Influence Rage to back off, making them respect the damage that they can output.
The level of discipline on that play was just pretty good, because Flix is just definitely eyeing on Chan.
The winner crown on to Fury. Jesus for the immortality. Chan is down and out. He was already softened up, and now they're looking at Chino. Crossbow of Tang is unlocked. They're looking to go on to Hotun. That could be the big target. But no, Paquito says no, not today. Not to Don Muerto at this point, because Corinthians, they're trying to reach, but they cannot catch this Hanzo.
Okay, since it is not touchable, it's untouchable now for Corinthians, they just need to buy out a little bit more time, because they flipped it again against Influence Reach. And right now on the 16-minute mark, it's just really exciting to see, and I'm actually on edge because of the first game. It was actually a broken record of the longest game ever in MPL LATAM Season 3. So that's the first game. If ever it's going to be a long game again, will it break its own record, or will that stand the tallest in this grand finals?
Yeah, I think that it definitely should. Oh, concealed play from Corinthians at this point. They're looking to find a target, and so far Paquito's been doing an absolute brilliant job just to bring a little bit of surprises coming through as well, right? They get themselves into the Lord Pit. They're trying to dominate the river, and Paquito gets caught out. Here comes the shortcut play, and this is the fight that they're looking to break down. Glorious Pathway not used yet, but the Revitalize making sure the Hesu will survive. But here's the black shoes already being popped out, and they go Upatizi with a Wind of Nature, trying to find the right opportunity. Traction Pulse being used as they go to Chan. Hesu's in the back line. They find Paquito, and they get Chan as well in the process. This is the opening. They forced it out of Influence Rage, and Corinthians finally have some breathing room.
And no chance at all of stealing away that Lord for now. But a good way for Hotun to just want to try to clear it out again. Again, patience is the key if ever they want to win this. You cannot rush this position. You cannot try to force your way in against Corinthians, because you know Hesu is a little bit of a chunky boy on that Daksha. You already know Upatizi is just rising up to a few of his items already. It's just a matter of moments. And since Influence Rage is not on that Harith, clearing up the wave of a 3-lane push against Corinthians, this would be a little bit of a problem, because timing is definitely needed to be on point, and the key of turning this point away from Corinthians.
It could be, man. This could be the 1-1 that we're looking for at this point. Luis trying to zone them out with a Jeet Kundo. They get the tier 2 in the mid lane, but look at the clear coming in from Fury. He's just absolute monster. Has enough damage. And the same thing with Chan on the Lilia. This Lilia has been slippery, only getting got twice, but that's more than enough as they get the damage onto Hotun, taking him down low. And with the rest of Corinthians looking to try and take it on the bot side, the concealed play comes through as well, looking for the knock-up, and they're trying to find the way of the dragon. They kept them back with the Traction Pulse. The crossbow thing's unlocked, not using it yet, but they go. Flick has the damage, you can see. So does Upatizi. They find only Chino, but here's the clapback coming through from Influence Rage. No one down and out except for Hesu and Chino. 2 EX Players traded. Corinthians, again, will have to back up, but Paquito, he goes onto the... He could use the shortcut, but not being present. He catches them, but gets taken down himself. Corinthians find the kill.
Okay, even though it is a 2-for-1 trade for for now, Influence Rage, I gotta hand it to them. It was a very good call on how do you want to try to defend and how do you want to try to play this out. But going headstrong against the Corinthians without the shortcut, because it is already triggered, when you want to try to play defense on that, it's kind of a little bit of risky there for Influence Rage. And so far, so good. All items are already on deck. Even just the last ones that you need to perfect, probably buy an Immortality. Probably you want to respect with that one already on the hands of Upatizi, and even Fury playing on that winner crown. So far, all of the insurance that they need for both sides of the teams are already present. Again, it's just a matter of time and a matter of momentum of that one play that they need to just like take over everything.
Yeah, man, it's just that one player, right? Completely flip the script. That's what we want to see. And Vey, I think you asked me earlier, are we going to see those big moments? Are we going to see those big plays? I think we've seen a lot of those big plays coming out in just 2 games. The second game's not even ended, and it's going on to 21 minutes after we had game number 1, which is the longest game in MPL LATAM Season 3, 27 minutes, 35 seconds. This game might be going the same distance, but here's the shortcut coming to the white walk, but there's the winner crowd to buy enough time. Glorious Panther to slow them down as well. Already slow stats being used by Influence Rage. Now their position has been compromised as he goes into the back line with the electrifying beats. Fury kiting, trying to run out of harm's way, but seems like he might get taken down. No, but Fury is able to get the shot of his own. They trade 2 as they find a killing spree. Frost Lanave able to flicker out, and now Hotun's going to be on the bot side. Immortality is pop. Upatizi pop the recalls. He has the crossbow of Tang, doesn't use it. Meanwhile, on the bot side, they're trying to force the equation. On the top side, the clear is there. Only the 2 left standing, the Roamer and the EXP laner, but not enough, as they should be able to take the base crystal. Corinthians make it 1-1.
Okay, equalize on the stage right now. Pretty good to see. A sweet victory, a sweet comeback through all of that. And again, this fight is going to be a long one. So everybody who is still present on the stream, get ready, because this is just the second game and this is just warming up.
Hey man, that's definitely a warm-up indeed with the way that they've been going. It's absolutely insane. It's a back and forth like a tennis match. And I feel like at this point, either team could take it all. Because I predicted a 4-3 way. I know you predicted a 4-2. But looking at the way these games are going the absolute distance, both teams making mistakes, both teams trying to capitalize on top of it. You think it's going to be a best of 7 all the way? Or are we looking at the 4-2 still?
Quite good to see, but let's see how they can handle out the pressure on how they want to play it out, because it's going to be a little bit of different ways, and like a little bit of how do you call it? The typical fight though, it'll just be as exquisite as ever. Because for me, why did I predicted it being a 4-2? Because we're talking about endurance. We're talking about the probability of these players also playing offline. So if ever after those back and forth gameplays, it'll just be a great takeaway. So that's why it is a 4-2.
I mean, yeah, it could. I think the offline experience just definitely make it a slight bit of a difference. The pressure that's coming through from the side of the fans. And I think after the victory for game number 1, game number 2, complete different behaviors from the team players, right? You could see Influence Rage is going absolutely berserk. But on the other side, Corinthians just, taking a bit respectful, I feel like. And at the same time, I think with the game number 2, the way Corinthians kind of played this game out, man, it just goes to show that, like, hey, the game's not over yet. The series not over yet. We have to have our eye on the prize, and the eye on the prize, the MPL LATAM Season 3 trophy. It is the slot to direct MSC, not the wild card. It's the right history, of course, in their names. And with the stats, 22-minute game exact the way it went, Vay.
22, a nice number to close it off. A little bit faster from the first one, but hey, not bad. And again, we talked about overall of the items. If you're leading up to the last, at the edge of ultra late game, if ever you're just missing out one or two items, it's just a matter of moments. And so far for right now, Corinthians though, with the typical, somewhat of a same lineup, that same idea that they want to try to bring it in, so far worked pretty well on the second game. Just because they were a little bit more aggressive up against Influence Rage, which that is their condition right now. Because Influence Rage, for this part, I feel like since the fall off of the First Blood drawn by Corinthians, especially it's for Upatizi, it is a very good chance and a very good gain in the early game for Corinthians. So they checked that box off already. And of course, Influence Rage, they did put up a good fight. They did got a few moments you just want to try to take back on that moment and just want to try to rob away of that highlight against Corinthians. But so far, though, right now, it didn't work at the second game. But because of that, it kind of brings in new colors on how they want to try to play it out for this grand finals.
New colors indeed, man. At least I'm rocking the green, representing the Brazilians at this point. But with the way both these Brazilian teams have been going head-to-head against each other, oh my god. Yes, I know Influence Rage has got a mixed players as well. Yes, I know Filipinos are there in the side of Corinthians. But both these squads are from the region of Brazil. And you can see why they're having so many fans coming through on their side, why the arena is loud, why it's packed, the passion of these players are flowing through. And again, we know momentum is going to be a key factor, tempo is a key factor, but the score being 1-1, Vay, I think momentum is still up for grabs.
I mean, it is a swing here and there like a pendulum, but if it's a too much of a swing, let's see how they want to try to adapt and also close off the gap. Because if ever they want to go to 2-2, I wouldn't be surprised if ever they want to try to do that. Because it's not a typical one-sided fight that we've seen in playoff say number 4. This is not the type of reverse sweep scenario also. So I feel like the day is very, very young. Because right now, looking at the MVP of the game, Batizi. Hey, Colonels, you want to see that pose, right? The 5-8 KDA, he really did execute that 1-1 pretty well.
I'll tell you one thing. I know he got the MVP, but I felt like Frost Lanave deserved the MVP a slight bit more. He was 7-1-8 on the KDA on Akimi, man. He was dishing out a lot of damage as well at the same time. But not to take away any credit from Upatizi on his signature 1-1. The way he played, the way he was able to kite in and out of these team fights, the way he was dishing out the damage, he was the target the entire time. And after the fact that he was, dove upon so much by Paquito, the chain CC was there. Yes, you're trying to use the needles and flowers to try and get out of harm's way, but my god, it definitely was a completely, a complete different story to the latter half of the game, just because of the fact that he is able to get out, and then that's when they use the crossbow of Tang. And once the crossbow of Tang is unlocked, my goodness, man, the damage was just absolutely insane.
A little bit of something that I really like to see, the 1-1 bringing out the 888 damage, is in a little bit of a lore in Chinese. It's fa fa fa, so it's definitely merging into it. Just want to try to burst it out a lot, so it's kind of pretty fun to see. Because right now, though, if ever you want to lit something on fire, you gotta have good deals, right, Kronos?
Hey man, but before you get those deals, bro, I'm telling you, you gotta download the game first. Cause why? We got those Naruto skin collabs that have come through, of course. Become the Hokage of your rank games with the new MLBB X Naruto skins by scanning that QR code. And those 3 heroes that you see, those 3 characters, Gaara, Kakashi, and Sakura, yes, they're skins in the game. I know you're probably not gonna go for one of them, but you get one for free. And of course, Kakashi is the best one of them all, right?
Quite amazing to see, and a lovely best collaboration ever for right now. MLBB with Naruto skins. Don't forget, it is available in the app and also Apple Store. Don't forget, go check it out. Go download it right away. And since you already want to download it, you want to have great discounts for the skins. It is a get 5% off your top up. It is only on bonus.com. It is BNX MPL 3. You can use that code because I don't think that code will last very long because we are in the grand finals already. This is basically the last day of the season, so you don't want to miss that out. Don't forget to recharge and use that code.
Hey, well, at the same time, let's not forget there's a new phone in the market, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the Techno POVA POVA 7 power beyond limits, indeed 5G MediaTek Dimensity with 7300 ultimate processor, 45 watt flash charge, a 30 watt wireless charge with a 6000 mAh battery, and hey, you see the Hayabusa popping out of the phone? That's what it's going to look like with a 144 hertz display. Smooth display nonetheless coming through from this new Techno POVA 7 5G phone. Power beyond limits. It is new in the market right now in the LATAM region. Make sure you go grab yourself one because, hey, this could be the ultimate gaming phone for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
It kind of feels like a 3D motion that even the Hayabusa is just so real, so smooth. It pops out of your screen, guys. So don't forget to check it out. And since it is a new released phone, it is the greatest on the market so far, and a great innovative to see right now. And since leading up the second game, amazing sponsors, amazing gameplay, even a record being shattered in the first game. What would you expect on the third, Kronos? Any heroes that you want to watch out?
Hey man, that Frostal Novice Kimmy's got to get banned out. I feel like that could definitely foil the plans of Corinthians because that's compared to the first time when I was really crazy about the Kimmy, right? You remember 2 weeks ago, playoff week, I was saying that, hey, the Kimmy's got to go, Kimmy's got to go. At this point, I feel like teams have kind of understood how to play around the Kimmy, how to slow down the Kimmy, and how to stop the Kimmy from going any further. So I feel like that definitely works out in their favor. But at the same time, you're looking at the same game plan coming out from Corinthians. And maybe if you take away the Kimmy, you're seeing a slight bit of a difficulty come out from Corinthians because that one composition, it took them 2 games to kind of get to the point where it works out. So maybe if you change the way that Frostalov is going to play, change that double marksman strategy that Corinthians have, it could be a different story. Maybe it could work out in the favor of Influence Rage. But also for Influence Rage, I feel like they just got to give Hotun that bruiser, man. Yes, the Hanzo's is his pocket pick. It works every now and then. It didn't work in the grand finals. Let's not try it again, right? Looks like Corinthians know how to counter that. They know how to play against that. Just give Hotun the Lucas. Give him these comfort picks that he likes. Give him that Fredrin. Give him a Hayabusa, for God's sake. We've seen him do absolutely insane if it's let loose, though, if the Hayabusa is let loose from the draft. But I think those are the slight bit of changes that both these teams might need.
I mean, since it is a best of 7, there is a lot of ways that you want to try to approach this, how you want to try to bring up those heroes that you want to try to pick up later on. Because, I mean, again, as you mentioned, Kronos, you talked to Coach Blackjacks. They were really ready to whatever, any scenario, they're just ready to adapt. So I feel like there are a lot of lineups that you can want to try to set up, even though probably they have like similar ideas. It's just a mix match of those heroes getting played around later in a Land of Dawn during the drafting phase. So for me, I really do agree on what you said. bring out that Frederick, bring out that Basha, bring out that Lucas, because even though yes, we've seen Hotun pop off amazingly with those assassins and even the joy on the regular season and even during playoffs, but I feel like he already shifted. He already practiced more on what happens around the global region. So if ever you're more comfortable because of that shift, you can try to bring it in to the third game.
Yeah, I think that shift is definitely there. Not only the shift of that, the different shifts of play styles with these players coming through in the side of Corinthians, especially Flick after the playoffs, right? He's brought a different style for Corinthians. That's when we see like, okay, these are title contenders. These guys are title contenders. And we've called it the day we saw Flick come into the picture, right? If I'm not the first game we saw Flick, the two of us like, hey, this guy makes the team a title contender, not by himself, but the fact that everyone in the entire team is able to perform their role to the fullest, to the highest level, and we could see why they got him in as well. But now that impact, that instantaneous impact is down and out, right? Now you're really getting into it. It's not beginner's luck anymore. It's not to the point where like nobody knows much about you. Right now, you've scrimmed enough. People have gotten strategies. People have read your gameplays, done a lot more research for the grand finals. So at this point, at this point is why you can see Influence Rage putting a stop to the plans of Corinthians' playstyle, the run and gun playstyle. They like to play as aggressive as they can. They like to dive. But once that's not present, once the game has been slowed down, what is Corinthians actually looking to do? I know you mentioned this in the previous game before the draft started as well, Vey. And I said, like, hey, just they got to ignore that and they got to go and play as aggressive as possible. That's what they did in game number 2, right? They forced the equation. But how long can they keep that up? That's going to be super important for them, all right? If they can keep that up again and again, then yes, it's good. But I don't think Influence Rage are one of those teams, especially in a best of 7 in the grand finals, with all the experience the players have, the coaches have, and the staff behind them. I don't think it's just they're just gonna let them walk over like a doormat at this point. I feel like Influence Rage are definitely gonna bounce back for sure, but just wait to see what else does Corinthians have. What other tactics do they have apart from this double marksman? I want to see a little bit more, just so that we can see how much ahead they can get. Right? What can they put Influence Rage in a difficult position? Not rely on mistakes, not rely on blunders. Force the equation, dictate the pace of the game themselves, which they haven't done so far in 2 games.
Because right now, though, for Corinthians, I kind of feel that because of that run and gun game style, and of course, they want to play on that 2 marksman because they feel like that's the best scenario for them. They haven't really bring on other drafting lineups yet, but if they keep on going like this, I feel like the draft kind of goes to like a little bit one-dimensional. Because it's just that. And if you keep on doing that, Influence Rage is going to like find an answer like how they did during playoffs. And if they adapt that quickly within a break, I really feel that they can adapt as quickly in this best of 7 series. So I want to see that new color being brought in for Corinthians. Probably a switch here and there, or what's going to be Influence Rage's lineup or solution after the second game?
Let me think. We haven't seen the Fredrin come up from both these teams yet. We've seen Flick play the Fredrin before. That could be a nice shout to make sure if they go for the Joy. I think that's definitely there in the arsenal of Flick. Maybe the Boxia as well. It's been a comfort pick, not just for Luis, but now we've seen it in the hands of Jesus at the same time. Although I really prefer Luis on an initiator, right? Like this Cho. So far, Vey, if you take a look at stats, I know it's only been 2 games, but game number 1 has been in the favor of Influence Rage just because they got the Cho, right? And now in the game number 2 for Corinthians, they got the Cho, so they were the aggressors. They got the victory. So, I mean, it just goes to show that they need to take the initiative to be the one that engages first and play aggressive, and that might just come out that might just be the key to victory for them.
And I mean, looking at how fun they're just having fun in the arena, I'm pretty sure that Influence Rage have some little game up their sleeve, because our viewers definitely want to see something that made us laugh in the early opening, and we want to bring in that vibes right now again. So let's see.
Combinando el héroe con mímica y sonido con Fury y Paquito. Ahí está. Mira, arranca así. Y cuando se ahí hace. Pará, ¿qué? El popón, boludo. El popón. Es lo más parecido a un perro de este pibe que viene.
Te hago otra señal, mirá.
Hacer una mímica. A ver.
Este es el héroe y va haciendo así cada vez que va avanzando la partida. Y así.
Imagínate, Nacho. El tipo,
Y cuando se va es así.
¿Qué era
imagínate, guacho.
Pío.
Amigo, es clavadito.
Laila, guacho.
Así. Y cuando es así, va y hace. Y después va.
Amigo, no sé, boludo, no sé. Aurora, no sé. No sé.
Alice, guacho,
Alice, pero.
Alice.
Pará, ¿en qué momento Alice va?
They get me every time, man. They get me every time with that.
You know that's like the meme reel or even TikTok that you see that you can just replay it again and again, and you keep on laughing because of it. Like, yeah, it's just stuck in my head right now that game of charade though. It's just really fun to see.
We need to try that out.
I think you should try that out with your friends. Like kissing Layla. Like, pew pew pew
pew. But the best was the Alice, man. Fury just went the entire time.
But hey, we're talking about the Alice, so will it pop up or not? Because we are jumping in for the drafting phase of game number 3. Because we're seeing right now, though, no more Loi, no more Hayabusa, no Fanny, still a respect, because nobody will catch Flick if ever that Fanny is being brought up. And since they are switching a big part here, I'm kind of questioning though of why Influence Rage want to ban out that Harith in the second game. I kind of get it though. They want to prioritize getting that chip. And they don't want Corinthians getting the Harith on their hands. But since the tables have kind of flipped out though, will Corinthians respect this Harith, or will Influence Rage can just take back that moment and soak it in? Get that Harith for Fury.
Yeah, I think the Harith definitely is going to be something that Fury needs to get his hands on. But then again, Upatizi can always go for the 1-1, can always go for the Granger. These are similar bans that we're seeing, Vey. It's been the same story. Only the fact that the chip was left open in the previous game. Yes, Influence Rage picked it up, but it did not work out in their favor. But here, Corinthians, Upatizi gets, again, another comfort hero with this Harith. And you can see those place cards. You can see the draft, the simulations that the side of Influence Rage have on their hands. A lot of prep they've come through with. It just goes to show they're ready, prepared for all draft scenarios in this case. And now on the other side, they get the Joy. They pick up the Baxia. And we haven't seen Hotun on the Joy in a very long time.
And you know what? Since I feel like I don't want to question as much as the Hanzo pick that he did on the previous game. But I feel like right now it was a matter of timing in the second game. So right now it is really putting on to the test of Hotun on the assassin picks. Because I don't want to jinx some things of like letting him saying that he already shifted as much during his practices and scrims that we don't know are happening in the back of the league that they're practicing in. But right now, the Corinthians securing in the Gatot Kacha and the Kimi. That means they still want to go with the double penetration. It's not both marksmen right now since you're on the Harith, but it kind of brings in the same color. But for right now, the Influence Rage Granger is just being picked up. So at least you can go head-to-head with Upatizi on that Harith.
The Granger, yes, picked up, but then again, it's the double marksman on not double marksman, but goal lane output, double lane
somewhat
camp
of a double
on the side of
marksman.
Corinth. Yeah, somewhat of a double marksman, right? Technically,
Mm-mm.
although Harith, he has a lot of burst damage. He definitely has the capability to last a little longer in these team fights with his Zaman Force. The AOG though here, the Gatot Kacha being picked up early on, just to prevent whoever's there on the back line for Influence Rage. This is kind of like a forced pick that's coming through from, or rather a forced error that Corinthians have made for Influence Rage, where the Gatot Kacha is picked up, and now Influence Rage are forced to respond with a Granger on a Flicker. Right now, he's not going to have the Purify, so that leaves another option, whoever's going to be the assassin or the jungler from Corinthians' side, to try and take advantage of that. And that's why the extra bit of mobility that's required for Corinthians taken out by banning out the Matilda from Influence Rage. And Corinthians, however, could go in a similar route. Maybe look at taking down another roamer. The Badang's a great shot to remove out of here as well.
If ever they want to try to close it off, because again, we've seen the Gatot Kacha Badang combination coming in from any team, was just scary, very scary actually, if you wanna try and face it up. And since I feel like if you want to center in those three main mid laners that I would like to see today, the Louis, the Selena, and also the Jusin. And since two of them are already banned right now, Influence Rage, if ever they want to try to get that Jusin, I feel like it's good for their range, but who to catch if ever they want to try to prioritize that hero. But in the banning phase right now, since there is no answer yet, since Hotun took away that joy, you don't want that Basha going head-to-head with it, because it's hard to just burst the Fredrin down, so that's why you want to try to ban that out. That's pretty good. For Corinthians though, last ban, you can ban a mage if ever. A Farsha would work wonders if ever you want to close it off, you want to tighten it down the AoE. Even though you have the Gatot Kacha to just jump into the back, but still a good precaution if they ever want to just close it off.
Yeah, it was a good precaution indeed, but I think again, you can see the fact that the Fredrin has been picked up here in rather banned out means that what I spoke about earlier before the draft began, to try and get that Fredrin in the hands of Flick just to counter the Joy, is taken off the table now. So the Joy is moving around a lot more free here, especially given the fact that the Cho is still left on the table. If Influence Rage go for the Cho in the hands of Paquito and slot the Boxia in the EXP lane, give it a Chino, it could be a slight different story. Then again, Corinthians need some sort of an extra bit of an advance. They need some sort of aggression. The more they are giving aggression in the hands of Luis, the more they have a chance to pick up the victory.
That is a pretty good setup though so far. Right now for Influence Rage, they can pick up a Farsha, since it's not banned out. Good AoE control here and there. Badongs is still open if ever Corinthians want to try to pull off those setups from Jesus and Luis. And if you want to go head-to-head with a Joy, a Suyo is still wide open if ever.
No, I don't think Suyo is a great shot here. Suyo, after the new nerf he received with the magic defense being actually lower, I feel like Hotun can just walk in with the electrifying beats and just get the kill. However, the Farce is a good shot for Chan. Even though they have the AOG on the other side, this is quite daring indeed coming in from Influence Rage. That just means how much they trust Chan in this draft. And over here, I was going to say Lucas is one of the only picks that's left open in the jungle. They get that Lucas taken away, and they get the Badang at the same time to try and prevent or mitigate what the Joy can do in the Land of Dawn. So this is gonna be a Badang in the EXP or Rome, again depending on what Influence Rage have to offer until the last pick, right?
I feel like it's going to be a Badang EXP, knowing that Jesus is the one who tries to do a lot of setups. But for Influence Rage, though, closing off that, you need a stopper. You need someone to just like tank all the damage, and you're still here and there. Uranus is still open if ever, because you already have enough burst power, or even a Hilda if you want to try to keep up that pace.
Hilda.
So that also works well, you know. So let's see. Or an Esmeralda can be nice to just pick off the shield, but turns out they want to go with that Cho for a pickup game for Influence Rage.
I'm telling you, man, it's that Cho. It's been the key to victory for both these teams in both the games. A 1-to-1 off the back of the aggressive plays, off of the back of the mistakes that's forced out thanks to the Cho. While you're taking a look at the draft that's set, you can take a look at the crowd as well. They're ecstatic with what's going on. A lot of cosplayers, everyone's there rooting for their favorite teams. You can see kids coming out as well. They play Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Moms, pops, everyone wants to see that. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set indeed. And I think, Vey, who do you think's gonna take this one?
Okay, for now, looking at team compositions, I really like Corinthians' setup type of play. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah, indeed, with the series tied 1-to-1, Game 3 is becoming heavier and heavier. It's becoming the breaking point. This is where the champions will start separating themselves, not in skill, but in mental strength, in adaptability, and raw will. Influence Rage Corinthians locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 in this best-of-7 grand finals.
Okay, a good start indeed from Corinthians, trying to gun down Paquito. But I feel since they are playing in on also a little bit of replay, same concept on the first game, Paquito is going to be very active on like picking anybody off, or even looking at somebody to just be a menace around on the map. There's no teleportation being activated, unlike the second game. So far, Influence Rage, they are still gaining in a good time, and even Hotun can try to maneuver over a little bit quicker because he's on the Joy.
Oh, you can see they go for the flash-to-flash combo. Flick has a lot of damage, catches Paquito. He's unlucky that he didn't hit the level 4. Otherwise, that would have been first blood right there. But seems like he could force out at least a lot more. They don't bait out the flicker, so I think that could have been a slight bit of important factor for Influence Rage, not losing out Paquito's flicker, so he can definitely make more aggressive plays in these neutral objectives.
Quite good to see how they want to try to play it out also, because right now if you see the positioning, the Paquito is just all eyes on deck, and seeing how aggressive Hotun tries to jungle, unlike on the Hanzo's pathway of the jungling pattern. So I feel like they have a little bit of nudge here and there, but at the end of the day, it's just on a matter of how they want to try to play out the first fight.
Oh, wait, unleashing the beast, not yet, but the flash-to-flash combo goes through as well. They bait out the revitalize, and finally, here comes Flick with the shockwave blast. They're able to get first blood on the hands of Frostnave, and now forcing the equation with the Jikundo combo, able to get the kill. Chan picks it up for himself, as now Hesu being traded at the same time. That is a 1-to-1, Corinthians and Influence Rage.
Pretty good so far, and even for Nave getting that good early gain, it's good for the Kimmy, but Influence Rage gets to equalize so far because they're looking out for the turtle.
Oh yeah, and you can see Hesu goes into the fist break combo, able to force out Hotun to get out of harm's way. And now in the neutral objective, they want to get themselves the turtle. They come through, and he's able to get that retribution. Hotun finds it, and they take out Flick. Good position coming in from Chan, as the feathered airstrike is able to dish out the damage.
Okay, a good setup indeed, and a little bit of a clutch of a retribution play. Still, it is stolen away from Corinthians, and since they created that bit of a gold lead, it is good for Influence Rage's side. And since you want to try to look for objectives later on. It's just a matter of my time moments because Paquito is eyeing on Kimmy.
Oh my god, they catch Frost and Nave, but here comes the AOG to try and catch Paquito. Here comes Chino as well, the shield unit to try to buy some time. Saman forced to drop down. Opatizi has the damage, but they're able to disperse. They're able to get out of harm's way. And again, Vey, it's that feathered airstrike. It's Chan. He has been so good forcing mistakes from Corinthians.
I feel like because of getting up that Farsha pick, it also creates a lot of space for them, right? It feels more freely for Chan to just dish out those damage. Unlike on the Chusen, it's more enabled now than ever. And since you're able to utilize well so far in the early game, for me, Influence Rage is just getting a good grip so far. So it's still pretty good on their side. Still, things are still lining up on their side. But if ever they want to try to fight, it's right now.
Yeah, the Revitalize already popped. Feather Airstrike coming through as well. Luis is taken out low. He can still go for the engage with the AOG, but doesn't want to commit because there's no backup. There's no follow-up coming through from Corinthians at this point.
And looking at Influence Rage, their positioning right now, though, is just a little bit of a replay on what happened in game number 1. They just trying to find their footing. They just try to find a way to just enter in and barge against Corinthians. Because timing is key. Because even though right now, though, Luis trying to make a play.
Speaking of timing, they get it right this time with the Way of the Dragon connecting onto Luis and the feathered airstrike, man. This Farsa has been doing a lot of work, putting in a lot of work. The moment Luis is not present, knows that the threat of the AOG is not going to be there, and they force another turtle. They take that away right under the noses of Corinthians. 2 turtles in their hands. And Corinthians, yes, they have a double marksman kind of composition, but if they're getting zoned out of the team fights, what can they do?
I mean, if they keep on getting zoned out, I feel it's just a matter of how do you want to try to create the space. Because Influence Rage really, they see in some moments if they can try to enter, they will. But for right now, the Corinthians, I don't think that they're in a capacity to just go head-to-head with Influence Rage's fight. Because, like, in this position right now, no one can get even close to Influence Rage.
Yeah, man, Chan, you saw that, right, Vey? That was just 2 shots from the feathered airstrike. Upatizi was lucky he was alive there. And Chan is only level 7. He hasn't built the core items yet. I'm not really sure if he's even built the Lightning Truncheon at this point, because that's one of the key items that's required. You can see they go for the Detsunata as well. If they pair that up with a lot of Sky Piercer stacks for Fury, sheesh, it looks like Corinthians might be having a really hard time.
I mean, sure, Influence Rage can dish out a lot of damage, but at the same time, though, I'm actually curious because Corinthians, their main setup is between Hesu and also Luis. If ever they can jump in, they can.
Chino is trying to survive. AOG comes through as well. They're trying to catch one, but Chino gets taken down instantly. And now Hesu's next to follow. Fury has the damage. La Furia is online. La Cabra is doing everything possible as they find Chan Frost. Laname with a traction pulse and the damage in the midst of a team fight, able to single out Chan.
I mean, good eyes, to be honest. He was hidden on that bush until a little bit of a misstep, and then like Frost just came in at the right moment. And looking right now, though, on the turtle cam, Influence Rage Hotun is still really focused on those neutral objectives. Sure, they win and lose a little bit of a trades here and there, but still, they won't give up.
Yeah, they can't give up, to be honest, right at this point. They shouldn't give up any possible advantage, but feels like Influence Rage just know how to play against Corinthians. And it feels like the kryptonite to Corinthians' playstyle. It feels like the kryptonite to what Corinthians can do overall. Because again, Corinthians started early game really strong, and then Influence Rage just, you know, just halted the movement, halted the tempo of Corinthians, and all of a sudden Influence Rage are ahead. They're ahead of the 8 ball.
Pretty good playing so far, because right now you are at the point where Corinthians, they just want to try to gank up. Here's the thing about that, though. You gotta make a moment like this.
Traction pulse to pull back Paquito, and I think that's the opening that they were looking for. But look at the resources that are baited out from Corinthians, though. Zaman Force already gone. Revitalize is not going to be present. Jesus Flicker is not online. So all that just to kill a roamer. On the other side, the clear should be coming in quite easily as well. And at this point, feels like Corinthians have to give out so much just to get one small piece of the pie.
I mean, if ever they wanna try, you wanna see a play, you make a play. But a lot of the times you can't really just force it out again and again. Sure, it worked against Paquito because, like, I mean, like, he is the frontliner there, but they really need to prioritize of that gold funneling if ever they want to go head to head with Influence Race, because if it's not, it's going to be a problem.
This is what Chan can do. Zone you out from right underneath your own turrets as they're trying to siege at the mid lane tier 1. But Corinthians have the clear to try and get it out. They have Frostlnave, who hasn't gone down a single time. Upatizi still not gone down a single time. So that's some good news still for Corinthians that they're able to scale to that point. But Influence Rage, man, they're getting into the heads of Corinthians. The recall taunts from Paquito, the recall from Chan, the recall from Fury, from Hotun. I've only not seen Chino do this entire series. So feels like Corinthians, they're not able to play. They're like a caged bird at this point. Speaking of the bird, the feathered airstrike comes down. You can see they're forcing so much through as they're blitzing the Lord. They get that in their favor as well. Influence Rage are just completely conquering the pace and dictating how they want the Corinthians to play.
And of course, right now they are looking for any mispositionings that if ever Paquito wants to make a play, they can. Because looking at the drafts of Corinthians, they can really just try to mix and match with that Gatot Kacha and Badam, but for some reason, it's not as aggressive that we thought it would be. And since they are quite suppressed though, and being in together, it's an easy target if ever Influence Rage want to charge in with all of their firepower coming in right now. Because like this,
my God.
Paquito.
Look, again, those are resources baited out, but yes, the biggest resource here is Paquito on his flicker, so that's going to give some breathing room for Corinthians, and that means he's not going to be able to dish out a lot more damage. But look at what Hotun goes for. He goes for the Wishing Lantern, understanding the assignment, knowing that they're going to be super tanky. So just getting that quite early on, 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game, that is the third item that you usually go for on a Joy. But here, the Traction Pulse trying to pull them back. Chan, the Feathered Airstrike, again, so beautiful position. Unleashing the Beast. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. They're able to pick off Hesu, who was a slight bit out of position, but Paquito did not hesitate, went for the Way of the Dragon.
I mean, so far so good and lighting quite well for Influence Rage. The pushback though, given the area was created and the pressure is definitely on, but for Influence Rage though, they can just barge in at any time. And looking at the trade-offs though for so far, right now, it's a little bit of a misconception of okay, sure, you get a kill, you get some gold, but Influence Rage traded far more than that because it's a low kill game right now. It's not about how you want to gain that Skypiercer stack here and there, but the turrets though, how Influence Rage try to suppress and also manage theirs so well right now. Corinthians, they really have to make a play if ever they want to survive this game tree.
And I asked for adjustment, right, from both these teams, especially Influence Rage and Corinthians. Corinthians didn't get the double marksman down, but look at what Influence Rage did. They turned it around, and I am loving this adjustment that's coming from Influence Rage. They're not chasing kills, man. They're chasing map control, because I know you mentioned the map, but look at it. The towers only got a slight bit of a damage now. 12 minutes in the game. Corinthians are not looking comfortable, but here Hotun tries to bait out Luis, and yes, they did. Meanwhile, Paquito in the back line goes for the flicker Way of the Dragon, finds himself a double kill. His Fury, La Cabra is definitely online, ladies and gentlemen. He is 3-0-1, dishing out so much damage on the Granger.
Okay, even if right now they do have a strong front to back for Corinthians, I don't know what happened to them. But Influence Rage, they are definitely pressing back, bringing in that moment, bringing in and recalling that energy, what happened in the first game, to take back what Corinthians just was given to them in the second game. And right now, though, looking at the positionings, of course, they are going to wait for the right moment, buy time for that Lord, because Influence Rage is definitely suppressing from the middle lane.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to go through as well. The bot side, so many minions coming through. And you can see Chan with a Feather Airstrike zoning them out. They're able to clear the wave, but it's taking them so much. It's taking 5 members of Corinthians to do so. And now the Lord is so full HP. They should be able to get that inhibitor quite easily, not paying the price, just sacrificing the Lord. But the rest of the waves coming through as well. Hotun goes to the back line, tries to dish out the damage, but here's the AOG, catches too. And now they go for the clapback. He gets into the flash-to-flash combo. Paquito overextended quite a bit, but the damage from Fury! Oh my goodness, with the Death Sonata, he's able to pick up the kill, and that was Opatizi. The goal later's down and on, they find Flick at the same time. Fury is unleashing his fury in the land of Dawn. Influence Rage have found the opening. They've exposed the weaknesses of Corinthians. The minion wave marching down the mid lane, and this might be all she wrote, but Hesu! He goes for fist crack combo. He finds Chan, and now Hotun trying to get the kill, but they cannot catch Fury. He's La Cabra for a reason, as Hotun is trying to find the opening. Fury, Frost on Nave, the only one left standing, as finally Corinthians have Opatizi back up online. Influence Rage, man, they're putting on a display.
Definitely a display that you would like to keep up, you would like to see in a clear glass solution. Or even right now, Influence Rage, they gotta give a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room, because you don't want that blunder coming in of forcing a lot of the fights in enemy high ground. So you want to give that a little space, you want to play it a little bit safe. Buy time, still putting on pressure, still putting on good rage, and also wait, because you want to wait for that, or you want to wait for that sure push, or if ever you want to make a play right here, right now. If initiated by Corinthians, Influence Rage can easily take over.
Man, that Hesu play, he caught me off guard. He just went. That was the opening. That was the opening they so badly needed. But Fury is just not able to die. He's just not going down.
Because looking at the position right now for Influence Rage, the pressure is there. Corinthians, though, they really need to clean out their waves. And since there are a lot of timings that you really need to play ahead with this, so Influence Rage, they want to clear out that Lord as fast as possible. I think even if they want to try to invade, they actually did.
And they actually go for it as well. Luis trying to survive as much as he can, but the damage coming in from Fury is way too much. He's godlike indeed. They find it 7-0-1 KDA, but look at Hotun in the back line, trying to be a distraction. Flick goes into the flash-to-flash combo, unleashing the beast at the same time. Electrifying beats comes through, and now Chino, he's trying to create the separation, but look at Chan, man. Again, he has the Feathered Airstrike trying to get them, but Fury, he finds Hesu again. He's doing this. He cannot be letting this happen. Corinthians need to punish them. Fury is left open the entire time. No one to reach him whatsoever. And now they're zoning out the rest of Corinthians. I don't think they even need the Lord. The damage they're dishing out is way too much. Zaman forces drop down. Feathered Airstrike comes through. AOG to cancel it out. The minions are not present, but here they come. And Influence Rage take game number 3.
True 2-1, a clear victory on stage. Everybody's celebrating, but wait a little minute, because it is still on game number 3. Rocky boat for right now, but so far looking pretty good and pretty light for Team Influence Rage. They found a solution, they tried to suppress it, but so far, what can Corinthians do to come back from this game right here? Because to me, though, looking at the highlights, the drafts, I love their drafts very much, because it kind of gives the early potential. If ever you want to make a play, you can make a play. But again, I don't know what happened, and Influence Rage just sniffed out on that moment, and somehow, some way, a single pickoff hero is way more aggressive than the AoE can be provided by Corinthians, was just able to take over like that. And I feel like because of that Influence Rage, they know they have that momentum, they know they have that firepower, and they can just go in of that run and gun playing style was just taken away as the identity from Corinthians in game number 3.
Man, they've just stolen away the style. They've just taken away what the other side can do completely. There's no possible way for them to come out with any answers whatsoever. Corinthians need to change that. I mean, they need to change the way that they're kind of approaching the draft entirely, right, Vey? They're slotting Frostanavi on Akimi, but that means he doesn't have a lot of control in these team fights. He's the one that's relying on the damage. Yes, Frostanavi didn't get taken down many times in this game, but are the fruits bearing? Are the fruits being born? Because the way that Influence Rage are just taking these fights, man, highlight plays after highlight plays. But again, yes, you have all of that, but who's gonna take down La Cabra? Who's gonna take down Fury?
And at this point, though, it's just really racking up a lot of gold. Looking at the Sky Pearson, the second item, and a 10-02 KDA. My goodness. This guy is just really on a high, and I feel like all that adrenaline on that stage really pays off. And it ended quite quickly, as unexpected, to be honest. Looking at first and also second game, it is on a 17-minute mark right now. And see, endurance, Chronos. If your first and second game was just really that enticing and also tiring, you would probably want to try to finish up the game. And probably here and there, you will find a little bit of a mishap or a slip up. And so that's why I feel like at this crucial point, I don't think it's just all about the draft anymore. Because as I've said before, I really love Corinthians' draft, but execution-wise, I really don't know what happened. And because of those little, I feel like the communication-wise and also a little bit of a hesitant play, they try to work around against Influence Rage in this third game. It really took a toll on them. Because looking at that goal difference over time, it was just way too much to just go ahead and gain back. And they couldn't even have a single turret damage against Influence Rage. Right now, it's just wrapped up so well. And this goes to show that Influence Rage, Hotun can perform at that assassin jungler too, you know. And I mean, it's just a matter of time at this point.
Clean, man. That game was clean. They got themselves no turrets, Corinthians. Just, they couldn't, but they didn't make Influence Rage uncomfortable for even a split second. And you can take a look again, being in the arena, Influence Rage is going crazy. And if I'm not wrong, that is Fury himself, right? Fury is the one that's waking up. If you look at the seat positioning, Wave, Fury is towards the end, right? He's the last person. But the first one you see get up and try and go ahead is Fury after the game is over. So he's walking out of his chair, walking after way. He's coming and screaming at the rest of Corinthians, saying that, hey guys, you think I was underrated, you think Upatizi is better than me, you think so many other goal laners are better than me, but they are not. He is showing up. And I feel like, hey, if he keeps up the way he's played, I'm telling you, Vey, that La Cabra is gonna stick. It's gonna stick with him. Hotun called it. I'm just here to advertise and market it. That's it.
Chronos a salesperson now for that name. And right now, though, looking at how they play, it just really kind of lights it up. It's a little bit different off that PH playing style that I kind of know on like how they if you ever sniff out that moment, you make that moment happen. I don't know what happened again. Probably it's something that you want to try to consider because it is an offline game. It's also an offline desk, but hey, you guys are professional. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of things that you want to try to consider here and there, and a new evaluation coming in for that split second, because game number 4 is just right around the alley.
Right around the corner, you know, just around the curb, right there. You peek in, all of a sudden you're going to see game number 4 pop up, just saying that, hey, you know, we're right here. But before we get there, the MVP going to be Fury, of course, at 10-0-2 on the KDA, man. 41% damage still, 75% kill participation. This guy is an absolute monster on this Granger here.
I mean, again, this is basically a giveaway on how he contributes to the team, how he shots in for the lots of Death Sonata, because I mean, other than Chan being on their Farsha, sure, he made great plays on how do you want to try to like zone everybody out, but the last hits though, it was so on point for Fury to just take a lot of things. It's not the typical flashy plays, but I feel like because on this Ranger, it's just more efficient on how we want to try to take away those last hits, those crucial hits. So because of those plays, I mean, really well-deserved MVP.
Hey man, he stacked himself up. He was running and gunning just like how Corinthians like to do with that Ranger instead from Influence Rage. And I think you and I were calling it as well, right? He got the Sky Piercer, didn't get a lot of kills. When he gets them, he's going to be hurting, he's going to be a problem, and that's what he did. He got himself the Sky Piercer. And then, guys, it's a snowball. What happens when you give Granger Sky Piercer, 5 kills, front line, nobody able to catch him, no assassin to do anything? You know, do we really need to explain at that point? Do we really need to try and tell you the words like, hey, there is no one to dive on the Granger. He can just dash, skill 1, poop, 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 dash, skill 1, dash, ult, dash, ult. That's what he's gonna do. And that's what he did. He was able to beat Flick on a 1v1, man. Come on. Like, that's absolutely nasty at this point. You're not supposed to give them any sort of comfort picks.
How is it, Kronos? Oh, pew pew, pew pew pew.
And then all of a sudden he dashes back. Actually, he has one hand. He has 2 hands instead. He's actually uses one and then. And oh wait, he has 4 bullets and he pulls out the big one, uses the shoot, and then he dashes back and he does that again, and then he shoots and then he shoots and he keeps shooting, and then all next thing you know, he's just shooting Corinthians' chances to become MPL LATAM champions.
Ugh, taken away 1 game. This is like a tug of war, Kronos. 1-1, 1-1. What will happen in game number 4? Because mentality-wise, I feel like it's also going to play in a factor. Probably from the first game, it brings out that fire because, hey, signature picks here and there getting turned down. And then the second game, sure, they rage on against Influence Rage, which is good for them. And since third game, I feel like in some way it's somewhat of a stomp. So if ever you want to go head-to-head on this one, it's somewhat of a wake-up call that you need to find a solution against Influence Rage.
They're breaking down Corinthians, man. They're breaking them down piece by piece. They like, you know, when you have a car or a bike, you know, when you gotta take out the engine, take a look at what's wrong, what the problem is. They're piecing them apart at this point, and they're doing it so well. Corinthians have no answer. We've seen the same thing go on in the upper bracket finals. It's happening once again in the grand finals in a best of 7. Influence Rage are picking them apart piece by piece, play by play. They're picking them apart in draft, and it just doesn't feel good if you're a Corinthians fan. Yes, I would like Corinthians to try and take it as well. I would like to see a best of 7 go all the way. But if this is the way that it continues, Influence Rage, and the rage is real.
And I mean, you can feel that hunger though, since both of these teams are just really trying to set up on that legacy. trying to chase on that immortality road that leads up to MSC. So both are really trying to turn their way up, and definitely the only way that you gotta finish up, because the force game is coming in your way. The drafting phase already begun, and right now Fanny being banned off, still a respect though, and right now closing off the Luoyi. No signs of closing off the chip yet, but I feel like probably a Hayabusa could be banned here. Somewhat of a template ban, but let's see what their strategy is for this recent lineup, because I really like to see a Fredrin Matilda or a Baksha Matilda from Influence Rage. That could just be a takeaway point for them.
The point is going to be important. They need to make it even, otherwise it's going to look difficult for Corinthians. This is going to, if Influence Rage take this, it's going to be match point, Vey. It's going to be match point, and I don't think that's where Corinthians want to put themselves.
Right now though, no Phoveus, no Kalia, still a possibility of a Hayabusa still opening up. Would a Harith get banned here?
Chip, no?
Yeah, it's a matter of either Chip or Harith, because looking at the priorities, it shifted again. Influence Rage is on the first pick here. If ever they want to try to let it go, I feel like it's not as aggressive as Paquito on the Cho though, so they gotta be really careful if ever they want to play up that chip.
Yeah, I feel like this chip's definitely gonna be something that they need to go for. Again, Paquito, he did try to make it work in game number 2, right? But just didn't work out. But here they take away the Boxia, man. This Boxia is gonna be a crucial pick, a crucial factor that's not gonna be present in the draft phase, of course, for Influence Rage now. And I feel like that's what they think was the difference maker, but it wasn't. Now they deny the joy, take the joy in the hands of Paquito, or rather Hotun, who's had a brilliant game, who's had a brilliant series so far. And I feel like he definitely deserves what he's getting at this point. With this joy being denied away from Flick, Corinthians need to find a way to bounce back. Otherwise, it's gonna be ever so difficult, because they don't have the Fanny, they don't have the Hayabusa, the Joy is taken off the table. This is some of key heroes for Flick's hero pool, and apart from that, what's left is probably the Hanzo, maybe the Fredrin. If they need to pick up a Fredrin in the first phase, otherwise Influence Rage might just take this game as well, just because there's no one to stop the Joy. Oh, they go for the Harriet, they get themselves the Cho again. The one who's being aggressive is the one that's getting the victory. This time, they get Cho in their favor, making sure they're able to initiate the plays, making sure they're the ones calling the shots. Meanwhile, taking a look at the camp of Corinthians, there's not a lot of smiles. There's not a lot of, motivation. There's not a lot of adrenaline. It looks like they're very... it looks like they're... I don't know if they're calm, but it doesn't look like they're excited. It doesn't look like they're happy. They look like they're under pressure, if anything. But on the side of Influence Rage, you're seeing smiles, you're seeing laughs, and that just might be a difference maker. Now leaving Chip open, and again a Granger in the hands of Influence Rage. Put that in the hands of Fury. Not looking good for Corinthians.
Probably in positioning and also perspective-wise, it's quite different. For Influence Rage, it's the fire they want to try to bring in. It's the new blood rising for a championship. But on the other hand, the Corinthians, I kind of feel like the pressure is definitely a little bit heavier, because you have 2 imports. You got to live up to that name. And since if ever they are trying to adjust on what happened in game number 1, 2, and also 3 at the same time. So I feel like it is a problem they would like to address on how. But so far, though, a good solution against the Joy. Picking up that Fredrin for Corinthians. The question is though, will it be flexed to the EXP or will it be taken as a jungler for now? Because if ever they want to bring up the jungler, a Kimmy would be good for Corinthians if they still want to stick to what they know and what they want to do best. Because they need a main damage dealer if ever. A good eye for banning out the Benedetta, because there is a potential of Hesu bringing out his signature pick. A good sniff for that ban.
I think, yes, the good sniff for the ban indeed. They don't want them to dive into the back line, given the fact that this Fredrin's definitely... I feel like this Fredrin's definitely going to go in the jungle here, just because of how the Joy can be neutralized, how the chip can be neutralized. Well, the Fredrin's a great pick coming through. They ban out the glue just to make sure Fredrin doesn't get countered. The Benedetta taken away just not to add insult to injury to their side. But over here, they need to take out the Jushin, which is very important. Why? Just so that the Fredrin is let loose a little bit. The Fredrin has more room to play around with and more room to dish out a lot more damage at this point. And apart from that, it's looking like Influence Rage might have put themselves in this precarious situation.
Batting out the Matilda is good because they need an in and out composition, but this doesn't close off the possibility of Corinthians picking up the Faramis if ever they want to try to play that extended team fight, that typical push and pull type of team fight, because they do have the potential to do that. Because you don't want to go up against a Granger and a Joy and not be able to play out on that extended team fight, especially you're also against the chip. Sure, they can go aggressive coming in that game, but the potential of just eating out of the arena, of the area, is also pretty good. A good stopper though, Selena, but so far a lot of magic damage coming in for Corinthians. What can Influence Reach do?
What can they do? I like the Selena, a lot more aggression from the side of Corinthians. This looking like a cleaner draft from Corinthians, not gonna lie. Influence Rays though, need to find an answer. They have the team fight. They need something that can change the pace of the game. Maybe a Gatot Kacha, just because you have the ability to drop in an AOG to make the slight bit of a difference.
Well, you're praying for that moment right now because a Jusen is getting banned as the last one. A Kemi Badang getting picked up by Influence Rage. This is kind of reverse Uno card for Corinthians because it's the same idea on how they want to try to play around. But on the other hand, the Corinthians, they really want to go aggressive on this one. So I feel like they can try to counter in because they know their own strategy better than anyone else. So let's see how they want to try to execute this. Because the last pick for Corinthians, again, will the Fredrin be an EXP or a jungler? If ever they want to pick up a jungle assassin, still available for a Suyo, a great escapability, but a Lucas is their solution. They want to play a little bit tanky.
Yeah, I think they get that Lucas. That Lucas in the EXP lane. They have the pick off. They looking to. This draft is just to counter the draft that's coming through from the chip, right? But you can see they take a page out of their own book. Vey, if I'm not wrong, is Influence Rage's draft starting to look a lot more like Corinthians slowly?
Yeah, it's a switcheroo, Kronos. It's a switcheroo for game number 4. Let's see, at the end of the day, execution is the key because it's just only the draft. What can they do right now for game number 4?
Yeah, because game 4 begins, ladies and gentlemen, and Influence Rage are looking ruthless. They're not just winning, they're dismantling Corinthians piece by piece, draft by draft, fight by fight. They've got the tempo, they've got the confidence and the hunger to end this. If Corinthians don't flip the script now, this could turn into a massacre.
And you do not want that because at the early game, the Corinthians is just getting down right now. Luis, will he? still survive.
Oh my god, just when you said it's gonna turn, just when I said it's gonna turn into a massacre, Influence Rager showing why it could. Again, the Hesu here playing as aggressive as he can just to buy enough time. And Hotun comes in with the rhythm. Hesu able to get out of harm's way, able to survive, and that's some good news for both these teams.
Pretty good so far, because at this point though, you see Luis and also Frost playing that Selena and Choke combination. The aggressiveness will be leveled up again and again. So since Influence Rage is just basically playing whatever Corinthians is trying to cook up in the first until the third game, I feel like this would be a very good way to just, well, try to recover and try to take back of a point that they lost or gain another for a match point.
Oh, electrifying beats already used onto Hesu. Goes for the flash-to-flash combo, but Hotun has a lot more damage. He's level 4 already. This could be the slight bit of a difference maker. And seems like Paquito here has not found the opening. He has to use the Y-Walk. Oh, Fury taking out low. Upatizi getting the better of him. Drops an emote. I want to see what emote that was.
A lot of emotes coming here and there, so if ever you want that emote, don't forget to top up at monoxus.com. Because right now, the Influence Rage, they are starting that turtle, but Corinthians, they don't want to give that up.
Yeah, I think right now you can see the turtle getting started already. Flick is getting started. Hesu unleashes the beast. Meanwhile, on the top side, the 1v1 Upatizi might just get the kill on Fury, but here dropping down the shortcut as they get the kill. First blood in the hands of Influence Rage, however, as Jesus gets taken down. And now, yes, they got themselves a turtle, but is that what they needed more than anything? They're looking to control the map, and Influence Rage are really good at that.
Okay, right now, though, Corinthians, they put up a good pace though so far, but not enough to take over Influence Rage yet. As long as they can meet up those expectations of an early aggressive play, I'm pretty sure Influence Rage is standing on pretty strong.
Influence Rage definitely starting out pretty strong indeed so far. Getting the kill. They lose out the neutral objective, but look at the goal lead. It's still not slipped away. Chan having a difficult time here, thanks to Frost and Lava's range with the Abyssal Arrow. But Hesu, man, this guy has been doing a lot of work in the EXP lane. He's been dominating that EXP side the entire time. Chino has been like a... He's not been standout plays. He's not done a lot, but he's keeping up with Hesu to make sure Hesu is not dishing out quite a lot of damage, nor is he being too much of a problem. But here, speaking of problem, ooh, that was difficult.
Mischievous little fox, of course, because the shortcut is open.
Yeah, and you can see with the traction pulse pulling the back as well as the Mindforce drop down with the Appraiser's Rat to get the kill. Hotun and Paquito to fall down. Hesu goes through with the flash combo, and that is enough as Corinthians say they're done. They don't want to play the game that Influence Rage are playing. They want to play their own as they find another. The Abyssal Arrow connects to Chan. He is forced to flicker out. And like, he's still being annoying. He's still taunting, man.
You're having fun with it, definitely, because you know what, right now it's just one of the ways that you can do, because okay, on top,
oh no, on the top side you can see Opatizi dropping down Zaman Force, but oh my goodness, they go for the fist crack combo. Chino hands a kill on a silver platter to Fury.
You don't want that keep on happening, because Opatizi going back a good call that no damage dealer is present there, so Influence Rage can get that turtle quite easily.
Yeah, Influence Rage definitely got themselves that turtle, but again, look at the space that Paquito is able to create, right, for the rest of Influence Rage. He's being so aggressive. He's maximizing the utility that this ship can provide. And now Upatizi, yes, he has to defend, but he definitely needs some backup, and that's why you can see Luis coming through as well. Paquito finally spots him out as well, using the Shunpo to try and dodge that stun. And look at the items, Vey. 2 Thunderbelts on the side of Corinthians already.
I mean, that level of respect and that level of investing into it, because they know they're going up against bursty heroes, so you really gotta rack up those stacks if ever you want to play those Thunderbelts right. And I'm actually eyeing on the Granger though. Fury already having a 100 strike and also the Sky Piercer. So it'll be quite of a good sight if ever going head to head with Corinthians and racking up a lot of kills. Won't be easy,
That's
but
one of my
it's
favorite emotes. That's one of my favorite emotes. Hahaha, well played, bro. That's what he's saying the entire time because Flick has been trying, man. It just feels like Flick has been. It just Corinthians don't feel like the top tier team that we've seen them to be throughout the entire season, at least during the rush of the playoffs, right? Influence Rage have just made it look like this is another team. To be honest, for Influence Rage, it doesn't feel like they're just playing a normal series. Corinthians are really having to fight tooth and nail to get any sort of advantage.
Because right now, though, I mean, the question that kind of hangs onto my mind is that what happened and what play can you make? Because a lot of the Corinthians lineup is the one who should be making the plays, but for some reason, Influence Rage just, well, you know what? They rage over them. So I feel like because of that solution, they already know what to do. But Corinthians, they just respond so far. But hey, being aggressive in the mid lane kind of helps a little bit because you want to get that turtle, and everybody's just eyeing on that right now.
That is a neutral objective, so both these junglers definitely want to get themselves that turtle soup. But yeah, look at Hotun waiting for the right time, has the rhythm, goes there as well. But at the same time, Hesu goes in with the electric. Oh no, it was actually taken away by Hotun after unleashing the beast, and now you can see Chino gets caught up. Flick has the damage indeed. Flash to flash combo coming through, and they're dishing out the damage as finally they get Chino, the first one to fall in that fight. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Chan gets taken down and out after being mispositioned, and now another Abyssal Arrow connects. This could be the triple that they're looking for. Frostland Nave is online. Shortcut is dropped down, but again, instantly burst down as well. Corinthians finding the opening, finding answers, and now they're forcing Hotun and Fury out of their own jungle.
Quite well, quite good. The aggression of Frostland Nave using that Selena is finally online. The question is though, can they keep on suppressing on what they do right now?
Yeah, man, these arrows are connecting hard and they're able to dish out a lot of damage, able to disrupt the flow that Influence Rage are looking for. They lose out 2, they lose out in the inhibitor. And now feels like Corinthians have finally found their footing, finally finding momentum after 3 games. This is game number 4, and this is what we want to see Corinthians pull up every single time.
They definitely live up to that expectation, and they need to maintain that, because if ever they feel that adrenaline high just so quickly and they let go of it, it's going to be a big problem, because right now Paquito is just eyeing on that shortcut.
Oh yeah, he did use the shortcut as well, and here comes Chino along with Chan. They have the Abyssal Arrow from Frost though. That has to be respected, that has to be watched out for, because every time there's a fight, that arrow it's just coming from afar. Influence Rage really need to keep an eye out for that. Just not only that, there's also Louise who's looking to come at them. There's Flake that has a lot of chain CC. Hesu doing the same. So Frostal Nave really just free to do a lot of damage and a lot of the pickoffs as Louise went for one, baiting out the Purify from Paquito.
I mean, so far so good, because right now they still want to continue that fight, because Corinthians is just trying to invade in on what Influence Rage is just going to play it out. But since hey, you have the potential to just roam over as quickly as possible, you also have the potential to just afford to play out from the far lane.
Oh, Paquito taking out solo. Flake actually misses the taunt. The shortcut's already dropped out, but look at Hesu zoning out Chan as well as Hotun, but the electrifying beats come through as well, and now Chino goes for the fist rack combo! He finds 3, but no damage to follow up. Chan is trying to do a lot. Everyone taking out solo. Appraiser's Wrath just to try and survive and sustain the damage coming through as they get themselves the Lord. Hotun tried to go to Frostal Nave, but look at Fury! He made it! He has the Death Sonata, he got the kill, but Louise with the Way of the Dragon, and the follow-up coming through from Chan. Hotun goes in with the electrifying beats, but they get the shutdown again. Double kill in his hands, but look at Upatizi in the back line. Catches Fury off guard. And now they're going back and forth. It's a tennis match, ladies and gentlemen. It's not Mobile Legends that they're watching. The Lord still marching out the mid lane.
They gotta clear it out, but hey, a good comeback against Corinthians, a good play, a good time by Chino off that fist crack and fist break combo. It was a very sweet sight to see. But hey, let's see how it really goes later on, because right now the Corinthians, they are still finding their footing. I mean, they still have their footing in this fourth game. But Influence Rage is just really starting to show how Fury brings in that Fury literally, as right now marching on the 11th minute mark, most items is secured on the hands of Fury. A good defensive play that they want to try to bring out from Corinthians, either both from the Lucas and also the Fredrin, which is nice. But at the same time, looking at how the Kimmy and also Joy scaling up that easily, Corinthians, they better watch out, because mid-game power spike is their time to shine. But Influence Rage, they have the late-game insurance and even the ultra late-game insurance. So you better watch out, even though you are tanky players on Corinthians' side.
They have tanky players indeed, but the damage, oh yeah, and speaking about tanky players, they get the Wishing Lantern onto Chen, and now that's gonna be a really big problem for them, because that's doing true damage, Vey. That's gonna do true damage after the butterflies just go through. And now Corinthians, yes, they had the advantage the entire game. Yes, they still kind of have map control, but Influence Rage, they hit their item power spike. This is what they needed. They have two marksmen. They have a chip to make cross-map plays. They have an assassin to dive to the back line. And of course, Chino is starting to make those plays as well. I said about he's not being highlight plays. He's not making it, but he makes it when it's required. And now Paquito might just go for a shortcut. No, chooses not to do so.
I mean, at this point, it's just him opening up the map. Whatever vision that he can provide for Corinthians, you can do that. Because if ever everybody's up on top, then it's not up for grabs. And since you want to pop off that information that Hotun was just down at the bottom lane, distract everybody down to the bottom lane, and then try to invade on that Lord. I mean, like, create that space, create that momentum. Because Corinthians do have the potential to just invade in, because even though they have more killing scores, but they really gotta watch out for the momentum-wise of momentum plays by Influence Rage.
Yeah, and not just that, right, Vey? Look at the goal lead. It's still evened out. Influence Rage have finally found a way to try and get that in their favor. A shortcut could come through at any point. You can see the taunts going on to him as well. They're trying to force it on Hesto with the flash-to-flash combo already being used. Shockwave Blast comes out as well. Paquito taken out low. But meanwhile, look at Otuni. Goes for the back line. Catches Frostonami. That's the shutdown that they needed. And now a team fight could be broken out. They get the kill in the way of the dragon. But the fist break, fist crack combo doing a lot. Fury's trying to kite out. But Opatizi drops down. There's a bond force. Dishing out the damage. Chino is flickering in and out. He's trying to buy some time, but it's too little too late. D gets taken down. Double kill in the hands of Opatizi. 5-0-8 on a Herod. And this is what Corinthians needed. They needed that opening. They needed the power spike. They needed the damage from their goal laner. And oh my god, did he show up today.
Finally, a turning point for Corinthians. They need to take this chance right now. I mean, I gotta hand it to Influence Rage Hotun. Good eye on picking up Frostonave, but since you are chased way too back, I feel like it's just a little bit of a misposition. If ever Influence Rage, you're going to replay on what happened into that fight later on. But for right now, late game, you're coming in. Equipment-wise, it won't matter as much, because the timing of the plays is definitely the crucial key if ever you want to try to win out or find a way to just flip the script for this fourth game.
Man, this fourth game was super important indeed. If they didn't get it, it would have been match point for Influence Rage, because they're 2-1 in this best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. Corinthians are looking to end it all 15 minutes in. The Lord is marching on the bot side. It's coming slowly. It's making a ramp walk. It's being led on by Corinthians, and this might be the opening. Fury hasn't had the best of games, but the traction pulse coming through as well. Look at Frostlanave being an absolute threat with the Abyssal Arrows, and now Hesu getting into the Nine-Tailed Beast form. Shockwave Blast already used, goes with the Flash Step Flash combo, tries to pull him back. Chino went for the fist break, not able to find it, but here comes Flick, gets a ton onto them. At the same time, you can see the damage is dished out, and they find one, make that two. A monster kill in the hands of Wupatizi, and that's the third kill down, and now the base crystal is left exposed from the outside. They find four. Hotun is the only one left standing. Will he be able to defend? He tries to go through, but they demolish him, and Corinthians make it 2-2.
Okay, equalize again and again. Again, won't be an easy fight to start with, but a good win for Corinthians. A little bit of a breather given to them at this crucial point. Able to equalize was a well start to see. It wasn't a great early, but at the end of the day, they know, and they sure damn well know how to finish it.
And I'm telling you, just when you thought they were down for good, Corinthians strike back. Game 4 goes their way. And this grind finals, ladies and gentlemen, is officially a war right now. We're tied up 2-2. Momentum, though, May, we've been talking about this the entire day, is just completely shifted hard at this point.
I mean, there's a bit of a difference here and there. It's just a matter of one slip up. It's just going to dictate and also change how these games are going to play, and how they are going to be laid out later on. So I feel like this time a lot of crucial points that they actually try to play it out. But I gotta give it to Corinthians. They handled it so well and gracefully on this fourth game against Influence Rage, even though at the early game it wasn't through their winning.
Man, it's a treat, isn't it? It's an absolute treat what we're watching. We're just watching some of the best battle it out in LATAM. A grand finals worthy of its name, 2-2 so far. And with the way that they're looking at it, the momentum now, Corinthians have taken it. It's a full swing back, right? You can see the Influence Rage camp is not looking as confident. And that pendulum that you were talking about, if it swings completely on one side, it will be a difficult game indeed. As you can see, 3 times the kill score. The goal lead, though, it wasn't by a lot. So Influence Rage didn't really lose out the game by too much. It's just towards the end where they let it slip. But Corinthians, knowing what they had to do, found a key to victory, and it's been Frost Lanave the whole time. Every game so far, he's been the big difference maker.
Because right now, though, for Corinthians, they were able to take back for what's theirs. I feel like, sure, the drafts have shifted to each other. It just kind of like crossed over, but Flick's Fredrin works pretty well trying to suppress on Hotun, because at the end of the day, leading up to that late game though, nobody was able to burst it down as much, because Fury on this game, he didn't get to rack up a lot of kills, knowing that how tanky these lineup Corinthians brought in for this game. And a faster game given indeed than compares to one before, and this even ending on the 15-minute and also 56 mark. Just kind of shows that how this tug of war and how the perseverance of Corinthians during the play right now finally shows off. Because even looking at that goal difference over time, it really just shows how Corinthians just want to like push and pull during in the games.
Yeah, it's been a tug of war. It's complete push and pull. You're absolutely right. And I think so far, people might say that the Filipino imports have been doing a lot of work for Corinthians, right? But man, these past few games, it's Frost Lanave that's been the difference maker, right? He's the one that's the difference. Yes, Flick has played an absolute great game with the Fredrin, but that's what the Fredrin is supposed to do against the Joy, right? And Hesu finally, after about 3 games, started showing up, tried to create the space, tried to go through with a dive, with a flash step, with a flash combo. I think that's definitely being a difference maker as well. But Frost Lanave, man, he's taking the cherry on top of the cake. This guy has been creating space. He's been creating opportunities for the rest to follow up on. And I mean, I voted him as one of my MVPs. I actually sent 2 out, man. Sorry. I know you're supposed to send 1. I sent out 2. I sent Frost Lanave and, of course, Upatizi, man. The goal lane god himself. The way he did it on that Harriet. Whew. Absolutely insane.
I mean, I voted for Upatizi because that Harris was just amazing to see. I feel like it's back to where we started on talking about. We feel that the Harris is a key, but again, it doesn't defies it 100%. Unlike from the regular season that we've seen before, because right now you can see that both Fury and also Upatizi head-to-head with the Granger and also Harris. But hey, at the end of the day, MVP of the game by Prognosis, it is Upatizi.
You gotta hit that pose, Vey. You gotta hit that pose. The way this guy's been playing, absolute monster. You gotta get that Upatizi. What a monstrous KDA with the Harriet. He's been destroying them, man. And I know for a fact that he hasn't been having a great game on the Harriet so far in this entire series. But the way that he was dishing out this time with the Upatizi, he's dropping down the Zaman Force, dashing around, maximizing the utility, able to slow down the opposition. And oh my goodness, he was the one who was an absolute threat to the entirety of Influence Rage.
I mean, well, right now you gotta give it to them that how they want to try to fight it out, because hey, it's just game number 4. Sure, it is a best of 7 series. There might be a chance that they would like to have a little bit of a comeback, but let's see how they want to try to play it out. Because if ever that tug of war continues, it might be a chance that it will be a 4-3. Hitting that pose, Kronos.
Got to, man. Got to. It's Upatizi that's got the MVP. You got to respect the fact that he is still one of the top goal laners. Yes, people may say he's been there for a long time, but he's got the experience. He's got the gameplay, and he's showing the young guns that he's not out yet. He definitely is a great one. And, you know, Upatizi MVP. You want to be MVP as well? You got to make sure you get the Techno Cam on 40 series, ladies and gentlemen. That helps out, you know. But
good pose.
Hey, I know, right? I want some codes though, Vey. Give me some codes. Give me my skin, bro. Where's my Naruto skin? You're not giving me nothing for all this. Like you said, you're gonna give me.
We gotta summon Lord Tiago. Will the Lord give us good skin codes? He did. Alright, so everybody who is watching right now at the English screen, go ahead and redeem your skin right now. It's 5KGWN9RJJ. Oh, a lot of JKs here today. And don't forget, take a screenshot, tag us, tag at MLBBR eSports and also MLBB eSports. So let us know what type of skins that you guys get, because in this MPL series that we see, there's the water one, there's a Benedetta, there's the Franco. So hey, let it see, let us know, redeem the skins, because if ever, Kronos will get the skin first before you guys. But looking at his expression, I think he gets more magic dust.
I ain't get nothing. I'm very unlucky. But you can be lucky. You're not me. You're not the one trying to get the skin. You didn't get it. You will get it indeed. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want us to wait any further. You get your skin codes. While you're doing that, we're going to call the draft because we are already underway.
Okay, pretty good to see right now. Still on that Loi band, still on that Fanny band. So far, bands are still template. Hayabusa, Chip, here and there should light up a little bit more.
A little bit more, a little bit less. Hey, push and pull, tug of war. We need to find an answer, man. These teams need to find a way to make things happen. And Corinthians seems like they've put the Influence Rage camp under a little bit of stress, because you can see they're not like they're not happy as they were before. they're looking a little stressed out at this point, and off the back of Fury, who's been dishing out a lot of the damage, they need that, you know, coming through. And of course, Paquito as well at the same time. He's the one getting up and going front. My bad, it's not been Fury. It's been Paquito, man. This guy is so aggressive, dropping emotes, dropping recalls. I think Corinthians this time, again, game number 5, eh? This is the one that gets the match point.
And I mean, if you want to look at by data, Corinthians usually do have that early good gain on the blue side. If ever you want to try to have that head-to-head comparison, the win rate is slightly a little bit higher, but still pretty good. Still pretty in a good light to see overall. But since you want to close off that Fovius and also Joy, respect to Corinthians, a Cho denial against Influence Rage is still open, and a Harith Granger pickup or trade-off is still open too. And for Corinthians though, will they still want to play that Assassin or they want to go head-to-head with Fighter Junglers up against Influence Rage?
The Cho, key piece in every single puzzle. Was the previous game the Cho on the side of Corinthians? I think so, right? Was it not?
They changed back here and there. But last one was set up Corinthians, yes, because Rage is playing on that bada.
Vey, Cho has 100% win rate in this final so far.
Pretty good. Looking pretty good.
And I feel like Corinthians have found it. They've understood that Cho has been the difference maker. They understood that they need to let Luis play a lot more aggressive. They need to make sure Paquito doesn't play as aggressive as he'd like. And now they steal it away, knowing what impact this Cho can have in the Land of Dawn. That's why it's such a sought out after pick at this point. And Influence Rage, they don't, I don't know if they've got it or they've understood it yet, but at this point they take away the Gatotkacha, the Herod. The Granger's left open. It's got to be picked up at this point, otherwise you're going to have a difficult time. Or they could even go for the Kimmy. Just lock in that Granger Kimmy and you're going to have a great time. Again, you're going to go work out the double marksman. But no, they want to make sure they get that Boxia before it's banned out, even taken away on the other side.
I mean, it is a good consideration if ever they want to do that. I feel like this time they are reverting back on what they want to try to play out. And since the glue all this time was just denied, it was finally getting picked up right now. And Influence Rage, I feel like they are trying to approach this a little bit different and a little bit a halberd this time, instead of like going in guns blazing with all of those damage dealers getting brought up.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they are fighting it out for. The champion trophy, MPL LATAM. Latin America is what it stands for. Influence Rage on the left side of your screen. And on the right side of your screen is, of course, Corinthians that they're not showing. Coach Blackjacks and the rest of Influence Rage looking like they're getting a little sweaty. And they need to find answers. And they're digging deep into their arsenal, trying to find out what they can ban out. Because after taking out the Faramis, the Jushin banned out from the other side. Corinthians, on the other hand, starting to look a little more confident. You can see some movement. You can see some life come out from their team. This might work out in their favor, or this might not. This is the game that provides match point for either side.
I mean, so far, looking at the trade-offs, a good front to back by Corinthians, but at the same time, same for Influence Rage. So the drafting style didn't really shift as much, but it is definitely being on par for both sides. So it's not just simply responding. It's trying to dictate on its own, but looking at the patterns, it will just probably go down on the second phase, on which they want to try to prioritize. Because no Farsha, no Chusin, Loi is already backed out. Will the Selena be brought up again? Because either Frost, Nave, or Chan is pretty good on that hero. or it'll be banned out later on. Let's see.
Oh, this Farsa already taken out. I think the final ban gonna be the Moskov. Is it? Feels like I think it's gonna be the Moskov, right? Just because of Corinthians wanting to go for a slight bit of an assassin. Maybe they're looking to slot this boxing in the EXP lane. And then that could be a big difference maker because... Oh, they get Kimmy though. Oh, Hanzo was the final ban. They get the Kimmy on their side. Again, running that 2 kind of marksman lineup on the side of Rage, which got them the victory in game number 3. And now, again, you're forcing Corinthians. What are they going to pick? Are they going to go for another Selena?
If they ever want to go up against a Selena, I feel like a Frederick will be brought up as a jungler, but a little bit of an overkill if ever Frederick Baksha getting picked up. But still a possibility though, because you're facing up against people who are going to burst down and a good front to back composition also. But it's a little bit heavy on the Granger.
Selena Lucas, no?
For right now. Selena Lucas would be fun
oh
too, but turns out
oh my god. This is exciting, man. This is absolutely crazy. We're gonna get to see Esu on a Benedetta. Game number 5 when it's a match point. They pull out some of their most comfort heroes, some of their signature heroes, and even Frost on the Sicilian. Now they get the Lucas in the hands of Hotun. And this is a complete shift in terms of drafting style, right? Corinthians go back to basics. They go back to what they know. They go back to what they want to work. And it seems like this might just be the opening that they were looking for.
And let's talk about conditions. Both need to fill up on that early. And for me, Influence Rage, they will have the potential to hold on the mid. But for right now, though, looking at the lineups for Corinthians, it is looking pretty good. But you gotta be careful. If ever one slip up, you gotta find which hero to just give them the stacks or funnel in the gold for them. So that is a crucial part. So let's see how it goes for game number 5.
Hey, 2 wins apiece, 2 teams with everything to prove, and now game number 5 decides who takes the lead and who gets pushed to the edge. This isn't just a game anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is a war of belief, endurance, and identity. Influence Rage and Corinthians are locked in a battle of wills. Let's get into game number 5 of MPL LATAM Grand Finals.
Okay, pretty good to see starting emblems. So far, they really do want to go aggressive. Even for the Lucas, you want to go assassins on that pick type. Chan is just trying to melt down Frost and Nave since you have that early potential up against the Sicilian. For Corinthians, though, on the other hand, I don't see a lot of shoes yet. So they want to move fast, but at the same time, it is all handled in on how the angles of a play that later will be initiated by Hesu, if ever.
Man, look at the way that he's moving around Hesu. He just came from the top side just to see if there's a Lethal Wanderer fight. Now goes back into the lane. Actually misses out just 1 single minion. Well, that's okay. As an EXP laner, you're willing to sacrifice that. He's still able to get more EXP than Chino. So that means he got himself a minion in the mid lane somewhere. He's not losing out whatsoever.
Okay, Influence Rage, they are trying to fight a little bit of edge against Corinthians Flick for the jungling patterns. Because, I mean, like, you're going up against both fighters, but Baksha rolls a little bit faster. So you gotta keep that up. Hit that 4th level power spike, have a greater chance of fighting in that turtle or even Lord Pit.
Man, now they've had 4 games to read each other, right? I feel like now the stage is kind of set. This is where the competition really gets real at this point. This is where they want to be. And now it's about who can evolve one step further, because now the turtle fight is getting started. Luis trying to get the knockup with the Jeet Kune Do. Chan taking down low, and that's first blood in the hands of Hesu, with a Petrify being used as well. Hotun unleashes the beast, and they get the grab onto them as well. At the same time, now looking to go for the flash to flash combo. Chino's taking down low. Luis not level 4 yet, but Hotun's able to pick up a kill. Hesu taking down low. Hotun still survives, makes it a double, and now it looks like Luis was aggressive, flickers forward, tries to find a kill, but in vain, as Hotun's able to get the triple kill. And that just wasn't a kill, that was a complete momentum swing, and now Influence Rage have the advantage.
Good swing as ever for Influence Rage. An early triple, which is so nice of a highlight right now on this game number 5. But you don't want to miss that out. Even Corinthians not securing the 4th level yet. Right now it's just setting it a good pace. Since you are trying to find a way to, after getting that triple kill, I don't think that even getting that neutral objective will equalize on what they've already gained in the early game. It's just gaining a same pace for the goal, a little bit of balance in that game. But right now though, on to the next thing. What can Influence Rage do? What can Corinthians find if ever they want to try to like outmaneuver each one of them in the fights?
They need to outmaneuver them indeed. They need to find an open. They need to look for the flank. But with Hotun on 3 kills, with the snowball that they've got on this Lucas, this might be a mountain for Corinthians to climb back from, because Hotun now is going to be a lot more tanky. AOG comes through to catch us 2 as well at the same time. Upatizi taking on low, but Luis goes for the way of the dragon. The revitalized pop to survive, but not enough as they lose Paquito. That's the sacrifice that they're willing to make. But Hotun could have got a lot more than they came for. Corinthians still able to survive, still standing tall, not letting go.
Still a good chance here, but you know, getting targeted here. But Influence Rage, they won't give up on this fight.
Oh, I like the final brawn to Chan. He's able to get out of harm's way, surviving ever so slightly after using the flicker. But here, Hotun gets caught up, goes for the flash combo, has the damage, no shockwave blast, but he's able to get out this time. Jesus there to try to buy some damage, try to buy some time. Chino gets the kill to Luis as Frostland Nave finds his first one in this game.
Okay, good 1-for-1 trade so far, but Influence Rage though, they are just trying to outmaneuver each one of them. Patizi, will he?
Oh, AOG comes through, actually misses out. Patizi is able to cut out of harm's way. Fury dashes out as well as the Zamar Force, and now Flick trying to lead the charge. They're getting distracted by Paquito, but look at Hesu. He don't care. He's finding the back line. Chino still surviving. Electo final blow. He realizes this is not the time, and they disperse.
A very good trade. A good swing for Corinthians this time, creating a little bit of a goal lead and also trying to take control on the little misplays that if ever Influence Rage try to hold in, because if not, Chino is initiating right now.
They get the grab onto him. Hotun gets pulled back with the way of the dragon. At the same time, look at the turtle in the hands of a Frost, or rather Chan, and now they take that 1 and 2. Luis and Hesu just down and out. Now the flash-to-flash combo gets them the second kill. Flick is down and out. Influence Rage have flipped the script, and speaking about momentum, they definitely have it now.
And pushing back in quite well, slowly but surely, and even initiating a 3-lane push on the 6-minute mark. This is just a sight to see, but the fight is definitely not over. Even we're talking about the overall in-game equipments, 4 players on the side of Influence Rage has a bit of a goal gap against Corinthians, 3 right now. But so far, it's just looking at farming machines on the side of Corinthians. It's only Hesu and also Upatizi finding that edge on that Granger. Itemization-wise, both are still quite solid, still quite basic, but those little things will finally rack up later because a concealed play, it is initiated right now.
Yeah, and they look for the pick-off as well, and they find Chan and Electro Final both thrown at them at the same time with the Petrify not being used, but they find the kill, and that's going to be Hotun! He's a monster indeed! They find Chan in the process, so 1-for-1 traded, and now they're looking for more. Hotun's able to get himself a double with the flash-to-flash combo, and now Upatizi's there. Chino spots him out, he goes for the flicker, but he doesn't have the grab, and neither the damage as Upatizi finds himself that one. And now they're back online, they're trading blow for blow, but not taking away any objective is going to be a problem for Corinthians.
Quite well, and they're trying to escape it so far. A good gap that created by Corinthians was just taken away again by Influence Rage, because right now Rage is just going to start up some fights here.
Oh,
TC?
They get Paquito, Way of the Dragon being committed already, no follow-up coming through, and this is because the fact that Flick is on a tank jungle, there's no way to follow up, only they need Frost Lanave or Upatizi. Hesu, meanwhile, realizing he can't really contribute much in the team fight, goes on the split push. As you can see, the rest of Influence Rage have grouped up right at the Lord Pip, trying to contest this one neutral objective. Oh, no, Hesu taking out low, but he gets bursted down. No, Electro Final brought this down as well. They go for the Zaman Force, and now they're committing to the Lord. Seems like Corinthians had no option but to concede it at the moment. Luis doesn't have any flicker. AOG to create the separation, but Paquito, what are you doing there? He gets taken out so low. Simon Claus doesn't even pull him back, but meanwhile, Flick, trying to buy some time, gets burst down by the Shockwave Blast. Killing spree in the hand of Upatizi, and now the Zaman Force to drop down. Look at Fury. He's unleashing once again, forcing Upatizi back. There's no way for them to do anything. At this point, Influence Rage have conquered the map.
A 4-for-1 trade and even getting a Lord. Influence Rage is definitely on top on this trade right now. And pushing in would not be a problem, but looking at the death timers, I think it'll just be a good distraction of getting 1 or 2 turrets. It won't be the last push. This fight is definitely still going on.
Man, they're layering their ultimate so much better now. Influence Rage. It feels like they finally cracked the timing. Corinthians, though, still looking for it. They had the early game. It's always deja vu way. They get the early game, and then mid game, all of a sudden, Influence Rage bounce back, and now the traction pulse pulling them. You can see the AOG catches Flick this time as they force out the flickers, and now Retribution comes out as well. Fury with the Zaman Force. He's doing way too much. There is no answer whatsoever, but Hesu in the meantime doing as much as he can, giving his teammates the time to scale up, especially the Sicilian, who needs more time, more items, and the longer this game goes on, the more he's gonna start hurting.
So that's why you better finish it quick if ever you still have the momentum right now, because Hesu is getting stunned. And 1v2!
Oh my
goodness gracious!
Oh my god, he gets burnt out just like that. I didn't even see the Electro Final blow. He even used the Petrify. It didn't work out.
I mean, it's going to be hard to outmaneuver those two heroes that he went out facing up, because it won't be as easy escaping because of the area getting controlled right now. And even right now, I feel like if ever Influence Rage or Fury, you want to rush onto that Divine Glaive, so you do have the penetration against Corinthians that they play on that Cho and also Baksha. But for right now, though, still template builds, but a glowing wand is being prioritized for the Sicilian on the side of Corinthians.
Yeah, I think this glowing wand's gonna be really effective. But my god, look at the item on Fury, man. That's the most expensive item in the game. The Holy Crystal being purchased by Fury. This guy, every time you think he's down and out, he bounces back. 3-0-4 on a Herod. Upatizi 3-0-1. By no means is Upatizi playing bad, but they need to find the opening. And at this point, the goal needed to get the first kill definitely is going to be helping their game a lot, their team a lot more.
And you know what? Right now, Influence Rage, they're just finding ways to. Hey, since we do have the momentum, since we can suppress, we will try to suppress. But for Corinthians, finding openings on some little bits of fights that they can do is a good solution for now.
It is indeed. Any trade is good trade for their side. with a goal lead of 4K on the side of Influence Rage. They're looking to take this Lord down. They're looking to blitz it as fast as possible because they spot out Hessel on the top side, and that's a clean goal signal for them. Chino has enough to zone out the rest of Corinthians. But oh, you can see Luis went for the play. They're looking to burst him down. They get the Lord indeed, but now Frost and Nave comes through with the Bat's face, has the damage. Paquito trying to create the space. Hesu, meanwhile, getting zoned out as the Mod Force comes through, and they find a 3-man AOG! He catches Hesu, and Flick goes down and out as well. That is absolutely beautiful play coming in from Paquito as they secure themselves a Lord at the same time.
This is a pretty good sight to see from Influence Rage, and they still going on for this fight here today. Right now, Influence Rage, they are pushing it, and they are pushing it quite hard. As Corinthians, sure, they do have high ground defensive on that Granger and also Sicilian, but it is just at the edge of the death timer. Influence Rage, will this be their last push in?
Now, man, the Lord is already on the top side. Traction Pulse already being used. Flick has no damage. Tortoises Poissons just to get some slowdown, just to make sure that the Lord can get cleared out. But at what cost? Look at Hesu, though. He's doing so much, man. Hesu has been splitting the entire game. Yes, he doesn't have the best of KDAs, but that's not the thing. That's not what he's aiming for. He's looking to split. He's looking to chunk down the HPs, and he's looking to be a distraction. That's what Hesu's doing, and it's working out so well for Corinthians. But still, by no means do they have an advantage, because Influence Rage, 7K goal lead. And look at Hotun, 808 on a Lucas. Fury, 405. How are you going to stop them?
At this point, if ever they manage to drag it to the late game, it's just a matter of moments. Back to what happened in game 1, 2, 3, and even 4. For Corinthians, though, that was one of the main concerns that I brought up when we were entering in this draft. I like it, but if ever it didn't work out in the early game, you weren't able to suppress Influence Rage, you weren't able to get on a lot of stacks, what can you do? Who do you prioritize getting on that stacks? Because that scaling potential between the Granger and also Sicilian is just way too immense to just like wanting the idea of both scaled up equally. So what is the solution can you bring up? What is the prioritization of Corinthians in this game? Because if they do want to win against Influence Rage, they have to sort their priorities right now. So at least we have that thing down on the go, so we know who to funnel in, and then we know how to take against Influence Rage, protecting that gold funneling hero in.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's Upatizi, right? You can tell clearly that yes, Frost Nave needs the damage, but at the same time, both these heroes, like you mentioned, are very stack reliant. So far, Upatizi is the one that they've been relying on. Frost Nave, however, just needs a little bit more time. 115, he just needs to dish out enough damage for Upatizi to clean up shop with the Death Sonata with the help of the Sky Piercer. Meanwhile, hey, look at the top side, 1v1, Hesu versus Fury. That's going to be a nice one to watch out for, because the Lord is already up. And I feel like this is the time both these teams need to contest this neutral objective.
I mean, so far so good for Influence Rage, but Corinthians, they just really need to sniff out a good moment. And looking at how Hesu is being stationed up on top as far as playing on the far lane, I don't think that it is a good trade if ever you just take one turret, but you gotta join in that fight pretty fast. If Hesu's not there, it's hard to take away that Lord away from Influence Rage.
Yeah, they sacrificed. Oh my god, AOG Winter Crown comes through as well at the same time, but Fury, my goodness, with the help of Hotun, able to get that kill. They get the Lord, but what do they trade? Nothing really on the side of Corinthians. They only get the tier 1 on the top lane, and Hesu even being cancelled out of a recall, and that means the rest of Influence Rage might be able to follow up. Chan goes through, he has the damage stopping Hesu, and this might be a difficult position for Hesu to get out from. Now we're going to see a lot of maneuvers coming out. Does he have the eye for an eye? Uses it. He finds the Petrify onto Chan, but not enough damage to get out of harm's way. He does have the Cyclone Eye and makes it out. And that's it. He's able to get on harm's way. Will he be able to? Meanwhile, on the bot side, look at Hotun. He's trying to go through. They're trying to chase him. Will they? No, they don't. The Lord skill's coming out from the top side.
You gotta prioritize that push. That push is way more important than the kill, and that is what Influence Rage is eyeing on.
Man, they're eyeing on it, of course. The Great Escape is over, but here comes the AOG trying to create the separation. Paquito gets a taunt onto Luis. Amon forced to drop down. Fury has the damage, but there's no minion waves present. So now they go back, and again, for the re-engage, this time with low cooldown spells. You can see the Revitalize to make sure they get their HPs back up. No minions coming through from all three sides, but there's a top lane on the bot side wave coming through as well. Concealed from Luis, looking for the pickoff. Doesn't find anyone. And I think Corinthians are happy with what they have done. They're happy to defend, and so are Influence Rage. They shouldn't force the equation, because that's what they're doing onto Hotun right now. Unleashing the beast, trying to force something out, trying to force our resources. And this might be a slight mistake that is made from either side, but nobody bites the bullet.
That's good. Disperse while you can and when you can. Because, again, nothing is good coming out of a forced fight. It's good if you can get out of unscathed, but if ever trading in a lot of kills this late into the game, it wouldn't be wise to just like give it over as easily as that. And equipment wise, what I can really like to highlight is that the Gacha already has that immortality, so a good insurance going up against Corinthians. So if ever being a frontliner is pretty good to put up a good safety for Influence Rage. Hesu, though, full-blown penetration and a little bit of respect going up against Influence Rage, because you know you gotta attack a little bit here and there. Sure, you do have that immune ability, but the question is just like, until when? So you gotta have that Radiant, you gotta have that respect, but Influence Rage, as usual and as ever, want to try to put on a pressure. If you can pick off, you can pick off. If ever not, you want to get that Lord. And forcing out that incredible, expensive resource from Hesu was just a good green light for Influence Rage getting into that Lord.
I think that Electo Final Blow not being present means he's not going to be able to clear that wave on the bot side a lot faster than he should. And that being the opening, Influence Rage realize that they go for the Lord. They're blitzing it, trying to get it, but at the same time, meanwhile, in the jungle near the purple buff, the Death Sonatas are connecting, but they're protecting each and every man, making sure Corinthians don't get a single kill out of this. Nothing traded. 8k goal lead in the favor of Influence Rage, but Hesu, man, he is trying to force as much as he can at this point.
But it is a well-calculated force, I might say. But at the same time, Influence Rage doesn't really want to bite that bait for what Hesu is trying to set up. So in a way, it's still pretty good. So right now, it's just waiting for a good moment, because Hesu is just caught in the middle of everything.
Eye for an eye, but a little too early, gets taken out. And yes, yeah, they use Amon Force, but that's a low cooldown skill. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It's a Luminous Lord, 5v4. I think it's over, Vey.
Oh no, because the AOG connects. 4 people getting hit.
Oh. Yeah, at the same time, they lose 1 and 2. And with the winner crown, they're able to survive the immortality as well. And now you can see Hotun goes to the back line. Flash to flash combo. Yes, he goes down. But at what cost? Because Influence Rage get themselves match point.
3-2. This is the match point. The next game would probably be the last. Or, if ever, Corinthians rise up to the occasion and equalize again and again. A big tug of war just happened. But this just shows that Influence Rage brings it out so well. And we see that early game that they want to try to find moments here and there. They actually did executed what Corinthians are trying to pull all this time, and it was made pretty good also. Other than simple lineups, I feel like the aggression and the amount of discipline that the amount of discipline that they try to hold back against these plays were just amazing, and how they try to play it out in this fifth game, knowing that what to prioritize, knowing that when to, okay, let's go in and push. Sure, we had some fun, but prize is just all on the ice. One more game to the road of immortality. One more game to MSC for Influence Rage. So Corinthians, adapt again, or you gotta pass the baton just like that.
Man, I don't. They're definitely not gonna pass the baton for sure. Corinthians need to adapt if they want to stay alive. They need to make sure they get a comeback. And I think we spoke about this just when the grand finals got announced, that if it's gonna be Influence Rage versus Corinthians, it's gonna come down to the draft. And so far, there has been only one draft where we've seen Corinthians do really well, and that's the one where they get Frost Lanabe, that's Selena. Apart from that, man, Influence Rage have been getting one up on them in the draft every single time. They have come in prepared. They've come in, locked and loaded. It's just that's just the difference maker here.
I mean, other than drafting style, I feel like this game, because they are testing limits and also patience, it kind of went to the 20-minute mark and also 49. But since Influence Rage was just able to drag it on for that long and suppress Corinthians in the early game, which was the solution against these type of drafts. And I don't think that either Frost or even Upatizi was prioritized on that mid-game shift, on that split-second decision. Okay, what do we need to do next? Who do we need to prioritize next? That was the big question that you need to sort out. And since I feel like they tried doing that just a little bit late after for what I spoken, but because of that decision, it was crucial from that part. But because of the timing, Influence Rage was just able to take over after that game.
Oof, it's Influence Rage, man. They just learn how to break down the draft of Corinthians the entire time. And we've been up all night. I know you've been up all night. It's early in the morning as well, right? Isn't the sun out already?
Yes, the sun is out. Now it's 8:23 in Indo.
It's 8:23 in the morning here. It's 2:23 for me here and the AM. So, both the two of us are staying awake, of course, for this one.
Let's
and
go.
It feels like it's... and it's all with the gameplay that we're looking at, and it's definitely the one that the MVP Hotun put on a show.
I mean, on that Lucas was pretty good, very wrapped up quite well also at the same time. I mean, like a lot of plays, and that early triple kill was just like the highlight of things. And since you already have that early momentum, well, that's the key of winning, I guess. So, great early start. It kind of happens the same for Corinthians on that chip getting picked off on the second game. So, still a pretty good early. And right now, Chronos, I'm just out of words. Like it's already the fifth game. The drafts are somewhat similar, but at the same time, it just brings in a new excitement in that game. So I don't know what to expect for the next one.
Hey, I know what you want. You want it to be a 4-2 so you can get your prediction right? That's what you want. For me though, I'm thinking of it going 4-3. Right? I'm still on mine. I think we can go a couple more games. If you ask me, another hour to go, and then we could maybe we can call it. Then I could get my prediction right, so I'm not last place in the prediction. But of course, here with the way that Influence Rage have been playing, man, it's just, I don't see how Corinthians can beat them. Like I just don't see it. Chimo just don't have a chance if they don't get the draft right.
Mm-mm. Well, yes, the draft does play a crucial part, but again, a lot of factors that will play in, to be honest. So, again, my head was like endurance, that same passion that you want to go on. What is going through inside their heads right now in that arena, and then the drafts. So, since it is an offline stage, so that's why like there are a lot of things that you want to try to consider, and I feel like the atmosphere is just like waiting for the right moment and call of like who will win. Will this be the end? Will this be the last game? So that excitement on the stage is just going to be way different leading up to the next, or probably to the next game also.
Yeah, definitely could, because the excitement's definitely gonna be there, especially if you're at the arena. It's the X Dome Arena at Sao Paulo, Brazil. As we're bringing you the global stream remotely, of course, but the game or the match is still happening live at the offline arena. I wish you could take a look at the screen right now and take a look at the arena, see what the players are doing, how the crowd is interacting, and what's going down and out. Because hey, you can see that's those are the casters, and of course the host that's there at the same time, Nix and Enrique, and you can see behind them the players just taking a slight bit of a break to see what they can do, get themselves back up and running. Meanwhile, the crowd excited and ready to rock and roll, right, Vay?
And I mean, well, looking at the back, they're just trying to find ways to just discuss on here and there. Because even one of our, I see that a few DreamHack girls is on the arena also. So they are definitely enjoying the show. And right now, for counting down to our drafts, that they are definitely getting ready for game number 6. And so far, it is a 3-2 score, Influence Rage against Corinthians.
Yeah, man, 40 seconds to go for this draft, and I think you and I both know, Vay, the draft is going to be such a key factor, man. Like, Corinthians, if they need to bounce back, Coach Darkness really needs to dig deep into his bag of tricks, need to find something that will give them a slight bit of an advantage in terms of the draft, because that's what they need, and that's the upper hand that Influence Rage have to Corinthians. As you can see, look at them. The fans are cheering them on. I think if you want to take a look at that, of course, you can find them on the socials. If not, we will share it on our socials. You can follow us as well. G_Chronos for me. It's Vay here for Vay. As you can see, the fans are absolutely going crazy, cheering their team on, making sure that their spirits are lifted.
I mean, it's amazing that there aren't any borders there. So it's like definitely feeling the love directly and also literally at that stage right now. I really love the atmosphere and also the energy that the fans are bringing it in. Because right now we are jumping in to the drafting phase of game number 6. Coach Influence Rage though, Coach Blackjacks, they are planning in of getting on the blue side, batting out that Fanny, prioritizing, probably batting out that Hayabusa. And for Corinthians though, they still want to respect that Loyi.
I see a lot of Rage fans, man. I see a lot of purple in the arena, right? And a red light on the under Corinthians. I don't know, man. I feel like the red light kind of brings a lot more tension to them, right? Because the white lights, I generally want to be under white lights rather than the red ones. Just a little bit of psychology that can, that might slightly help the team. But here, for Influence Rage, looking at the way that the drafts get started, the Fanny is out, the Suyo, what is that? The Phobius is out. I call him Suyo for some reason. The Phobius is out, but on the other side, Luyi, and I'm thinking the Chip's gonna go out as well.
So far, no more Phobius Kalia. I hope next it's probably going to be a Joy or a Hayabusa if they want to prioritize on the jungle. So let's see how it goes. Or even a Harith getting banned off. I mean, it doesn't really give much of an impact between both sides of the team because either one, Fury or even Upatizi, can use it. But right now, respecting that choice closing it off from the side of Influence Rage.
The power of choice is what is needed for both these teams, and the choice is to ban out the Harriet, and seems like the Granger being left open might just be taken off the table, along with the fact that the chip is still up for grabs.
I mean, if they want to try to pivot out and try to close off that Granger, it kind of opens up to another new chapter and a new color that we haven't seen in this grand finals. Because hey, it's a good chance you want to pick up that Beatrix, that Carrie, that Bruno, those type of heroes, who even flex in that Kimmy for the gold lane. It does wonders, but sadly from Corinthians, they want to ban it out. And seeing head to head of both sides of these heroes, it's really leading down to the roamers, how they want to try to set up and also initiate the fights here, because that is the most crucial part right now for both sides of the teams.
Yeah, both sides of the teams will be looking to take it out. You can see that the Kimmy gets banned out, realizing that it can still be picked by Influence Rage. So maybe this will be a slight bit of a difference maker. Maybe not, because here Corinthians need to find. Oh no! Look at that. The draft has been flipped.
Oh.
They go for the Jushin as the first pick. Influence Rage are cooking something different.
Will Corinthians bring up that chip? Because it's still wide open. Still up for grabs too. If ever they want to try to do that. I wonder how they want to try to approach on this one.
I think the chip is still good, but again, the chip against the Jushin, I don't think it's the best option, right? Well, I know we're not going to see the Zaz come out from Frost Lanave. The Fredrin's not going to come through. Boxia is a great pick here. Granger is a great pick here. Oh, they go for the Granger Cho indeed. That was the first time the Cho ended up losing in the previous game, so I feel like the Cho definitely doesn't have a 100% win rate anymore.
Well, at least for now, being processed, it's still working wonders, because the chance of taking away that power from Paquito still is nice, and also deny the potential if ever Flick wants to play that Joy. So it's a little bit toned down and a little bit spaced out. So quite good to see. So far, so good. And right now, though, last two picks for Influence Rage. In first picking phase, they got the Gacha and also Joy Denial against Corinthians, which is pretty good.
The Joy is a denial. Yes, the Gato Kacha, again, another denial. But the Lucas is being left open. The Glue is still up for grabs, but I don't think Glue is something you want to give to Hesso. You want to give Hesso something that has mobility, like the Benedetta, although the Benedetta wasn't the best performance in the previous game. Oh my god, the Hayabusa was left open. Finally, we get to see Flick on a Hayabusa. I think this is the first game we're looking at Flick on a Hayabusa, aren't we?
Yeah, I feel like because of that shift, it kind of brings in new colors. This is what I'm waiting for, because finally it is unbanned. But I feel that Coach Blackjacks do have a good idea of a potential of a Hayabusa may come up, but what can we do against it? So it kind of gives out a good idea. Right now, since you already have that gold laner potential, you can just close a few off against Influence Rage. Again, Beatrix, Carrie, Bruno is still up for grabs. A good picks also up against a Granger. So they do want to close off that Gato Gacha banner potential from Influence Rage. So that is one of the things that they want to try to prioritize and close off.
Yep. It makes sense though. The Badang's gone. The Glue is gone. Now for the final two bands away. At this point, I feel like Corinthians probably looking at the Badang is actually a great ban. I love it just because the Hayabusa gets countered so hard. But now here again, the Hylos is something I don't think they should be looking to give away, because if they give away another Hylos to Rage, that's a full dive right there.
You want to close off the initiation process. So if there's no high loss, there is still a possibility of popping up like a Hilda or even an Esmeralda if ever they want to bring those cheese picks up again. But oh yeah, forgot about the Irithel. And you also want to support and also respect that Selena is up for grabs for Frost Navi's pick, since there's no Kimmy on the board. So right now, I feel it's good if ever they want to reveal the mage first. So a good countermeasure up against Influence Rage after knowing their last 2 picks for their tanky boy. But if ever they want to pick up a Baxia, for example, it's still viable and pretty good.
It definitely is viable for sure. And they go for the Farsa. The Baxia on the other side will be great. And it's still looking great even for Corinthians, just because of the fact that they can go in the hands of Hesu, has a lot of split push potential. With the Hayabusa being present as well. They have the front line like you mentioned. Both these teams can rock it indeed. But Influence Rage, I think they need a little bit of physical, right? The Hilda just might be the right piece here. I feel like the Hilda is a great shout. Along with the Hilda in the goal lane, they need something that can dish out a lot of damage. The Granger's not present. The Irithel's been taken out. The Moskov is looking great. But they go for the Hylos. Is it going to be a Moskov?
Oh, I love a Moskov here though, if ever they want to try to pick it up. Because you have the split potential. You can also play WON against the Hayabusa. Good call, Kurdos. And here, last pick for Corinthians. What good setup that they can use. What good EXP that they can get against Influence Rage's lineup like this.
I'm telling you, man, it's definitely one that's up for grabs indeed, because this Hylos creates enough openings for Moskov. So does the Gatotkacha, so does the Jushin, so does the Joy. They need to find an answer, and you're right. What can it be? It's definitely... yes, the Baxia is good, but I don't think it's the best pick, because they kind of see it coming a mile away. Yes, the Baxia is locked in, but again, is it the best pick?
Called it. I feel like it is a rushed pick. Not rush in the sense of time, but rush in the sense of gameplay. Because if they want to go that run and gun style up against Influence Rage lineup like this, we've seen this lineup before in the regular season and even on the playoff. It works really well. So, gotta win that early for Corinthians if they want to try to go head-to-head with Influence Rage on this one. Somewhat of a same winning condition, but I feel like Influence Rage have a little bit of the edge here because playing on that Moskov and also Joy and looking how it goes on Hotun is just pretty good.
Hey, well, it is a championship point. Influence Rage are just one win away from writing their name in gold. They fought, they've adapted, and now they stand at the doorstep of destiny. But Corinthians, they're not done. Not yet. If there's a comeback in the making, it has to start now. This is game number 6 of the MPL LATAM Grand Finals. Let's run it.
Finally getting in, and so far Influence Rage is on the hunt. The only shoes that they want to try to play up like fast pace is only on the Moscow, so they don't want to go head to head on that draft. But on the other hand, the Corinthians right now they are looking pretty good. And since they want to try to enable
they get aggressive. Quad Shadow connects as well. You can see the taunt come through. Paquito had the damage, but now they actually catch Luis. He's the one using the Baxia. And look at that in the back line. Hesu trying to create some sort of an opening with the Jeet Kundo. Good response from Influence Rage as Corinthians are just trying to play as aggressive as possible.
And right now, though, for Corinthians, though, they want to try to pressurize on that and getting that kill, first blood on for the Hayabusa on Flick.
Yeah, I think at this point feels like. Oh wait, on the bot side, they try and get a pick off on Chino, and looks like the Shield Unity definitely did a lot of work and finally able to get the kill. Frost Lanave able to pick that one up for himself. And now it seems like Corinthians are slowly starting to push it to their side. Slowly starting to push the advantage.
Because right now, though, for Corinthians, they would like to show it off, but Hotun?
Oh yeah, you can see electrifying beats come through as well. Flick is level 5, should be able to get that retribution on point. Here's the feather airstrike with the way of the dragon connecting as they get the kill on towards Hotun. This is the run and gun that we want to see coming in from Corinthians. They get the knockup with the Jeet Kundo as Flick finds a kill. Chan, although, uses the beacon to make it out of harm's way. This is what we want to see with Flick. This is what we want to see, but the SOD connects as he gets the kill onto Esu. Fury, man, every time Influence Rays look like they're down and out, Fury makes a comeback. And now with the Quad Shadow connecting, looks like Flick, without the Yogi Shadow kill, won't be able to pick up kill or punish Fury.
You don't want to overextend those fights, and since so far so good, a good early start for Corinthians, you might just want to leave it at that. And for right now, though, Influence Rage, you gotta go back to your juggling pace if you ever want to win. Find Hotun's showcase. You gotta get that good early, and then if ever you can't, try to drag it out to the late game so Fury can shine later on. But not too late, because knowing that Corinthians have the Farsha and also the Granger on point, so gotta have eyes at the back of your head for that.
Oh, Hesu on the Cho has been doing wonders with the flicker whenever it's available. You can see 3 assists on his hands already. And at this point, if Influence Rage need to slow down the game here, and that's what they're good at, right, Way? They're good at slowing down the game. And Corinthians do not want that. They need to keep the pressure up.
Because once if they slip up, it's going to hard to make a comeback, knowing that how Influence Rage is just waiting on that moment. That they're just trying to fight, because Su on that Joe is way more aggressive than Luis.
Oh, he gets a Quad Shadow. Chan. Oh, but the Feather Airstrike baiting out the beacon. That is good play. That's a lot of resources that's baited out on both sides nonetheless. But still, with the Ogi Shadow kill been present, Flick can definitely have the advantage into Turtle Pit. Here comes a shield unit from Luis just to make sure he zones out the rest of Influence Rage. But at the same time, with the Retribution being available and with the rest of the team zoned out, they get that. And now they go for the play with the Way of the Dragon, finding the kill of the Ogi Shadow kill. This is looking good for Corinthians.
A well-known thought here, but Watizi trying to shoot. Ooh, that's spicy right there. That's some spicy play.
Not like that, right, Vay? Not like that. This is looking like Corinthians who are running and gunning. And Influence Rage need to find an answer fast.
And so far right now,
he just gets a normal Way of the Dragon. Jesus, Hotun went in, right? Crazy with the rhythm. Jesus just kicked him like a ball to the side. Just didn't want to deal with him whatsoever. Oh, but speaking of deal with them, they got to deal with the Yogi Shadow kill. Paquito gets taken down. Killing spree in the hands of Flick as the Feather Airstrike Frost Lanave. If by any means Corinthians take this series, man, Frost Lanave is my MVP. This guy has been showing up every single time they need him, and every single time he shows up, Corinthians get the victory.
okay, Flick eye on that kill. A little bit of a jump scare there for Hotun on the bush. But because of that, a good start to take down one turret against Influence Rage.
Oh, it's at this one turret. This one turret is all it takes. One on the bot side. They've opened up the map slightly. Even though if it's just one on the bot side, they've opened it up And Corinthians can use that as an advantage. Right now, they're forced to respond on the bot side. The turtle's up in about 10 seconds. This could leave an opening on the top side for them to go for a play. And speaking of play, he went for it where the Dragon already committed. And that's some good news for Influence Rage. But the Feather Airstrike's there. AOG comes through, misses everybody. No problem. As you can see, the taunt coming through as well. The shield unit, they find the answer and they go for the Glorious Path. They try to slow them down with the Lantern Flare, zoning them away, dispersing and disengaging. But meanwhile, Flick is just hacking away at the turtle.
I mean, so far so good though. They got out unscathed, but so far a good swing on the side of Corinthians. But Hotun,
Patisi, man, with the recall spams. It started. I feel like Corinthians are finding their mojo, and what a better time to find it when it's game number 6, just moving into game number 7. This could be the momentum switch. This could be the swing of momentum that they're looking for, but look at Flick. He's trying to bob and weave. He has the shadows, tries to make it up, but the Ogi shadow kill committed as well. But at the same time, Luis comes through with a shield unit to try to save his jungler. Will he be able to get out of there? Yes, he does. He's escaping, and now with the play going through, he gets stunned at the right time. Hesu with the flicker Jeet Kundo. It could have been disastrous for Influence Rage if it wasn't for Chino right there.
And so far, still a good collateral damage, still a good risk that they try to prevent. And even so, right now from Corinthians, they are dictating the tempo. They are trying to suppress Influence Rage of what happened before. So they are just finding an opening if ever they can fight.
Feather Airstrike, zone them out. Frost Llama is doing an absolute beautiful job, right? With that beautiful skin as well. If you want some skins, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around because we're going to get you out some skin codes. And if you want some diamonds, of course, BNX MPL 3 at bonoxus.com. But you know what they want right now? Both these teams need the victory.
They need that victory as bad as this, because if Influence Rage gets to gain that momentum, it's all for them. But Corinthians, they do have a chance to prolong their breath. They do have a chance to prolong that fight, because in this way, they are definitely keeping the pressure on, and which is good.
Quad Shadow, Ogi Shadow comes out of that. Look at Flick, he did a lot of damage, forcing the Glorious Pathway to retreat nonetheless. And Influence Rage not looking like they're having a good game. 9k goal lead, Vay. 9k goal lead in the favor of Corinthians. I don't know, it's not looking good for Influence Rage, especially if the Holy Shields go away before the Lord spawns. It's gonna be a difficult way for Influence Rage to defend. If I was Corinthians, I'm looking to end it all with this one Lord.
Because if they don't try the dragon again, it will be a big problem for them. Knowing how it is right now, Corinthians, they are just buying time, waiting for that Lord to come in, and you're waiting for that moment to kick in for Influence Rage. Though they gotta defend it quite well. And no worries, since you have Chad and your Fury, that's all good for high ground defense, and also Hotun can help play. But hey, a game and a play can be made by Corinthians if ever they want to try to barge into the high ground of Influence Rage.
They need to find a way to do it. The Holy Shield is still standing tall. Tier 2 is already gone. Lord from the top side should be pushed back by the Holy Shields indeed. But Hesu looking to push back Influence Rage themselves. The Lord crashes in. Glorious Pathways there to make sure they get the clear out. But here comes the next set of waves. Again, Holy Shield being present is a blessing for Influence Rage, and Corinthians will have to respect that. But here comes the next set of waves on the top side, and this is the opening that they're looking for. Will they go in a contest? Hotun forced to go through, but Hesu flickers, blunders, and now that's the opening that they needed, but they still cover back with the Feather Airstrike, and the damage coming out from Upatizi, but Chan goes in with the Crimson Beacon. AOG connecting. Upatizi flickers out of harm's way as well, and try to kite out and dish out the damage, but Louise leading the charge as they force another flicker from Chan. Revitalize made it out as well. Law in order to catch Flick in place, but they can go for the Ogi Shadow kill. Chino taking out solo. Influence Rage looking for the clapback. Hotun goes in for the electrifying beats, but they have to respect the damage, and so do Corinthians. Do not trade at all. Only that tier 1, or rather inhibit on the top side, and that could have gone lopsided at any point.
That is a good defensive play by Influence Rage, but right now, question is, can they hold off much longer? Because looking at the gold gap created by Corinthians, it is very big, but right now, they just really need to find one moment, and throwing away the Way of the Dragon from Hesu would kind of leaves a bit of a question mark here and there during that moment.
Man, Corinthians may be wounded after what happened in game number 5, but they're swinging back hard. No team goes down easy in game number 6, and they're proven that with a dominant display. This is 12k goal lead, babe. 12k in the favor of Corinthians, 27k of Influence Rage, and they made it to 38.5. That's about 11 to 12k goal lead. Corinthians putting on a clean show. This is the crisp style that we want to see. This is the run and gun play style that we've been missing, and it's coming to thanks to the fact that they let this Hayabusa open, and Flick is putting on a masterclass on how to play the assassins as the rest of the team are following up, and now they secured themselves the Lord, and this should be the final one, the final nail of the coffin.
And you gotta finish it well, gotta finish it quick. You don't want a little bit of a misplay on what happened before doing on a replay, because if ever Influence Rage gets to turn this over, it wouldn't be a final push yet, but still a good way to recover from all of this. And since it's the 12-minute mark, Corinthians want to play that much aggressive, and they leave almost like around 12k gold. It's just way too much to catch up, but at this point, momentum-wise, it's the way to key, and tanking that much damage from a Death Sonata ain't that good for an early game. At least there's no resources getting popped up yet.
Oh, well, I can see it. Glorious Pathway is a big resource indeed. The mid lane inhibitor is down and out. The Lord is marching down the top side. This could be the opening that Corinthians are looking for. Hotun already had the rhythm. Flake goes to the back line onto Fury. That's going to be the target. Feather Airstrike comes through, and now they have to concede as they go for the Way of the Dragon onto Hotun. He's trying to buy some time. He's able to make it out, and he's being the distraction. Nobody's going to his base crystal, but still Upatizi finds the kill onto where it's Paquito. Chan is down and out. That's a double kill. Fury is defending like his life depends on it as the rest of Corinthians make a comeback, and they survive game number 6. We are going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. 3 wins each. No more second chances. No more resets. Just one game left for one champion.
Why Corinthians is indeed online on the 6th game. And finally, we're going to unlock on how it goes and plays in the best of 7 series. Alright, now looking at the highlights again, it was somewhat of a solid lineup for Influence Rage, but Corinthians though, they executed quite well. I don't know what happened. All this time was just straight up respecting the ban against the Hayabusa, but once it was let out, wow, it really let loose. That beast was just let go of the leash. But right now, Flick really showed up a masterclass, as you said, for the Hayabusa. Still another hurdle before champions. Last game, both match point, and let's see how it goes in the drafts.
We're going the distance. We are going all the way. It is game number 7. I told you about it, man. I told you.
Congrats,
game number 7 is what it's going to be. But now it's coming down to a best of 1. Again, we've spoken about momentum, tempo so much. Yes, Corinthians have the momentum on their side now, but I don't think Influence Rage are going to make the mistake of letting open a Hayabusa again.
I mean, it was given quite easily, I might say. And again, as that point, there is a chance that that might happen. But what's the solution? What do you anticipate if you were to go head to head with this? Because like, Flick is quite unhinged on that Hayabusa, so he even managed to end it in with his team. Is also on the 30-minute mark, quicker than ever, but still a clean, quick game. Finally guarantees their win in this sixth game. Sorry. So right now, all objectives to Corinthians, and most of the buffs are in there. This is just again way too much of a gold lead for Influence Rage to catch up. But you know what? At the end of the day, as you said, best of 1 series, last game, last determination. Let's see how it goes from there.
Man, you know what, man? I'm trying to give out the MVP, but there's no game number 6 in there, so I can't really give them that at this point. Influence Rage and Corinthians taking us the distance, man. This was match point for Influence Rage, and feels like it's completely shifted, right? Everything that's happened so far, Corinthians are taking it by storm. One after another. It has been back and forth, and now the camp of Influence Rage are looking a little nervous, aren't they? They're looking a little bit nervous, but that moment of nervousness, that felt like it's because of the pressure they invited to themselves, because they were just going like, hey, we won this game, but hey, you know what? Game number 6, Chef Flick showed up. He got his prep down. He's making sure he's ready for service. And when it's game time, 403 KDA, 21% damage. It is game time indeed, because now we're going into game number 7, and he looks like he's more warmed up than ever.
Finally getting that walk hot. And a 403 KDA, which is pretty good. Kill participation not as high as you think, because he's not always there. But at the same time, it was just go to show that a respect ban is worthy up there on the spot, well, because of this. And it really shows that, wait, I'm pretty good on the Hayabusa. It wasn't taken away from Hotor. Fine, it's okay, take the joy, but you can never take the joy out of me playing the Hayabusa. That is what happened in game number 6. They still get to execute it very well. They still can get to play it all the way. And it was a very quick game because they managed to get in all of that winning conditions. So, at the end of the day, it was a pretty good show to see.
It was indeed, but we're going the distance. We're going the distance, Vey. When now, while the game is going the distance, game number 7, I think the teams are definitely gonna take a little moment to make sure they're getting their prep done, they're calm and ready. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a quick short break, so don't go anywhere. It's Kronos and Wei. We're gonna be right back for the final game in this best of 7 grand finals.
E aí, rapaziada, estamos aqui com outra brincadeira, e essa brincadeira vai ser complete a fala do herói. O Frost aqui, ele vai ler a frase e a gente acerta qual herói que fala isso. Então vamos ver se a gente consegue acertar. Eu já vou dizer antes que eu não vou conseguir acertar muitos, porque o meu jogo é em inglês, ele vai ler em português, então vai ser meio difícil.
Gostaria de tomar um...
Gostaria de tomar um... mesmo? Eudora? Esse eu não sabia não.
O destino me forçou a virar uma...
Nossa, aí tava suave. E o Éter? É Uranus, tá bem ali, eu tinha que saber essa aí. É o Éter? É. E é isso, rapaziada, valeu.
Combinando el héroe con mímica y sonido con Fury y Paquito. Ahí está. Mira, arranca así. Y cuando se ahí hace. Pará, que el popón, boludo. El popón. Es lo más parecido a un perro de este pibe que viene.
Te hago otra señal, mirá.
Hacer una mímica. A ver.
Este es el héroe y va haciendo así cada vez que va avanzando la partida. y hace. ¡Piu! ¡Piu! ¡Piu!
Imagínate, macho.
Y cuando se va es así.
Mira,
Imagínate, macho.
Pío.
Amigo, es clavadito.
Laila, macho.
Hace. Y cuando es así, va y hace. Y después va.
Amigo, no sé, boludo, no sé. Aurora, no sé. No sé.
Alice, guacho,
Alice, pero. Pará, ¿en qué momento Alice va?
Hello everyone, my name is Kronos and I'm here to bring you a recap of what took place in the playoff weekend of MPL LATAM Season 3. So let's get to it. It was action-packed and you do not want to miss what happened. First up, DreamMax and 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant got their hands on the Yi Sun Shin, and that was the biggest mistake that DreamMax could make this entire season because Hide on Bush was absolutely lethal. Entity 7 versus Infinity. This was a battle of the Peruvian Giants to stay alive in the competition, and Infinity was just slightly overwhelming for Entity 7 to overcome. 9Z Globant versus Infinity. This was a match that went on as 9Z Globant, the Argentinian Giants, stayed alive and moved on in the lower bracket. Up next, of course, the upper bracket finals. Influence Raids versus Corinthians. Influence Raids surprised everyone by outdrafting Corinthians and making it to the grand finals. And then we had the lower bracket finals. Corinthians versus 9Z Globant. And oh my goodness, in a best of 7, Corinthians, Chimo just pulled up in a dominating fashion, not giving a single chance for 9Z Globant off the back of Upatizi's Maniac on the Granger. And of course, you want to stay in store for the grand finals on the 7th of June of MPL LATAM Season 3 to see who's next to take it to the MSC. We're making it. We made it. Game number 7. And to be fair, is that the first break we've actually had the entirety of MPL LATAM Season 3? I think that's the first time we've had a break, haven't we?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
It's been a while indeed. But hey,
it's been a while.
On that note, I think let's not wait any longer. Let's jump straight in. Game number 7, folks. The draft is underway.
Okay, looking at Corinthians on the blue side and Influence Rage on the red. A little bit of a switcheroo here and there, but Lucas Luoyi, Fanny Kalia. I feel like there's a Hayabusa ban, a different priorities coming in from the Harith ban should commence. Probably Akibi would also be closed off. Let's see how it goes for both sides of these teams.
It definitely is looking like both these teams want to put on a showcase for the Immortals. That's what this is for, the prize for the big championship. They slot in the MSC, call it whatever you may. It's something that they need to draft at the utmost best that they can.
You want to give your best. Of course, this is the grand finals. You do want that. A good, somewhat of a holiday to Riyadh and still competing for MSC. It's quite amazing to see. No more Harith though. Respect that Hayabusa or no?
They got to, right? They got to respect the Hayabusa.
I mean, I feel like they want to try to respect on that. If ever they don't get the Hayabusa, because they know that they can beat the Joy of Hesu. So at least they do have that solution. But what can you do up against a Hayabusa like that? If ever you still want to try to face it up with that, what's your solution? So that's the main thing that you need to try to focus on. Because the first pick of Corinthians, though, First time ever finally getting let go. Hesu on that Phoveus. Oof.
Man, this Phoveus, after it's let go, it's too good of a pick, right? It's too good of a pick. And now Hesu gets his hands on a frontliner, an absolute beast of a frontliner nonetheless. And at this point, it feels like Hesu is the one that will be calling the shots when they want to pick these team fights, how they want to go for these team fights. And with that frontliner, with that tanky frontliner being present, they definitely look to make big plays. And on the other side, they give away the chip. So that's another big hero that's been given away. Oh, the Jushin being picked up as well. This is looking dire for both these teams. They're still cooking, and we can smell it.
So far, so good, though. There aren't any weird cheese picks yet, but I don't think that they're going to pull that unless it's somewhat of a secret weapon for the last game of Grand Finals. But let's see. Right now, though, they can reveal if ever they want to pick up that Ranger first for Corinthians, because there's no more Harith in that equation. And Hayabusa getting picked up by Corinthians again and again. Infiltrate, what's your solution?
Oh, it's gotta be the Joy is not a great pick here. What else can they go, to be honest? Hylos, not such a good option. Yes, you can dive, but they really need to find assassins. They need to find junglers, and I'm looking at the Suyo at this point just because of the fact that he is a lot slippery. But then again, it's a best of 7. You played 6 games without touching the Suyo. Do you really rely on that? You can go for the Joy. Hotun's been playing it well. The Lucas is still up for grabs. The glue is what they pick up for the EXP lane. It's not a bad option, but then again, who are you gonna grab onto? Is the Hayabusa not the best option at this point?
I think for now the main reason is just to laning wise, you can go head to head with the Phoveus. Match you can grab on is either the Granger or later on the Mage. If ever you want to go head to head with the Chip and Glue, I mean, it's a good time to pick up that Farsha for Frost and Nave. Ban out the Ferris, which is smart. You don't want to have that extended team fight up against a Chip that, well, comes in with that surprise element. And right now, though, you don't want that Frederick. Good sniff out if ever you want to pick up that Chip, because you're going up against Hayabusa. It wouldn't be good also, because you can't really melt down that much. But still, the same idea though. I think Jungle Assassin is going to be brought up for Influence Rage, because even they themselves banned out that Baksha.
It's a good pick just because of the fact that it prevents Glue from being anti-heal, rather not sustaining in these team fights. But at this point, I feel like Fredrin being banned out, and another pick gonna be the Hanzo. They have to respect these pocket picks that can come from Hotun at any given point, right? Hotun having this Hanzo in game number 7 might have just been the difference maker, but here again, I am looking at Frost Nave, I'm looking at the Farsha, I'm looking at that Sicilian. These have been the difference makers in these fights, and now with this 4th pick, he goes for the Claude! Fury, what are you cooking? We haven't seen you play Claude for 6 games in a row, and now they get him on that one pick. Yes, it's a comfort pick. It's the one pick that he got a savage with as well, and seems like they're reminding Corinthians that, hey, Fury can definitely carry the game on a Claude.
This is definitely cooking right here on that Claude. Kind of want to know what's the next pick for the jungler, but right now the Corinthians, you want to close it off with probably a Moment Maker, a Badong, and a Gatot Kacha is still wide open if ever. I really love a Farsha if ever they want to try to pick that up. But turns out, you want to go guns blazing in, you want to go down, melting it down with the Lunox and also Hylos, but hey, you got to have somebody to jump into the back, securing that lane for Influence Rage at the end of the day. Kronos, what do you think? Which one you like?
Hey man, I'm looking at the draft. I'm not sure about the Ling. I don't really prefer the Ling in any given point unless and until it's, unless there's a clear chance of victory. Not especially in a game number 7. He's not been in the meta for a long time. He's slowly coming back, but I feel like that Ling definitely can do wonders with the fact that they have a split push. But on the other side, they have themselves a Lunox. Again, another pick that we don't see quite often, but again, will be the difference maker in this big game number 7.
Well, let's see the crucial point on how they want to try to point it out, because final game. Kronos, take it away.
This is it. Game number 7. One final clash, one final shot at immortality. Influence Rage Corinthians. 6 games of blood, sweat, and brilliance have led to this moment. There's no more second chances. One will rise and one will fall. MPL LATAM Season 3 champions will be decided right here, right now. Let's go into game number 7.
Okay, so far, looking at the emblems, sure, they want to go fast because you have to chip a lot of shoes and plus the mobility on the link. You want to focus on for that war cry there. Deal a lot of damage against all or nothing on the side of Corinthians though. So right now, it's just eyeing out a good moment. You don't want to take away that giveaway for that first blood of what happened in a few games before. But so far, a good start of babysitting on Influence Rage. A little bit of scare there, but still a good start.
Yeah, this looks like a complete different book, right? Both these teams are saying like, hey, it's over. We've read this book multiple times. Now let's go for a completely different draft. Both go completely left field and now put on a display of something that could be monstrous in terms of damage, as well as the fact that cross-map plays. And let's not forget the flashy ones. Hotun's looking for the highlight reel for this game. And I'm not going to lie, if we're going to see a lot of Tempest of Blades going up and down, he might just be one of the immortals.
Let's see how it goes, because Influence Rage, they are rotating as fast as ever. Can Corinthians keep up though? Because if ever they don't, it's just going to be a shortcut up in their faces.
A shortcut in their faces is something they don't want to see. The turtle is up, the first one of the game in this best of 7 grand finals. It's game number 7 indeed. Luis is pulling it back to his side, and I think the problem with Ling always faces is that he is so purple buff reliant. If Corinthians find slight bit of an advantage, if they're able to crack open that mid lane, that would mean that purple buff will definitely be under siege, and Influence Rage might find themselves on the back foot. But speaking of the back foot, they're definitely not going to be one. It's Corinthians, because they're going aggressive as they can. Meanwhile, Paquito dropping down that big shotgun. Here comes the Tempest of Blades, but they're catching him with the Ogi shadow kill, able to get a double kill. Flick is online, ladies and gentlemen. Frostlin Nave picks one up for himself at the same time. Chino is going to be falling down as well. That is 4 down and out, and Chan's the only one left standing. Corinthians with a big clapback in game number 7, starting it off in style.
Goodness gracious, 4 kills on the 3rd minute mark. A good start for Corinthians. A good game for them today. But we gotta be careful. Don't want to pick up, because Influence Rage, since they are still on that early game, you gotta find out lots of kills for the lane, because this is a very conditional. Because if they don't make it, it's going to be very hard to flip the script on this game, but they are still trying. Since Corinthians already have that game right now. Oh no!
Ooh, Paquito went for the crash course at the right time, but he can see Hotun with the Tempest of Blades has to go up. Is forced out of it as well, and they find the kill, and now Ogi's shadow kill comes out. Paquito is down and out. It's a display, ladies and gentlemen. Corinthians 6-0, and Influence Rage do not have an answer whatsoever now.
Okay, right now, gotta slow down the pace, because you can't keep on hitting those fights. And Hotun, especially on that lane, it's going to be a little bit of hard time there. I really thought that probably a cheese pick of a Lancelot will pop up, but it turns out it was a Ling. And since then, it's gonna be finding out good moments, because you want to try to suppress Fury if ever Ling cannot excel in the game.
Yeah, they're forcing the occasion onto Fury, right? They're trying to make sure Upatizi is getting as much advantage as he can. The second turtle is going to be up in 5 seconds. It's not looking good for them. But the Yogi Shadow kill one more time. Catches Paquito. Flick is an absolute monster, man. We call this in game number 6. I don't think they should be giving this hero to this assassin player, to Flick. And he's making them pay for it, making that decision. It's a blunder that's coming through, and now Fury is well forced to flicker out. He doesn't even have any safety under his own turret. And this is an opening. This is the advantage that Corinthians want to play. This is the run and gun style we've seen them playing all season.
And finally rising to the occasion for a 7-0 gap. And right now, so far, looking pretty good for the side of Corinthians. One last game to see, can they still stand strong or not against Influence Rage?
Oh, Beacon baited out. They get the damage onto Upatizi, trying to pull him back, but unsuccessful in that process. Now Influence Rage have to use every single thing, utilize the maximum of everything. As you can see, Fury gets taken down with a quad shadow. Flick is an absolute monster. He's 4-0, 3 on a Hayabusa. We're less than 6 minutes into the game, May.
And still going on strong. Hesu being the main target here, but everybody is just on them. And right now in this position, throwing everything is one of the ways to just try to gain back. At least you get that first kill into your own pockets.
Yeah, at least they got that one kill. A lot of assists to follow. Not really. Only Chino and Paquito. The kill going into Chan. At least they get the one kill into the hands of a mid laner, which is crucial. But they lose out on turrets. They're losing on turret structures. The goal lead now 4K in the side of Corinthians. If they wait any longer, this game might just slip away from their hands.
And Corinthians, again, very good early. And right now, the Influence Rage, what can they respond? What can they do? Because contesting objective-wise, it wouldn't be as easy as you think, because Flick is on that Hayabusa. You can come in and go, same as the idea, but power-wise, though, Influence Rage, they really need to do a lot of things to catch up to Corinthians in this game.
Oh, Paquito flickers out, trying to go for the shortcut, but you can see Hesu buying enough time. But meanwhile, the backline, Tempest of Blades goes up, but the damage is not there. As the Datsunata connects, and they catch Paquito and take down Chino as well at the same time. And now here comes Flick. He's unstoppable, finds himself a kill. There is no way for them to defend. There's no way for them to do anything. Hotun, without the help of the Tempest of Blades, gets burst out. Frost Lanave pops that recall, taunting Influence Rage.
Goodness, again and again, suppressing down in 2 lanes from the mid and also the top. Since then, you know right now, invading to the purple buff will be as easy as ever.
They cracked open the jungle. The purple buff is definitely up for grabs. And I feel like this is the problem that you face if you're playing a Ling. The moment your purple buff is under siege, you're going to have a difficult time. You're not going to be able to do quite a lot. And looking at the items as well, Hesu's going full tank. He's got himself the Dominance Ice. He's got himself the Blade Armor. And look at Flick. He went for penetration. He went for extra bit of sustain. And now, even though... yes, Hotun's playing a comfort hero with the Link, but look at the gold difference. Flick is 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, plus it's not only the shoes is not done. Only securing the Berserker Fury and also the House Claw might take a little bit of time here. And since Flick already has like a lot of items on his pocket, so it's just going to be really hard. If in the early the Link cannot carry, the Link cannot get any funnel of gold, all you need to put all hopes in is Fury. The question is though, if Fury can't funnel enough gold, this might be the end for Influence Rage.
Man, they need to find a way to get a lot of gold in their pocket. Otherwise, it's going to be looking difficult because look at Flick. He's already level 14, Vey. It's level 14. Hotun only barely hit level 11 right now. Fury's not even to the level 10 mark. And everyone from Corinthians are hitting double digits except for their roamer. And if I'm not wrong, Luis is probably get there faster than Fury. Because at this point, they get themselves the Lord. and now looking to invade that purple buff of Influence Rage. Yes, Hotun's going for the split, but even then, he's not able to get that one tower.
It's really a hard position because Corinthians is just very well aware where he is.
Oh my god, he got that kill again. They singled out Fury. This is not looking good. The Lord is marching down the bot side. Corinthians are looking to end it all. Chimo standing tall at this point. They might just take everything away in one fell swoop.
Last chance, really. Marching into the third turn. No more Holy Shield down at the bottom lane. Lord is also marching down. So in the middle, they want to try to create space.
God.
They want to try to create ways. Because right now, Flick is entering in.
Yeah, he goes for the Yogi Shadow kill, baits out the Tempest of Blade as well, and now Hotun's not gonna have a good time. There's no possible way for them to get any burst down. Glorious Pathways there. The Lord is still standing tall, full HP. They take away the inhibitor. Meanwhile, Fury as the Chan try to dish out some damage. Topside Holy Shield gets popped. Lord is still standing, half HP. They're looking to take down the mid lane inhibitor. Corinthians are running and gunning. 10 minutes, 30 seconds in. They take away 2 inhibitors. And looking to take down the third, but now with the grab, they go through Frost. Nave goes in for the Ruby DD in the back line. Fury will have to run away as they get themselves a double kill. Paquito and Tanner down and out. Make that a triple off the back of Upatizi. And Corinthians completely impossible. Game number 7 is theirs. And with it, the championship from match. Oh, Miracle Makers! This is one of the greatest comebacks that we've seen. Chimbo have made it. They are your MPL LATAM 2025 champions.
They have a legacy of success in the traditional sports, now riding their legacy in pursuit of the Latin American Immortal Cup. This is Corinthians, your champions of MPL LATAM Season 3.
It was absolute cinema, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't think it was gonna end so soon. I thought they're gonna buy some time, but hey, we were wrong. Corinthians, Timo, just calling it down the mid lane. They said we have one wave, we gotta run it and gun it, and that's what they did. 3 months of blood, sweat, and tears. They ended it all. They went through. I think the Jushin was trying to buy some time, but they didn't really need that. They didn't have the damage to clear out the Lord. Chimo have done it. From history in sports, now bringing it to eSports, and they've taken away the MLBB crown in LATAM.
Goodness gracious. Very cool to see what happened in the arena. Everybody's celebrating right now. New kings of LATAM are finally crowned. Congratulations, Corinthians.
Man, congratulations indeed, and not just congratulations to Corinthians, but congratulations to everyone working behind the MLBB LATAM scene, as well as Vey here. Congratulations, Vey, we've made it. We did it. It is 3 months long indeed that we have hit the pinnacle, and oh my goodness, what a way to end it. Game number 7, a comeback is what they did, and they made it happen, man. I'm telling you, you know why, Vey? I got my prediction right too.
Closing off the season, congrats, Kronos! Yay! Hey, at least you didn't jinx this one, man. Good for you, really. I'm happy for you.
I'm telling you, man. Every other prediction I probably got wrong, but only the semifinals and the finals I get right. You see, the curse turns into a blessing in the finals. I got it right this time. Chef Flick, man, he got warmed up. I told you, he was marinating them. He found the opening. He seasoned it really right. Got the heat up, get the grill out, and instantly put the steak on it. And game number 7, he served up the dish hot.
And as quick as ever, 10 minute 55 seconds. This was as fast as ever, and everybody is just celebrating here right now, Hesu. and everybody's just hugging. It's such a great and memorable moment right now. 7 games and finally letting go of that pressure right now on stage. Everybody cheering for them, and definitely it's a very fun day to be Corinthians on the stage right now. And of course, we will enter in a little bit of an interview here and there, but you gotta focus in and soak it in under full. But once again, congratulations, Corinthians, for this season.
Congratulations indeed. Oh my goodness. It was absolute cinema until the very end. You could see the confidence that Influence Rage were brimming with in the beginning, right? And I feel like Corinthians tried their best, but at one point, it just felt like Corinthians found the formula. They found the keys to victory. It started matching in their favor, and next thing you know, it just went completely lopsided.
And everybody there is discussing on like what to do, what's going on, and how did it happen? Because it was just so much of an amazing gameplay. It was an amazing 7 games throughout the whole day. And well, some of us in Asian throughout the whole night. And I gotta say, bringing in a lot of crowd here was just very great support from the MLBB community. A lot of people from Asia tuning in. Shout out once again for the Indonesian streamers, Donkey, and also B. Kent and Tintin from the Philippines. Once again, thank you very much for your support. And even tuning in on the English test, everybody who wants to come in and watch, and even peaking up at 1.5 current concurrent viewers in the global MLBB eSports channel was just amazing. And everybody who is in offline stage in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and even tuning in at the LATAM region, even reaching 9K concurrent viewers, Kronos is just an amazing way to end the season today.
Man, I'm hungry, man. I'm hungry. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, my stomach has butterflies in it, and the way that they've been playing, it's absolutely insane. The way that they showed up, right? I feel like they pulled up. They got the best of the best going against each other, and of course, what a treat! What a way to cap off MPL LATAM with that big grand final, especially if you're watching it as Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's absolutely insane, right? You're definitely enjoying the atmosphere there, and if you're not there, you're really missing out. But of course, we gotta talk about the highlights, man, and talk about the MVP and all that good stuff, but it's definitely gotta be Flick on this Hayabusa. I'm telling you, under the bright lights, right? Under the bright lights, when it was demanded, this man just showed up. And this is what legends do. This is why he's one of the top players in MPL LATAM. And not just that, he definitely deserves the title of Chef Flick now.
Definitely cooking, definitely hot. Just like the phone here from Techno, Pova 7 power beyond a limit. It is already in 5G. All of the greatest processors there. A 45 watt charger, very fast. 144 hertz smooth rate. Anytime you want to play on your phone, you can do that. And just especially on MLBB, because Hayabusa even popped up with that phone. You better go check it out. Pova 7 new release.
Exactly. It's super hot, like Chef Flick serving up the dishes. And you know what else is super hot? That discount that you're gonna get with BNX MPL 3, your diamonds in an instant. To go to Bonoxus.com as you will be able to avail those discounts. BNX MPL 3 is the big discount indeed. That code, you get 5% off of your top up. So use this coupon on your next diamond exchange. What are you waiting for? Shoo, go away, get the diamonds quickly.
Get amazing diamonds. You want to get amazing skin, of course. Hey, everybody's waiting for amazing skins, right? Okay, we are definitely waiting for a blessing from our Lord right behind the scenes right now. And after getting Bonox, getting support, and also we wanted to thank Techno and also Community Gaming because you guys have been amazing throughout the whole season. So once again, thank you very much for your support for MPL LATAM Season 3. And we are on the English test. Is just really, really grateful because it's time for the blessing of Lord Tiago. Get ready for a skin code. It is HZSAL7RJJ. Don't forget to check it out right now because Kronos even giving up on trying to redeem it because all this time he just gets magic dust and all the good skins are for you guys.
I'm telling you, man, it's not just that. I mean, it's the last skin of the season, indeed, that we're giving away. So might as well give it to everyone. I don't want to lose my job over the last one, you know. So just making sure, y'all get that. HZSAL7RJJ is the code. So make sure you go and grab your skin. Indeed, you will get yourselves one of the MPL skins. Hey, you could be one of the lucky ones. One of the lucky ones from the 200, but you can see here that champions Corinthians are lifting up their trophy. Hesu is smiling, man. He's all smiles the entire time. And here's a few bit of the highlights that took place throughout the entire grand finals and of course the entire series.
Great. I mean, it's ecstatic. It was very fun to see. It was all there from the start till the end. Good. This amazing. I'm pretty sure they are going on for the interview on the Latam region. So if ever anybody wants to tune in and watch your lovely players there for the winning moment interview on the stage, so you can go and watch it there too.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely go and get yourself an interview there, but of course, emotions are high if you're in the arena. You could see what was taking place indeed, ladies and gentlemen, but my goodness, for a reason, because we had a stellar finish to the MPL LATAM Season 3 of 2025, and what a way to cap things off as well. And I got my prediction right finally in the grand finals. Of course, Vey got the entire season right. I just got one match right, so I'm just going to rub it in my face just because I got that one match. I'm going out on a high, ladies and gentlemen, but hey, we're going to see what happens later. We're going to see what's going to happen with that later, dude. But Vey, I think on that note, we've seen it all. We've done it all. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you to the entire LATAM region for giving us the opportunity to cast in the global stream. I'm going to say it one last time. Kronos, follow me on my social media. Of course, G_Kronos. And for Vey, it's at It's Vey here, as we'll be calling it a night. This is me signing off for MPL LATAM Season 3 2025. Until next time, indeed. Vey, you can say your own. I don't want to take it away from you.
I mean, a lovely way to end the night. A legacy being written, new powerhouses are breaking up from the region of LATAM. And everybody is definitely eyeing on Corinthians right now if ever they want to go head-to-head in MSC. And definitely congratulations also for Influence Rage for making it on the wild card later for the MSC. A longer journey, but still really there. And as Kronos said, I want to thank our sponsors once again, from Bonox to Techno and also Community Gaming. And once again, thank you, Buntan, and for the amazing crew of MPL LATAM for giving us a chance on the English Global stream. Same as before, this is probably the last stream for this season. We'll probably see you soon, jumping here and there around the MLBB scene. So definitely, thank you very much for tuning in. All the way from Asia here in Indonesia, I'm Vey, and also Kronos from all the way from Manchester, signing out for the last stream of the season.
Exactly. We'll see you next time on the next season of MPL LATAM. So, hey, have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. See you at the MSC also.